contest. Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire for the final round of the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. I am David Sullivan. I'll be with you all day, taking you through heats number 2, 3 and our finals here from the heart of the country. Whilton Mill International, the venue for our championship round of this wonderful, wonderful series. 1,200 metres in length, 12 turns, huge amount of elevation, particularly up towards Christmas Corner, a good overtaking opportunity for our drivers, and then back down the hill towards Ashby, another tight right-hand hairpin for our drivers to find a way through the pack. It's going to be a very, very interesting day. 2 championships already wrapped up at the previous round, round number 5 at Clay Pigeon. We've got 5 more for you here today, still to get wrapped up before the end of the day. Mighty Bambino, that's going to be the final race. That's the tight one in the championship. 3 drivers, Ralph Martin, Alfie Garrett and Ansel Murray, split by less than 9 points going into this race weekend after a sensational season for our electric powered karts. Honda Cadet is a 2-horse race between Max Taddy and Ryan White, with a point difference swing yesterday. Ryan White finishing in second, Max Taddy third in the heat number 1 yesterday. We'll run you through the other championships, Micromax, Minimax and iArmy Bambino in a few moments' time. The first of which will be up now. It's time for heat number 2 in iArmy Bambino. iArmy Bambino is another championship which will be a 2-horse race. Chester Fawkes and James Roots go into this weekend with less than a 10-point swing between the two of them. James Roots yesterday took the victory in heat number 1, with Chester Fawkes being pipped at the line. He dropped back down into 3rd place, so there was a 2-point swing in favour of James Roots yesterday. Grids up on your screen then in the finishing order from yesterday's heat number 1. James Roots and Albert Farrer go off the front row. Chester Fawkes and Chloe McGill row 2. Freddie Baker and Harris Barber on row number 3. Then it'll be Ollie Liddle and William Crombie. Darren Dimitrov and Bodie Batch round out your top 10, with Max Mikalski and Freddie Purnell on row number 6. Charlie Holmes will be the final runner in 13th place in our iArmy Bambino class. It's been super close all season, with at least 5 drivers on this grid having taken race victories throughout the season. James Root's traditionally been running the number 5. He races the UK plate today, having won that earlier in the season. So they've put on what his dad told me was their lucky UK plate. So that's gone on to the front of that kart. He goes off pole position, having won yesterday's race. We'll try and keep you up to date as we go throughout the day for our championship permutations across all of our classes. Just having a quick look at other stuff. Thank you very much for everybody watching. Lights are out on the first race of the day. iArmy Bambino is underway. It looks like it has been a good start from James Root's off pole position. 9 minutes plus 1 lap of action as they make their way through Oblivion and Crook, heading up towards the right-hander of Christmas Corner. It's in fact the O-Plate won last night of Chester Forks, who's stolen the march on the rest of the field. iArmy had 2 races yesterday, heat number 1 and their iArmy M1 O-Plate meeting race at the end of the day. Chester Forks took the victory in that one and wears the O-Plate with pride this morning, leads the field away. Pole sitter James Roots drops down into 3rd place. That's Albert Farrer up into 2nd. Chloe McGill in 4th place. Harris Barber with the white helmet, blue suit in 5th place, just tagging on to the back. Looks like the top 7 have made a little bit of a breakaway. It's William Crombie in the green off the back. I think Ollie Liddell's in there as well. Down the inside comes Albert Farrer into the final corner, into pit bend, gets down the inside. It's going to balk his exit though, because coming down the inside is the UK plate of James Roots. He's up into P2. It's Forks from Roots now, with Farrer in 3rd, McGill, Barber, Liddell and Crombie, your top 7 all in one shot. Then we've got Barber and Dimitrov just a little bit further back. Oh, we're into the side there. That's the 12th round. Harris Barber tipped into a spin up at Christmas Corner. And Harris Barber now is going to have to work. That's allowed Ollie Liddell in the 20 to come through from 6th place, now running in 4th. There's a gap because William Crombie's come through from 7th. Looks like he's up into 3rd place as the top 3 are on a bit of a breakaway. In fact, it's the top 4. So it's going to be Forks, Farrer, Roots and William Crombie. Ollie Liddell makes a bit of a mistake there, gets up on the curbs. He's going to drop down. It's going to be Freddie Baker coming down the inside of him in the 92 in 8th place on the standings as they went over. But he'll have moved up a spot with Harris Barber having that spin and dropping further down. So now it's going to be James Roots in the UK plate, leading from Chester Forks. Albert Farrer, William Crombie, Chloe McGill and Darren Dimitrov. Ollie Liddell and Freddie Baker and Harris Barber down in 10th place, 4 seconds now off the rest of the pack. Still within touching distance of Bodie Batch and Freddie Baker, but work to do for him to close up on this top 4. James Roots leads from Chester Forks and Albert Farrer, then the top 3 split by less than a tenth. We've got a green flag waving on the exit of Crook, so it looks like they might have had a spinner there, so we'll keep an eye on the left side of the screen. If we've got anybody dropping a few seconds off the back, that will explain why, because we'll have had a yellow flag at the preceding post and then a green flag at the post following. There's Darren Dimitrov and Chloe McGill. Harris Barber starting to make his way back through. I think we'll find him in 8th or 9th place when he comes through. Chester Forks with the fastest lap in 2nd place, closing in. Gaps a 10th now from James Roots, the top 3 pushing away. And you can see here how much of a benefit it is having 3 karts working together, because William Crombie, a driver with great pace, is struggling to go with the top 3, because at the moment the top 3 are just playing a game of follow the leader, pushing along. The one at the front at the moment, James Roots, pushing a hole in the air, allowing the other 2 drivers just to push on. You will always find a train of karts goes quicker if they stay in single file compared to those behind working on their own. As we head towards half race distance, it's still James Roots who carries a huge amount of speed into the boot. He doesn't seem to lose much of it on exit either. So Roots leading, opens up a bit of a gap this time. He sets the fastest lap this time. Chester Forks in 2nd place, loses a 10th or 2, but then closes it up as they make the way up Manuel's Bank towards Christmas Corner. still nose to tail, still working together. And on the previous lap, opening up 1.1 seconds to William Crombie, who on his own in 4th place. It's a lonely 4th place now. He's got a gap of nearly 2.5 seconds to this leading trio. And then another 2 seconds back to Darren Dimitrov and Chloe McGill in 5th and 6th respectively. So Crombie a comfortable but lonely 4th at the moment. Potentially just waiting for this lead battle to ignite. And might be able to get back in on the back of Roots, Fawkes and Farah. Up and over the start-finish line they go. James Roots, Chester Fawkes, and Fawkes taking a wider line. He's going to try and get a little bit of a switch back here as Roots catches a little bit of curb on the inside, and that's allowed Farah to get a bit of a run to the inside. Is he going to nose one down the inside of Chester Fawkes? He sets the fastest lap. First driver to dip into the 55s then. Here with the exception, I think, of Chester Fawkes on the previous lap as well. Both of them closing up on James Roots, both dipping into the high 55s. James Roots, though, still holding firm. Farah down the inside of Chester Fawkes into Wilkins, the left-hander, before this complex of corners at Ozier's, the left and then the right switch back. Great move from Albert Farah. Fawkes didn't really see it coming. Farah with a look over the shoulder just to make sure that Chester Fawkes hasn't put the nose down the inside for the right-hander into the boot. Still got 3 minutes and 16 remaining. This leading trio is still opening up a gap, despite the fact on the previous lap there was a bit of changing of position. 9/10 of a second, and now Farah's coming through, assisted by Fawkes, and James Roots goes from 1st to 3rd in the blink of an eye. Albert Farah down the inside, Chester Fawkes seizing the opportunity as well to push through using the slipstream. And Albert Farah now our 3rd race leader of this race. Taking curb on the inside there. You'll see the classes taking a different amount of curb. The one on the exit there to Ozier's is you need to run it, but you have to get it right. And Chester Fawkes spins, half spins into the boot. It's going to drop him a few tenths of a second. I think he should be able to close that one back up in the remaining 2 minutes, but Chester Fawkes down into 3rd place. He's dropped some 1.1 seconds off the race lead, 8/10 behind James Roots in 2nd place. Now Roots all over the back of Farah, and they just need now to try and push away as a duo and turn this into a last lap 2-kart battle rather than inviting Chester Fawkes back into it. We'll see how it pans out, because Fawkes is closing back in already by the looks of it. Gap was 8/10 of a second off James Roots when they came over the line shortly after Chester Fawkes has had that sideways moment into the boot. And now it's James Roots trying to get down the inside of Albert Farah, and Chester Fawkes is right back in the mix. 2 or 3 kart lengths, I think, up on exit of the boot. He's going to be right on the back, and we've still got 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. So we'll have 3 laps of action in Whilton Bambino, and Chester Fawkes is right back on the back, and now James Roots is on the inside, and Chester Fawkes is going to do it again. Push job, I think, down the inside there. 3 wide up to Christmas corner. What's going to be the outcome? It's Roots through into the lead. Fawkes is up into 2nd. I thought initially Fawkes was going to push James Roots through, but then he decided he wanted a bit of the action as well and split off into the middle. He comes out of it in 2nd place, and once again the leader going onto the straight up towards Christmas corner comes out of it in 3rd place. James Roots, Chester Fawkes and Albert Farah pushing away. The gap almost 6 seconds from Chester Fawkes in 3rd place on the previous lap. It'll be Albert Farah now back to William Crombie, this top 3. A high-speed trio. Even though they have chopped and changed, they've been very, very clean. But now you'll notice James Roots' line over start-finish as they commence what will be the 2nd to last lap. He's gone very, very defensive. White line down the inside. He did it previously and then chopped back out. This is going to be Farah's opportunity as Roots goes wide out onto the concrete rumble strip. That's going to mean he's slowed down the hill, and he's going to be slow enough for Chester Fawkes to come down the inside. Fawkes finds his way through. Farrer all over the back as well. We know he can overtake into Wilkins. He did it to Chester Fawkes earlier on. Now has to settle back into third place, heading towards the last lap on the overhead gantry, and now it's Chester Fawkes' opportunity to go defensive, and in doing so that will mean that he's very slow because he's taken a tighter line. That's going to allow Roots down the inside. Farrer's coming as well. Farrer squeezes his way through up into second place. Roots then will lead us on to the final lap here at Whilton Mill. Heat number 2 of Whilton Bambino. And James Roots leads from Albert Farrer and Chester Fawkes, still nose to tail as they go. White line to the inside. Fawkes is going to try something different. He goes to the outside. The field splits at Christmas corner. Slots back in. Will Roots be slow again? He was on the previous lap because he ran slightly wide. Chunk of curb. This time he goes defensive on the run down to Ashby. And it's Fawkes who's through on Albert Farrer. James Roots leads then and defends to the inside, despite the fact that Fawkes has made that overtake. He didn't need to, but he didn't have time to look over the shoulder, did James Roots. Run down towards now the boot, the final opportunity on entry, and Fawkes is going to send it down the inside. Roots as well, and the contact between the two of them. The two in the battle for the championship have come together on entry to the boot. Albert Farrer's going to take victory, but drama in the first race of the day here at Whilton Mill. Farrer takes victory. The rest of the field, Roots, where's Roots going to be? Where's Fawkes going to be? They're 4th and 5th respectively. Chloe McGill inherits second place from William Crombie. Then it's Chester Fawkes and James Roots, architects of their own downfall into the final corner. Darren Dimitrov, Ollie Little and Harris Barber and Bodie Batch in P9. We then await our 10th place runners. We've got Holmes, Mikowski, Baker and Purnell, all still battling it out further down the field. They'll come through now, as you can see, coming out of the final corner. That should be Charlie Holmes in the 63 for 10th place. Mikowski, Baker and Purnell come through, with Baker in 11th, Mikowski in 12th and Freddie Purnell in 13th. Time to take a deep breath then at the end of Whilton Bambino. Albert Farrer takes the victory, McGill and Crombie 2nd and 3rd. Then it was Fawkes and Roots rounding out your top 5. Dimitrov, Liddell, Barber, Batch and Holmes, with Baker, Mikowski and Purnell, your 13 runners in Whilton Bambino. So, Whilton Bambino, I've got a spreadsheet. I'll put in the results at the moment as provisional for the class, and we will see then how things go throughout the day and whether we've got anything to look at. I'm sure they will, because we've got a nice new camera system which has been put in place for the first time here at the Kart Championship throughout this race weekend. So we've got 10 cameras as well as on-track observers as well. So all incidents will be looked at throughout the day. We're going to move on to Honda Cadet because we've got a massive grid, capacity grid in Honda Cadet of 34. So it's time for heat number 2. Starting as we finished in heat number 1 yesterday then, so it will be your race winner from yesterday. Sam Green Gomez going off pole position with championship protagonist Ryan White alongside. Championship leader Max Taddy goes off P3 inside of row 2 with Ralphie Branscombe for company, Ed Spain and Archie Loveridge on row number 3. Then it will be CKC debutant Albie Smith in 7th, Benton Stoneman with Alfie Forrester and Jensen White rounding out the top 10. Noah Jebson and Lewis Gilbert on row number 6. Row 7 will see George Ralston and yesterday's pole sitter Kevin Ivanoff in 14th with Ella Dixon and Margaris Kavekis on row 8 with Ronnie Legg and Samuel Yeadon 17th and 18th respectively. Then it'll be Charlie Stapleton and Matthew Plant rounding out the top 20. Finley Thursfield and Joshua Sullivan on row 11. Harvey Turner and Ashton Horsepool on row number 12. Row 13 sees Jacob Leathenby and Otto Amy, Freddie Housego and Luke Jardina. Row 14 with Max Housego and Noah Clark on row number 15. Thomas Battershill and Tyler Banks there on row 16 with Lewis Hall and James Vout, rounding out a capacity grid of Honda Cadets here at Whilton Mill. Field already making their way round the final few corners here then at Whilton Mill. Thank you for everybody that's getting in touch via the live chat comments. I'm going to pull them up right now and we'll have a quick look at those after this Honda Cadet heat number 2. Final runners just making their way up. They don't want to arrive too early because here at Whilton Mill the first 2 grid positions are kept empty. That's why you can see now the final row don't have an actual grid berth on the capacity grid. It's just that where the timing loop is, if you go too far forwards, the transponders pick up as if the front 2 aren't actually in the race. So we have to just be a little bit careful. So hence why we've left the front 2 rows unoccupied. Lights on the overhead gantry. Keep an eye on the digital flag to the right-hand side. That's where you will see the lights come on and off. 5-second board. In fact, I think it looks like we're going to use the central ones rather than the digital flag. We are, and we're away and racing. It's been a good start from the outside of the front row by Ryan White. Can he keep the nose down the inside of Sam Green Gomez into the first corner? Rest of the field streaming through. Looks like everybody's made it through the Oblivion and Crook for the first time. And Alfie Forrester's on the grass incredibly well to hold that one. Alfie Forrester, both rear wheels on the grass and sideways. Rest of the field streaming through Christmas Corner and down the hill. How Forrester held on to that, I won't know, but did superbly just to hold on. Still 2 and 3 wide, middle of the pack, still trying to sort themselves out into single file. They'll have definitely done that by the time they get to Wilkins and Oziers, because Oziers with the flick back, you can see the leaders all in. It's Kevin Ivanoff getting the nose down the inside there. Looks like there was a little bit of contact between Ivanoff, nobody off onto the grass, so everybody's rode it out. And down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe goes Albie Smith. And it looks like we've got Fenton Stoneman getting into the mix as well. Rest of the field, Sullivan up and over into the curbs. He's down the inside of George Ralston. So they come over the start-finish timing line for the first time. It's Gomez, Taddy, White and Smith. Then it's Branscombe, Stoneman, Loveridge, Spain, Gilbert and Ivanoff rounding out your top 10. 7.5 minutes to go. It's 9 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our heats. We go up to 12 plus 1 for our finals as they run down towards Ashby. And it looks like Max Taddy has found a way past Sam Green Gomez at the front here. And Max Taddy, who goes into this weekend with a slender championship lead in front of Ryan White. And it looks like he's got a bit of a gap as well. Sam Green Gomez pushing away at the front on the back of Max Taddy. And Taddy holding on as the field make their way through. And that is Taddy from Sam Green Gomez. It looks like we've got Ralphie Branscombe and Ryan White's going backwards. He's down into 6th place by the look of it. He is just in front of Archie Loveridge, Lewis Gilbert and Kevin Ivanoff. Good start for Ivanoff. Started the day in 14th place. He's now up into P9. Gilbert's down the inside of Ivanoff. Ivanoff then getting squeezed as well. He gets a little bit of air. And it's going to give Jensen White, is it, an opportunity to find a way through. It's the field. That's Noah Clark. Looks like he's down the inside as well. Got Taddy and Sam Green Gomez. There's a yellow flag out at post number 9. Looks like that's James Vout going slowly up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Is it? No, it's not. It's the 12 of Charlie Stapleton. They've both got yellow and black sticker kit, so that's making it difficult to pick out. But then our leaders are actually going to catch up now up onto the back of that slower car in due course up the hill. Ryan White with the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap of 52.359. Apologies, we're just having a few technical issues in the commentary box. The stream is running very, very slow in here, so apologies that I can't quite keep up with what's going on screen at the moment. The timing and everything else is still going. So on the previous lap it was Taddy leading. I think Sam Green Gomez has retaken the lead since then, but we'll confirm that on timing at the moment. But apologies that I'm unable to Taddy. I'm just catching glimpses of things going in incredibly slow motion, and we've got Max Taddy there bouncing up and over the curbs. So Just apologies for that we're not quite up to speed this morning, just one or two problems. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to you shortly. As it stands though, Sam Green-Gomez leads from Max Taddy and Ralphie Branscombe, Ryan White and Albie Smith, with Noah Jebson, Archie Loveridge, Fenton Stoneman, Lewis Gilbert and Ed Spain, your top 10. Ivanov trying to find his way through as well. He started yesterday on pole position, picked up a 5-second penalty in the heat, dropped himself from 9th place down into 14th for Kevin Ivanov. So he had a difficult day yesterday, but has the pace to run right towards the front. So you can still see some sort of slow-mo action there in the commentary box. Like I say, apologies that we I can't keep up to speed with exactly what's happening at the same time it's happening. It does look like we've had Ryan White though down the inside of Max Taddy. No track visual unfortunately either, so we are in a secluded commentary box. We can only go off the pictures, so we are trying to get them back to the com box as quickly as we possibly can in order to try and get things back to normal. Looks like Sam Green-Gomez though leads from Ralphie Branscombe. Ryan White is up into 3rd place, Taddy in 4th and Albie Smith, and so it looks like we've had Taddy trying to move down the inside of Ryan White into the boot. Sam Green-Gomez though with a great day yesterday, leading. Branscombe looks like he's found a way through on the inside. Ryan White's coming as well, and that's going to mean Sam Green-Gomez getting squeezed tight onto the curb on the inside. So apologies for the delays. We are still trying to work on things at the moment. It looks like we've had the 23 has had a bit of an excursion onto the grass. That's Stinley Thursfield in his first outing in the CKC. So as it stands, Branscombe still leads then with what is 2 minutes to go from Ryan White and Max Taddy on timing on the previous lap, with Sam Green-Gomez, Albie Smith, Noah Jebson, Fenton Stoneman. They're crossing the line now. So that's your top 7. Then it's Stoneman, Jensen White, Alfie Forrester, Joshua Sullivan and Kevin Ivanov. In front of Archie Loveridge and Ronnie Legg. Then it's Margaris Kavekis, Samuel Yeadon and Ed Spain. So they're coming through on timing. We've had positions all the way down to 25th. Ashton Horspool in front of Tyler Banks and Luke Jardine, and Freddie House to go as well. So as the field still continue to circulate, we'll try our best we can. I say we've got a bit of an issue in the commentary box, so apologies to everybody at home at the moment. On behalf of myself and Alpha Live, we're just working incredibly hard behind the scenes to rectify what we can see here in the commentary box. You can still see the pictures at home because I have got the YouTube link up, although that does normally run around about 10 or 15 seconds behind the live pictures that we can see on track because of the way things work out. So I can still see what's happening, albeit we are a little bit behind in terms of a delay on that. So Branscombe still leads. We've got a minute or so on the clock. I think we've got 40 seconds on timing, and what I'm seeing on the YouTube, it's around about 55, so we are 15 to 20 seconds behind on that at the moment. But those two appear to have broken away at the front, Branscombe and Ryan White. Then it's going to be Sam Green-Gomez and a very impressive Albie Smith on his first outing in the CKC. Noah Jebson's in 6th. Then there's a big gap back to an intense battle going on from Stoneman, White, Sullivan, Ivanoff, Loveridge and Alfie Forrester in the background. Noah Jebson with the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, 3/10 quicker than anybody else. He's on this train at the back just behind Max Taddy. At the moment though, Ryan White just pushing Ralphie Branscombe at the front. Wonder whether he'll have a move on the final lap, which will be in a few moments time when they come through. Timing has elapsed down to 0, but I'll wait until they come round on the next lap to pick up the last lap board. So 1.5 laps remaining or so for us here in Honda Cadet 200. Ralphie Branscombe leading from Ryan White. White though with the opportunity here to add 3 more points. Drivers then go on to the final lap with Ralphie Branscombe still leading from Ryan White. And White's in 2nd place, his nearest championship rival Max Taddy in 5th place. We'll see whether it matters towards the end of the day. There's not too many points between them. Taddy comes in with a points lead on Ryan White for this championship, but it is incredibly close. There was a 1-point swing in Taddy's favour yesterday. Ryan White looking to gain 3 more back today to swing it back into his favour. As they head towards the final phase of this lap. Looks like it's going to be Ralphie Branscombe. We'll confirm it on timing as they come through. I say apologies, we've not got the pictures, but Ralphie Branscombe leads and takes the checkered flag from Ryan White and Sam Green-Gomez. Then it's Albie Smith in 4th place. Max Taddy P5, Jebson, Ivanoff, Loveridge, Sullivan and Fenton Stoneman round out your top 10 in front of Alfie Forrester, Margaris Kavekis, Jensen White and Ed Spain, Ronnie Legg and Noah Clark. Great result for Clark. He came through from 30th up to 16th with then Matthew Plant and Samuel Yeadon, with Lewis Gilbert and Ella Dixon rounding out the top 20. So your classified results, provisional as always until any potential penalties are applied. Sees Ralphie Branscombe taking the race victory from Ryan White with Sam Green-Gomez in P3. Albie Smith and Max Taddy round out the top 5 with Noah Jebson and Kevin Ivanoff 6th and 7th. Archie Loveridge finishes in 8th. Joshua Sullivan, who started the race 22nd, finishes P9 in front of Fenton Stoneman with Alfie Forrester 11th. Margaris Kavekis is 12th in front of Jensen White and Ed Spade. Ronnie Legg and Noah Clark in 16th, having started in 30th, with Matthew Plant and Samuel Yeadon in 17th and 18th respectively. Lewis Gilbert and Ella Dixon round out the top 20 in front of James Bout, who started last. He makes up 13 places in front of Harvey Turner and Otto Amy. Ashton Horspool and Lewis Hall, Tyler Banks and Luke Jardine in 27th. Then it's Freddie Housego and Finley Thursfield, Jacob Leathenby and Max Housego, George Ralston and Charlie Stapleton and Thomas Battershill in 34th. Looks like Ralston had some problems in that one. He was running in the midfield before dropping down to 32nd towards the end for George Ralston. Looks like we could be back up to speed here in the commentary box. So first of all, thank you for sticking with us whilst we were dealing with some technical issues in-house. Apologies that we couldn't quite bring you the level of excitement there that Honda Cadet potentially deserved. I say potentially because we couldn't see any of it in the commentary box. Could have been the most exciting race in the world. Could have been the most serene, although it's Honda Cadet, so I very much doubt that it would have been serene because it never is. We'll move on then, and hopefully we've got a little bit more luck. It's time for Coma C50 Bambino, heat number 2. Comas C50 Bambino then, as always, in finishing order from heat number 1 yesterday. We'll see their grid. This one already wrapped up in terms of championship winner. Rex Pooley wrapped that one up at Clay Pigeon. Not with us here this weekend because, and only because, the same reason that Kasper Tomilewski is not doing junior Rotax as well, is because if a driver picks up a disqualification for anything at all, that will count. So in order for not doing the final round, then they don't risk that, and therefore they ensure that their championship is theirs. Heat 1 winner yesterday, Henry Algar, goes off pole position. Mason Hibbert alongside with Harry Chapman and Calman Simon, a new name to the championship, in 4th place. Then it's Noah Wicklow and Freddie Chandler on row number 3, with Sebastian McCarthy and Ollie West row 4. The top 10 rounded out by Ronnie Kempson and Freddie Blackshaw, with then Toby Biggs and Ernie Wade on row number 6. Then it'll be Oscar Churches and Ethan Pearson, Elliot Payne and Louis Wilson, with Logan Hodgetts and Jacques Wong on row number 9. William Wainwright starts 19th, Arlo Atkinson 20th, Henry Hales and Darcy Durnford go off row number 11, with Riley Aston Wilkins and Brady Atkin off row number 12. 24 runners for Coma, and we're already away and racing. It looks like it's a good start from the 57 of Henry Hales from towards the rear of the field. He gets a good start, pulls out and makes the run towards the first corner. Everybody looks to have made it through cleanly. The tail end of the pack just finding their way through as well, and already to the inside comes Henry Algar, trying to hold off Harry Chapman. Then he pops out to try and open up the corner a little bit. Rest of the field making their way through nicely. Single file with the exception of Sebastian McCarthy, who pops out and finds a way past Ollie West, by the look of things, down the hill towards Ashby. Through the left-hander of Wilkins, and then the left-right switch back here of Ozier's. Up and over the curbs for some of them driving round it. Noah Wicklow throwing caution to the wind. He goes straight up and over the exit curb. The entry one into the boot a lot more inviting. That's flat. One that they don't want to touch is the one they're coming to here at Paddock Bend. The last corner, the curb on the inside. Probably just about mountable in a junior Rotax. You're going to get definite air if you do it in a Coma C50 Bambino. So come over the line. That's Wicklow going very wide, but only because he's had to go round the outside of what appeared to be Toby Biggs. We'll keep an eye out as to whether it was. I don't think it... In fact, we'll keep an eye out because I don't think it was Biggs, but there was a slower kart there definitely. So it's Henry Algar leading from Harry Chapman. Then it's Calman Simon and Mason Hibbert, but it looks like Reggie Chandler could well have moved up now into 3rd place, having crossed the line in P5. Biggs, Wicklow, McCarthy, West and Churches are your top 10 as it stood over the line. 2.8 seconds splitting the field yesterday. And this morning, no different. The top 2, though, already on a bit of a mission here to try and pull away from the rest of the field. Harry Chapman at the moment playing a very, very sensible game of pushing Henry Algar along. As down the inside, it's the 12 finding a way through. That's Calman Simon, the Ayrton Senna replica helmet. He was the driver going slowly earlier on in the race. That meant that Noah Wicklow had to sweep all the way round the outside of Calman Simon, crosses the line in P7, but in addition to the BKC Championship and inserting himself right towards the front is Calman Simon. Looks to have dropped away a little bit because of that slow run round Oblivion on the previous lap in the crook corner. Just going to get back into a rhythm now, and he leads a train of karts all the way down, and the T-plate of Reggie Chandler is round on the exit of Ashby's, and he's going to have to wait for the whole of the field to come through. Reggie Chandler from 5th place will be down to, well, at least outside the top 10, because he's going to have to have waited for a gap to get through, and there just wasn't one. As luck would have it, I think he's probably going to have got back in at around about 18th place, but we'll confirm it when he comes over the timing line. The top 2, though, still on a mission to pull away, but Mason Hibbert and Toby Biggs in 2nd, 3rd. Darcy Durnford is off on the grass and looks to be stuck pumping the throttle, but the wheel's not spinning. Looks like the engine's stopped there. Toby Biggs is the fastest driver on track, currently in 4th place, pushing Mason Hibbert along. We're going to be 3 wide as they run up to Christmas corner. Ronnie Kempson down the inside of Ollie West, and the 11 of Ernie Wade as well. Good move from Kempson. That should put him up into 7th place, having been in P9. Sebastian McCarthy in the mix as well. Having a look out for Reggie Chandler. He had to wait until everybody went past Reggie Chandler down into 23rd. Only Darcy Durnford, who was on the grass on the previous lap, now in front, or behind, sorry, of Reggie Chandler. And what was going to be a 2-kart race at the front with Henry Algar and Harry Chapman is going to be turned into a 4-kart one, of Hibbert and Biggs pushing along as well. Sebastian McCarthy running all the way round the outside of Calman Simon. He's going to be up into 6th place as they cross the line. Calman Simon down into 7th, Kempson 8th, West and Wade. And we are now into a 4-kart high-speed Bambino train at the front. Henry Algar having led every moment of this race so far as we just tick past half race distance. Harry Chapman, Mason Hibbert and Toby Biggs pushing away. Noah Wicklow in 5th place, just off the back by 3 seconds or so, but we'll be hoping that these at the front squabble in the final few minutes and it can drag him back into a battle. He's got to stay within touching distance of these 4 karts and just wait for this one to go up a notch, because I'm sure it will. I don't think we're going to see them follow round. If they finish in this order at the checkered flag, I will be very, very surprised. At the moment, though, they are just doing what they need to do to try and push away, to try and open up the gap, and they do so. Open up 1.3 seconds to Noah Wicklow. Wicklow's biggest worry is going to be the battle going on behind, because McCarthy, Kempson and Calman Simon, if they start working together, they can start taking a second a lap out of Noah Wicklow, but they appear to be battling amongst themselves. Good move by the 21 there, William Wainwright trying to put a move down the inside of Oscar Churches. Looks like Churches was a little bit later on the brakes, but Noah Wicklow looking comfortable in 5th because McCarthy, Kempson and Simon are battling it out. Change for the lead. Harry Chapman's down the inside of Henry Algar. This is what Noah Wicklow needs. He needs them to squabble from now until the checkered flag, because they will slow themselves up. Chapman's got a few kart lengths at the front, having found a way past Algar, who's a lot tighter in the middle complex of corners through the boot, the left and then the 2 rights before pit bend. And they seem to have slotted back into single file once again. And let's see whether it's still the same or whether Chapman goes defensive on the run up the hill towards Christmas corner. White line to the inside. Wait till about now and he'll pop out ever so slightly to try and open it up. In fact, he elects not to, and that catches out Henry Algar ever so slightly, who carries a lot more speed round the right-hander at Christmas corner. There's a little bit of contact between them all, but no harm done. There is Wicklow in 5th place, just needs to keep his nose clean. 3 seconds the gap back to then Ronnie Kempson, Sebastian McCarthy and Calman Simon. We've then got another 2 seconds back to Henry Hales, who's had a great race. Henry Hales, starting outside the top 20, has made his way up into P9. 1 minute and 40 remaining. Toby Biggs, who was the fastest driver on track earlier on, set the fastest lap on lap number 4 by a few hundredths of a second, while pushing Mason Hibbert along. Those two still in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Hibbert just in front, but we'll see now who pulls out of the slipstream early. See, they all fan out towards the top end with the exception of Harry Chapman. Great battle going on in the middle. That's Brady Atkin now in front of Freddie Blackshaw. That's 17th and 18th place respectively. Atkin having started in 24th, moving up into 17th. The leading quartet make their way round Wilkins. Chapman is tight on exit. Not inviting anybody down the inside into Osiers. They will start the penultimate lap when they come round. 42 seconds on the clock at the moment, so it'll be around about 30 by the time they come over start finish. 2 minutes to go, so 2 laps to go then in Coma C50 Bambino, and 0.2 of a second split Harry Chapman in first and Toby Biggs in fourth. Henry Algar into the back there of Harry Chapman. Just a little bump draft along. Chapman will once again stick to the inside. Rest of the field fans out. Algar stays tighter this time than what they had on the previous lap. They fan out and then come back together in perfect synchrony from our young Coma C50 Bambinos. Drivers 5 to 8 years old. Biggs leaving himself a bit of a gap, but I think he's done that on purpose. He gives himself a kart length. He's able to react to anything that happens in front of him. Harry Chapman moved down the inside there into Ashby's, just in front of Reggie Chandler. Looked like that was Elliot Payne and Jax Wong. Leaders, though, will cross the line now to see last lap on the overhead gantry there. Harry Chapman leads Henry Algar, Mason Hibbert and Toby Biggs. Chapman, he's very tight. He's going to scrub off some speed. Now they're going to have to get that run up the hill. He's going to be on the inside. Will they sit in the wheel tracks or will they go to the outside and try and get the cutback? Biggs is the only one here that's going to try something a little bit different. He's offline. He's going to cut back. Toby Biggs could have a perfect run down the hill here towards Ashby's if he can get it right. They're all to the inside. Toby Biggs trying to take advantage by doing something a little bit differently. We'll try and catch them as they head towards Wilkins and Osiers. Rest of the field coming through. Noah Wicklow being closed in by Kempson, Simon and McCarthy, but I don't think they're going to have time. Chapman down the inside goes Biggs on Henry Algar. Algar sees him coming and weighs him through. Chapman's got a few kart lengths at the front. We've got a driver out in the background. We'll pick that up in a few moments. Green flag being shown. They want entry to the boot. Chapman tight. Algar as well behind. At the back, who's going to spring the surprise out the final corner? Biggs with the run. Biggs draws alongside, as does Henry Algar. Mason Hibbert takes victory by 0.037 of a second. Mason Hibbert straight lines it out of the final corner. Chapman left a kart width. Hibbert takes victory then from Chapman, Algar, Biggs and Wicklow, Simon, McCarthy, Kempson. And then it's going to be Ollie West and William Wainwright rounding out the top 10. So Mason Hibbert there taking advantage of Harry Chapman. Chapman looking to one side to fend off. There's the 99. That was the driver who we saw out towards the end of the race, running towards the marshal's post. That's Riley Aston Wilkins' kart being pulled away. So he didn't see the checkered flag. Darcy Durnford crosses the line as the final runner, having spent some time on the grass earlier on. There is Riley Aston Wilkins just next to the marshal's post to the right hand side. Mason Hibbert then takes a superb victory, having led about 3 metres of Coma C50 Bambino heat number 2, but it was the 3 metres that mattered. In front of Harry Chapman and Henry Algar, Toby Biggs and Noah Wicklow round out the top 5 with Calman Simon and Sebastian McCarthy. 0.03 of a second between them as they cross the line side by side. Ronnie Kempson, Ollie West and William Wainwright are your top 10. Oscar Churches, Ernie Wade and Jax Wong in front of Logan Hodgins in P14. Then it's Brady Atkin who comes through from 24th to 15th. Reggie Chandler and Henry Hales, who ran as high as 9th, finishes in P17. And the rest of the timing has been refreshed ahead of our next race here then at Whilton Mill. So we didn't quite get through it quick enough, so notes for next time, must work harder. Next up then, it's time for heat number 2 here at Whilton Mill for the final round of the Kart Championship. It's time for Junior Rotax. We'll have a quick look at the live chat comments before we head out to Junior Rotax. Kim Harris was on early doors saying good morning to everybody. And let's go to Ralphie Branscombe. Well, did all right this morning. Took victory in heat number 2 of Hondas. Beatrix Stangerine saying good morning. Joshua Owen saying good morning as well. And Sunday say morning, looking forward to a great day's racing. So we will have a quick dip back in later on. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch, but we are going to run through our grids. Hamish Forrest took a maiden victory yesterday in junior Rotax. He starts off pole position with Ollie Naylor alongside Harry Hurst-Grover and Marcel Poppercull on row 2, James Waring and Rhys Owen on row number 3. Then it's going to be Jason Duckies and Emily Cooper, Melissa Adrian and Archie Dyson, Callum Foster and Joshua Jarvis on row 6, Ethan Bath and Anthony Witalski in front of Martin Wright and Jack Dimbleby, Miles Roby and Ollie Pooler on row number 9, Emily Ackett and Frankie Smedley on row 10, Harrison Purnell, Ellis Garrett, Jacob Anslow and Kieran Thompson on row 12. Then it's James Kell, Ewan Stevenson, Archie Doherty and Maya Simpson, Sam Stoner and Christian Stefanovs in front of Harrison Bishop, Archie Carter and Molly Pugh. Juniors then rolling round already into the boot. Hamish Forrest with the red helmet to the right hand side, Ollie Naylor in the blue and yellow alongside. Into the tram lines they go. And that's a false start already. Flag up on the right hand side, the green with the chevron and the yellow lights flashing on the overhead gantry, signalling a false start. So looks like the field not tightly enough packed there. We're going to have a second bite of the cherry, as they did yesterday. A few drivers just getting themselves back into the positions where they started. Tough day yesterday for a few of our drivers, none less Sam Stoner, who is in the top, or was in the top 4 of the championship yesterday. He had a excursion off onto the grass and didn't collect himself many points, and he will now have to come through from outside the top 25. So going to have another go at it. Drivers just trying to get that final little bit heat into their tyres. Hamish Forrest then making his way round his first rolling start off pole position. Forrest in the red suit, Ollie Naylor alongside, just trying to get them to slow it down a little bit into the things, and we're going to have another false start. The 73 already out the tram lines there, and we've not even got the green light, so that's Frankie Smedley. Not that it matters now, because we're going to have another bite, but drivers must stay in them tram lines until they get that green, or until the lights go out on the overhead gantry. So field will roll back round again and get themselves into position. Keep an eye out on the track as well. There'll be a yellow line for acceleration. And there's a cone as well. You can see it just up, pretty much opposite the entry to the entry to the circuit from the pit exit. So at the moment, just looks like we're powering down a little bit too early. We've got still half the field going round the final corner. Hence why we're not getting this race underway at the moment. So see whether we can get it going at the third time of asking. Do seem to be a lot slower now. Just need to be still slow, still slow, still slow. Into the tram lines we go. Red lights are out, we're away and racing. And Hamish Forrest will lead the field through. Ollie Naylor there with the cutback. He's got the inside as they make the run up. We've got drivers going slightly wide, but looks like everybody's made it round the crook as they run up. And Ollie Naylor is indeed through for the lead on Hamish Forrest. Got a yellow flag out there. Kart facing the wrong way in the middle of the pack. That's the 34 of Marcel Poppercull, who went off P4 on the second row, is now down in P33, right at the back of the grid. And Marcel Poppercull, Hamish Forrest already with a deemed to have got a penalty off second place. Not quite sure what that's for, because we were too busy watching the rest of the field come through and then picking up Marcel Poppercull. So whether that's for failing to control pace at the start, I'm not quite sure. We've got Harry Hurst-Grover in the mix there, but he's dropped back I think in the early part of this race he went off third place. Jason Duckis with a good start though makes up 5. Great start from Callum Foster, makes up 9 places on the opening lap. Ollie Naylor then leads them over the line for the first time with Hamish Forrest, Jason Duckis and James Waring. Then it's Callum Foster, moved down the inside into Christmas corner there by one of the Kart drivers. We'll pick a number out in a moment. We've got the 29 of Jacob Anslow off onto the grass on the outside. It's still very, very intense in the mid-pack and towards the tail end of the field as Anslow rejoins the field. Looks like we had Frankie Smedley off as well at the same time. Field starting to spread out a little bit, but certainly not settle itself down here. 33 karts on the grid in junior Rotax. That's Marcel Popical back down the inside, and there's contact with the 26 of Harrison Purnell. Marcel Popical with a forceful move into the final corner. Harry Hurst-Grover down the inside of Emily Cooper into Christmas corner. A bit just behind them, Miles Roby and Melissa Adrian come together round Inkermans. Roby not at all happy. He's going to have to wait for the field to come through, just flipping the engine to keep it going, but he's going to have to wait for everybody to come through. Jacob Anslow and Miles Roby is off, arm in the air, gesticulating as well. We had a driver going off and round the outside onto the grass to take evasive action as well. Just behind Melissa Adrian could well have been Joshua Jarvis in the 22 or Anthony Wikowski. They were very close in behind. We'll keep an eye to see who's lost, and there's more contact into the final corner. The 17 of Christian Stefanovs is down the inside and forces his adversary wide. Maya Simpson trying to make a move. Sam Stoner just in front as well. That's James Kell in the 52. And there's a driver off onto the grass there. Not quite sure if there was as much contact or whether they've just caught a wheel on the curb. There could have been a little bit of both, but normally if there's contact at the pace, they go off onto the other side of the grass, but the kart beached, and driver's going to have to drag that one back on. We'll wait to see who's dropping down the order in due course as the 42 of Ellis Garrett takes a chunk of curb on entry to the boot. Callum Foster, fastest driver on the track in P5 at the moment. James Waring just in front of him, trying to get there. Ollie Naylor, we'll have a quick look as we've got Ollie Poole, I think, was the driver on the grass. He drops 18 places on that previous lap in the 94 machine. So we've not really had much focus on the front because of what's been going on, but Ollie Naylor and Hamish Forrest have pulled away into the distance though. Forrest with the potential penalty incoming still being shown on the info screen here in the commentary box. Needs to open up a gap. If that's a 5-second penalty at the moment, should have enough for the minimum to drop him down into P6, but if he can keep pulling away on the back of Naylor, should be able to open that up. At the moment we've got Ewan Stevenson in the 57 in 26th place, running in front of Harrison Bishop there, Harrison Purnell and Kieran Thompson. Martin Wright, final winner this one, going through there in 6th place in the 41. Leaders have managed to catch Ollie Poole, who was on the grass, so they've got a lap traffic between Ollie Naylor and Hamish Forrest before they go back to Jason Duckis. Great battle going on here. This is that battle we were speaking about before with Ewan Stevenson, the 57, all the way now down to, I believe, Frankie Smedley in 30th place. They're having a nice little tussle, as is Ellis Garrett and Maya Simpson. They've got a train of karts behind them. That's from 15th place pretty much all the way down to Jack Dimbleby in 22nd. Archie Doherty finds a way past Molly Pugh on the previous lap and is up into 24th place. 4 minutes to go. The field stream down the hill towards Ashby. Looks like Pugh could have actually found a way back past Archie Doherty. And then it's that battlefront with Ewan Stevenson. All the way down to Miles Roby now, trying to close back in. He set his personal best on the previous lap and was some 4 seconds quicker than drivers in front of him. So Miles Roby, having come into contact earlier on with Melissa Adrian round Inkermans, now driving angry but driving very, very fast, trying to find his way back up onto the back of the pack. Damage limitation for Roby in the 55. Hamish Forrest now has found a way past Ollie Naylor off camera at the front, and Forrest leads Ollie Naylor, and Hamish Forrest, breakout weekend really for him, having guested at Landau. This is his second JKC outing. That's Frankie Smedley off in the 73. Kart being pulled away to safety with 3 minutes to go. James Waring down the inside of Jason Duckis. That's for third place. Duckis, though, looks like he's got back through. Callum Foster on the back in fifth place. Needs maximum points as his nearest championship adversary, Harry Hurst Grover, battle for second place. He's down in 8th on track at the moment. Foster up into P4, Waring up into P3. Duckis drops from 3rd down into 5th as the two of them find their way through. James Waring and Callum Foster down the inside. There's contact between the two of them. Callum Foster down the inside of James Waring, tips Waring into a half spin. Waring will come out of this in 5th place, but he's going to have Martin Wright all over the back of him now. There's Martin Wright in the Tony Kart colours. Harry Hurst Grover down the inside of Rhys Owen. Rhys Owen defends him venomously into pit bend. As the two in front, that's Duckis, I think, and Foster running side by side. Duckis running wide, Foster having to go out wide onto the rumble strips. James Waring, Martin Wright now, 4 karts battling out for P3. Callum Foster, fastest driver on track on lap number 4, still holds the fastest lap of the race. Rhys Owen still in front of Harry Hurst Grover. A little nudge into the back by Hurst Grover on Rhys Owen, who defended him very, very hard. And the 99 of Rhys Owen is off on the grass, and I can't help but feel that Harry Hurst Grover might have had something to do with it, as the warning for him appears on the top of the screen. Rhys Owen was defending very, very hard from Harry Hurst Grover. We saw that on the previous lap. That'll be one to be looked at post-race by race control as James Waring goes down the inside of Callum Foster, gives him a nudge back, and that happened 2 laps ago. It was Foster nudging James Waring's wide at Ozier's, and now Waring this time returning the favour on Callum Foster. It's pretty much back to as you were 3 laps ago. Duckis, Waring, Foster and Martin Wright round out the top 6, 3rd down into P6, all nose to tail here at the front. Hamish Forrest and Ollie Naylor, 1 and 2, 4 seconds away. Forrest has got a penalty incoming. I wonder whether Naylor knows about that. He should well have seen it on the overhead gantry, so he can just ride shotgun now and take a victory with Hamish Forrest. Penalty incoming. More importantly, though, for Hamish Forrest, he could well hold on to second place if it's a 5-second penalty, because Duckis, Waring, Foster and Wright are going to battle this one out towards the end, and they will slow each other down, as they do slow each other down at Christmas Corner. Down towards Ashby's, hard on the brakes, flicking the kart to the side. Harry Hurst Grover just in the background looking to just take advantage of anything mopping up if anything happens in front of him. Time is down to 0. Hamish Forrest will see last lap in around about 2 or 3 seconds time. Wait for it to click into the top left-hand corner. There we go. They're on to their final tour of the Whilton Mill National Circuit, and Hamish Forrest sets the fastest lap of the race. 14 and 26 are under investigation. That's Harry Hurst Grover and Harrison Purnell. Leaders making their way through. Forrest and Naylor will pick up the battle for 3rd, because this is where it's going to get intense. There's a bit of a gap now opened up between them. Smedley's rejoining once again in the 73 machine. He's going to take that one back to pit lane, I believe. Leaders will come through in a few moments to take the checkered flag, but we've still got Duckis, Waring, Foster and Wright battling it out. Hamish Forrest going to take victory on track, but it'll be Ollie Naylor who takes it off track with the penalty applied. Keep an eye out in the background for what's happening at the pit bend now. The check is already out for the leaders. Duckis will take 3rd place. Callum Foster takes James Waring at the line for P4. Waring in 5th with Martin Wright P6. Then it's Harry Hurst Grover, Melissa Adrian, Archie Dyson. And then it's Anthony Witowski in front of Cooper Stoner with a great effort. He makes up a ton of places up to P12 for Sam Stoner. Keeps his chances of second place in the championship alive. Ethan Bath and Christian Stefanos. Marcel Poppercull recovers to 15th place. What a drive from Poppercull, having been in 33rd place halfway round the first lap. Great race as expected. Action start to finish. Plenty to talk about off track as well. The team here at the Junior Kart Championship will be working hard to decipher what happened there on track. Hamish Forrest, penalty incoming we believe, but takes victory on track, his second on-track victory of the weekend. Ollie Naylor, though, we believe will inherit the race win, with Hamish Forrest dropping down into second as he's got more than 5 seconds from Jason Duckis. Callum Foster and James Waring, Martin Wright and Harry Hurstgrover, Melissa Adrian and Archie Dyson, Anthony Witowski, Emily Cooper, Sam Stoner, Ethan Bath and Christian Stefanos in 14th place. Then it's the fantastic Marcel Papacull in front of Ellis Garrett, Maya Simpson and Joshua Jarvis, James Kell and Jack Dimbleby round out the top 20. Rhys Owen, after his trip across the grass, finishes in 21st. Archie Carter, Molly Pugh, Emily Atkins and Archie Doherty, with Harrison Purnell and Harrison Bishop in 27th. Then it's Ewan Stevenson, Kieran Thompson, Miles Roby, Frankie Smedley, Jacob Anslow and Ollie Poole in 32nd and 33rd, retiring before the end, 4 and 9 laps down respectively here in our junior Rotax class. We'll move on swiftly because we've got plenty to talk about in Minimax. So we'll dip into the live chat comments. Firstly, on Barlow in the 42, who we've seen here in this championship before, just saying, why was the track so fast yesterday? Pole time for Junior and Mini nearly half a second a lap quicker. Well, here at Whilton, we've found that all the morning sessions have been reasonably slow. Qualifying, of course, yesterday around about midday, the sun beaming down as well this morning, a high amount of cloud cover. We'll move on swiftly then to our Minimax grid. Harris Roberts and Andrew Dixon off the front row, Amy Peacock and Leighton Kelly row 2, Ben Adrian and Tyler Davis on row number 3. Then it's Max Gray-Trex and Braith Murdoch on row 4, Charlie Lomas and Alfie McBain, Aston Brown and Ellis Delia on row number 6. Then it's going to be Zach Kane and Alex Lynn, Tom Drake and James Winstanley, Oliver Fabricius and Daniel Hartley go off row number 9. We'll talk about that in a few moments' time. Field rolling round the boot. Andrew Dixon, the pole sitter in the 25, the 45 of Harris Roberts alongside. Into the tram lines they go. Keep an eye on the lights. The red's extinguished. We're away and racing at the first time of asking. Roberts just managed to find a way through off P2. And Harris Roberts leads Andrew Dixon up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Into the right hand as they go. It looks like we haven't got Oliver Fabricius. I'll explain why in a few moments' time. Field though down the hill towards Ashby. Roberts leads from Dixon. Amy Peacock with a good start in front of Leighton Kelly. Then it looks like we've got Braith Murdoch up into P number 5. After a good start, having started in 8th place for Braith Murdoch. Down the inside, that's Tyler Davis with a good move just behind Murdoch. He's going to move up into P6. As he knows, it's P7. Leighton Kelly drops from 4th down into 6th. So Harris Roberts leads from Andrew Dixon and Amy Peacock, Braith Murdoch and Tyler Davis, Leighton Kelly and Ben Adrian in front of Charlie Lomas and Max Gray-Trex, Alfie McBain. And we move from Gray-Trex there, though. He's going to move up in front of Charlie Lomas, moves him up into 8th place. McBain rounds out the top 10. Then we've got Aston Brown. It's still kicking off in the midfield in terms of positions with Brown, Kane, Dealey, Drake, Alex Lynn and Daniel Hartley all squabbling for position down towards Ashby's. Looked nice and clean though, but they were all side by side. No hope of picking out who was going to get out of that corner in front. Dixon now in front of Harris Roberts. He's found a way through. There's a little bit of contact between Zach Kane and Tom Drake. And the halfway round the boot corner. Murdoch with the fastest lap. And Murdoch finding a way past Amy Peacock. Peacock's going to get the switch back though with Braith Murdoch. Murdoch then up and over the curbs as Peacock gave him a decision. The decision was to either back out or take a chunk of curb or some contact. Chunk of curb, the decision for Braith Murdoch. Amy Peacock driving to the mantra of Dan Ashton, our race director, hard and fair. Giving Murdoch the decision to make, as we saw Harris Roberts there running slightly wide on exit to Wilkins. There's a big chunk out of the track where everybody's just sort of been rejoining and got his wheel into that. You saw it bounced him up, no harm done. He's sticking with Andrew Dixon, the two of them pulling away at the front. Peacock now has got a bit more of a gap than what she had on the previous lap because Murdoch was balked. Now he's coming under pressure from Tyler Davis and Ben Adrian. Leighton Kelly's there as well with Max Greatrex now up into 8th place in the all-red kart. Charlie Lomas and Alfie McBain. New sticker kit for McBain this weekend. Running in P10. Then they've got a gap back to Zach Cade and Tom Drake, who came together on the previous lap, albeit briefly, in 11th and 12th. Murdoch now with the run on Amy Peacock. Peacock squeezes him to the inside, but Murdoch this time leaves Peacock with the decision, and Peacock's decision will drop her down behind Ben Adrian into 6th place. She gets squeezed out and then is slow round the boot, and Amy Peacock goes from 3rd down into 6th place, just in front of Leighton Kelly now. Ben Adrian's on a bit of a flyer. See whether he's got the pace to find his way past Tyler Davis in 4th place. Down the inside he goes on Tyler Davis. Davis nearly gets the wheel onto the grass on the outside on the brakes. Ben Adrian then looks comfortable, and he was yesterday watching heat number 1, which I was watching with great interest because of the championship battle that was going on between Oliver Fabricius and Braith Murdoch. Peacock down the inside of Davis. Davis leaves a gap. Peacock puts the nose in down the inside. That's going to allow Leighton Kelly to have a bit of a run as well. He crosses the line alongside Davis, but just in front in 6th place. Ben Adrian yesterday closed right in on Braith Murdoch. Murdoch, who didn't qualify at all well, problems for him, saw him qualify in last place. He needed to get up to P6 to keep the championship alive. Got there on track, but a front fairing penalty incurred, dropped him back down to P8. Gave the championship to Oliver Fabricius, who did what he needed to do as Murdoch was coming through the field, held him up to the point actually where post-race he also incurred a penalty, but it was Murdoch's result that mattered, and Oliver Fabricius is the 2023 Minimax champion in the JKC, and therefore takes no further part in this race weekend, not wishing to incur penalties that may take the championship away from him. So having done what he needed to do yesterday, he parks the kart and enjoys the day. Though the Fabricius family could be taking 2 championships away. His brother James, he's out in Micromax very, very shortly. He's got a championship to battle for himself. Leeds going into the final day of the season. Leighton Kelly down the inside of Amy Peacock, then goes wide, takes a chunk of curb, and he's going to lose not only the position to Peacock, but also to Tyler Davis, and it may even well be Max Greatrex as well. Let's see how they come out. Davis, Greatrex, Lomas as well has got his way through. Lomas up into 8th. So Leighton Kelly drops 3 places, down into P9. Having got down the inside of Peacock, then took a chunk of curb. Max Greatrex trying a move down the inside of Tyler Davis. Greatrex looking very, very racy. And that number 77 kart go running very, very well this weekend. Still 3 minutes to go. Plus that 1 lap at the end, of course. Amy Peacock holding off Davis and Greatrex. The top 4 pretty much as you were, with equidistant gaps between them. Greatrex into the back of Tyler Davis. That's going to make them both slow. The field chopping and changing. It's like watching the Red Arrows at an air show, the way they went out and fanned together and slotted back in there without any further contact. The 69 has been off. That's James Winstanley. Looks like he's got a bit of a problem making his way round. Still, though, the top 4. Amy Peacock now with a little bit of respite in P5, unbeknown to her. The contact behind into that final corner between Max Greatrex and Leighton Kelly. You saw Kelly's rear bumper bend in, and the same for the front bumper of Max Greatrex, as Greatrex just carried more speed round the pit bend. And this time it's Davis into the back, and then there's more contact between Alfie McBain and Max Greatrex, as the two of them both tried to take evasive action of what was happening in front of them. I think that one will get looked at as well, because it was Tyler Davis and Leighton Kelly who were, and Charlie Lomas that were all together before that. Really, really tight racing from our minis in the middle of the pack. Though Davis, Harris Roberts and Braith Murdoch starting to come back together here, and Murdoch gets a good run out of Osiers. Has a think to the inside, although not close enough to get past Harris Roberts. Roberts far too quick. Tyler Davis with a warning for the infringement coming through the boot on the previous lap. This, though, is where Murdoch could get a run, although he does take a chunk of curb on the inside. Roberts with a chunk on the outside. Murdoch coming for the brakes, but it's Roberts with an opportunistic move down the inside of Andrew Dixon. Dixon didn't see it coming. I don't really think Roberts knew he was going to make the move until right at the last minute, because he was hard on the brakes and then shot to the inside. Harris Roberts, driving on instinct and skill, finds his way through on Andrew Dixon, and Harris Roberts will lead them round. Still going to be 2 to go. They're not going to get round before the timer elapses here. Harris Roberts, Andrew Dixon and Braith Murdoch, the top 3. Ben Adrian with the best seat in the house, with the exception of you watching at home here on Alpha Live, as he watches the battle in front of him unfold. Harris Roberts now, 2 to go. Roberts imploring Dixon to push on, and Dixon takes no indication of that whatsoever and finds his way through at Christmas Corner. Harris Roberts with a dip out. I think that was more to ward off Braith Murdoch sticking the nose down the inside. Behind, though, Charlie Lomas closing in on Amy Peacock. I was speaking with his mechanic yesterday. He said no reason why he can't get a top 5. Down the inside goes Braith Murdoch. Harris Roberts back down into P3. Murdoch up into second. Needs a few kart lengths, though, to close in on Andrew Dixon. He's not going to get it, because back down the inside comes Harris Roberts. Great move from Roberts. Back up into second place. Dixon sees the last lap board. He's got a gap of 0.6 of a second, because Roberts, Murdoch and now Ben Adrian is back into the mix as well. Can he be close enough to take advantage? He can take the wider line. He should come out of this complex of corners right on the back, because he's going to take a wider line round Christmas. Down Inkermans as well, down the hill towards Ashby's. Ben Adrian ready to take advantage, and Charlie Lomas has got past Amy Peacock for P5. Andrew Dixon should take the checker here. Roberts goes to the inside to defend, then goes back out wide and allows Murdoch to come through. Murdoch up into second. Roberts will go down to third. Can he do what he did on the previous lap and get to the inside? Not going to be close enough. Andrew Dixon wins heat number 2 in Minimax from Braith Murdoch, Harris Roberts and Ben Adrian. Second, third and fourth in front of Lomas, Peacock, Kelly, Davis and McBain, Max Greytrex and Daniel Hartley, who comes through from 17th to 11th at the flag. Tom Drake and Zach Kane, Alex Lynn and Ellis Dealey in front of Aston Brown, and then James Winstanley being classified in 17th place. Results on screen then. Andrew Dixon takes the victory in heat number 2 Minimax from Braith Murdoch and Harris Roberts, with Ben Adrian and Charlie Lomas in P5. Then it's going to be Amy Peacock and Leighton Kelly, Tyler Davis and Alfie McBain in front of the charging Max Greytrex. Then it's Daniel Hartley and Tom Drake, Zach Kane and Alex Lynn in 14th place, with Ellis Dealey, Aston Brown and James Winstanley rounding out your 17 runners in our Minimax class. So, having a quick look back into the live chat before we move on to our micros. We've had the Tony Kart racer saying, oh no, there goes Marcel spinning. Well, he did spin at the start of juniors, but then managed to make up 18 places to come back to a superb 15th place. Mick Barlow's requested that I sing him a song. I will politely decline, because I have a voice like a barking dog. At least when I'm singing anyway, hopefully not while I'm commentating, but it's subjective. I'll leave it up to you at home to decide on that one. We'll move on then as we see the crowds gathering for heat number 2 in Micromax. Micromax yesterday was won by the slimmest of margins, with Max Gilman taking victory by 0.027 seconds from Jensen Sale off the at the front. We'll have a grid with you in a few moments, but importantly yesterday for the championship we had James Fabricius and Leo Livings, the two championship protagonists in our Micromax class. They come in with hardly anything between them. Gilman and Sale then off the front row, Mayer and Rolfe row 2, Fabricius and Clark off row number 3. Then it's Leo Livings and Grayson Wortley, George Schweier and Max Broskoff in rounding out your top 10. Then it's Stanley Stafford and Larry Price with his best Micromax result to date in 12th. Arthur Farrer and Buddy Hugo, Jack Holmes and Sorry and Gallagher, Marley Fisher and Fabian Gandhock on row 9, Lewis Herbertson and Elias Bork on row number 10. Then it's Cameron Tipping and Alice Fairclough. Then it's Ben Mazokias and Morgan Weston off row number 12. Guido Ebegeni and Kane Langley go row 13, with Logan Jones and Layla Bell row 14, Josh Hushka and Oshin Brett off row 15, Toby Cannon and Rio Wardley, who retired, go 32. Here we go then, false start already. The field, as you can see, we've only got half of them in shot, so we'll have a bit more time to talk about our Micromax. Couple of new names in this one. Max Gilman returns, having guested at both Rowra and Fulbeck, and comes in with a record of 5 victories from 8 races. So Gilman, who won yesterday, made it 6 from 9. So we know he's got some pace. Did celebrate a little bit too early for my liking yesterday. They almost invited Jensen Sale to take victory. It was incredibly close. Of the completely new names to the championship, the highest finisher yesterday, the 77 of Max Broskoff. One to watch out for. Stanley Stafford as well, finished 12th yesterday. Keep an eye out for him in the 43. So we'll keep an eye out on some of our other newbies as well, as they make their way round. Gilman there on the far side of your screen at the moment, but that'll put him on the inside pole position berth, with Jensen Sale as well. They're just exploring the field just to be steady as they come round the final corner, slowing into the tram lines. Keep an eye on the lights. Will we be good enough to go racing? We are good enough to go racing. So they head towards the first corner. Gilman on the inside. Alfie Mayer with a great start off 3rd place. Comes through for P2. The field make their way through. A bit of grass being spat up in the background, but all of our runners still facing in the right direction as they run up towards Christmas Corner. Hard on the brakes they go. Looks like everybody's made it through the first bit nicely. We've got one of the gear-up drivers, by the look of it, out on the grass on the outside. Will rejoin as they make their run down towards Ashby. As the field come through, the leaders, as you'd expect, already into single file, not having to squabble for position. Normally they are, as Larry Price puts a move down the inside into Oziers. Good move from Price as he continues to get to grips with this Micromax machinery, having moved up to micro for the first time at the half race point of the season at Landau, having contested the first 3 round in Honda. So they cross the line for the first time. It's Gilman from Alfie Mayer and Jensen Sale, James Fabricius and Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Clark, Grayson Wortley, Leo Livings, George Schweier and Stanley Stafford. Grayson Wortley down the inside of Sebastian Clark into Christmas Corner. Contact between the 2 side pods. That's not quick for either of them. And that's Leo Livings coming through on the background. Livings then will get the jump, will he? No. Slots back into line, and so 24 of Arthur Farrer finds a way through down the inside at Ashby. Buddy Hugo slotting back in there in the bright yellow, always easy to spot. As the field make their way through. Biggest movers on the opening lap up, Jack Holmes and Buddy Hugo, 4 and 6 places respectively. Toby Cannon made 6 as well. He had to start from the back, having picked up a front fairing penalty and a driving penalty yesterday. 10 seconds added to his race time for Toby Cannon. Hence why he's now starting to find his way through the field. Grayson Wortley is coming down the inside of Sebastian Clark once again this time. More side-by-side contact between the two of them as Clark goes wide onto the grass. Grayson Wortley is through though, as is Leo Livings and George Schweier as well, by the look of it, down the inside into Ashby. 3 places is going to be lost there by Clarkus. We've got the 14, the 22, and another car. Could that be the 43 as well, facing the wrong way? We'll find out. We'll see in a moment. If you're looking at live timing, which you'll find at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC, you'll be able to see. And we've gone to a Battenberg flag. The 3 karts stationary on the track mean that the race will be slowed down behind Max Gilman, who will become the de facto safety car. Field will slow. It was Kane Langley in the 12, Elliot Bork in the 14, and Guido Ebegeni in the 22. I think with the 3 drivers involved, as they've all dropped 7 or 8 places, as we've got the 73 off with what looks like a very, very warm engine. Logan Jones, Marshall's going to try and push him back on, is he? He is, and maybe what was being sprayed up was just dust rather than smoke from when we cut to it. Now, whether he's allowed to retake his place or whether he's got to just roll in the back here, we'll find out. He's just going to roll in onto the back, but rest of the field coming back. There's the karts that were involved in the cause of the Battenberg flag rejoining the back as well, so they'll close back up onto the back of this pack. Max Gilman, not his first rodeo, of course, controlling the field expertly under this Battenberg flag. The drivers are told it should be down to a rolling lap pace, and Gilman doing exactly that as they head towards start-finish. Will we get going this time? Keep an eye on the flag. The pace always goes, and we are green and we're away and racing. Single file, no overtaking until they see that green flag over the start line. And through we come. Fields making their way through. Logan Jones drops down, of course, because he was on the grass on that previous lap, but now we've got a 4.5 minute half-race shootout. The field closing back up together. Gilman, Sale, Mayer, Fabricius, Rolfe and Wortley in front of Living, Swire, Clark and Buddy Hugo. That's your top 10. Behind them, it's Stanley Stafford, Arthur Farrer, Jack Holmes, Larry Price, Braskoff, Gandhock, Tipping, who moves his way up inside the top 20 in 17th place. Alfie Mayer there, giving the go-ahead to Jensen Sale in front. Also trying to tell James Fabricius that we want to go forward, no battling. Fabricius, he just wants to keep his nose clean this weekend and pick up more points than Leo Livings. Just wants to be safe and then know what the picture is going into the final, where he needs to finish compared to Leo Livings. Just behind Grayson Wortley there, Livings having a little nose down the inside, just seeing whether there's an opportunity. Door firmly closed by Grayson Wortley. Still being shown as a full course yellow, but I think that's until they cross the line. Next time it'll show us green, but we're definitely racing. So run up towards the boot, the top 2, Max Gilman and Jensen Sale, opening up a little bit of a gap to Alfie Mayer. And by that I mean only 2 kart lengths, because you can see the size of this train going all the way down to the 43 of Stanley Stafford in 11th place, split by less than 2 seconds. Logan Rolfe with the fastest lap of the race in P5. Gilman still leading from Sale. Sale with a look over the shoulder just to make sure nobody's coming through down the inside so he can take his normal racing line. Gilman and Sale still together, but unable at the moment to break away from Alfie Mayer, who looks very, very quick on that run up to Christmas and through this middle complex of corners. Doesn't quite get out of the Oziers quite as quickly as Gilman and Sale. Certainly didn't on the previous lap, and that opens up a few kart lengths and does so once again. And it's going to allow James Fabricius to have a bit of a consideration down the inside as well. Gilman, though, leads still. And the train still 11 deep all the way back to Stanley Stafford. Still 2 seconds, splitting 11 karts. Nothing between them. George Schweier with the fastest lap of the race in P8, benefiting from the train of karts. There is a bit of a spread behind, because looks like we've got Buddy Hugo finding a way past Sebastian Clark for 9th place. So the field has split ever so slightly. Can they close back on now to the 8 karts in front, headed by Gilman, finished off by George Schweier, the snake of Micromaxes. Minute and 45 seconds to go. Lapping in the 50s. So if they get round before 140, they won't. So that'll give us an indication of how many laps to go. It should be 3 in this Micromax second heat. Good previous lap for Kane Langley as he comes back through the field. He makes up 3 places. Gilman and Sale still nose to tail. So they run and Sale starting to push as well. Fabricius there, I don't know whether that was a wave to say hello, but then it looks like they were 3 wide into Christmas, and we've got a spinner. It's the 32 of Logan Rolfe this round. They were 3 wide. It was going to be tight. The grass long here this weekend at Whilton Mill, and it looks like he's stuck. And he's going to drop all the way down. One to watch then in Heat 3, Logan Rolfe. He's going to have to charge all the way through the field. Gilman and Sale now with a bit of a gap. Fabricius up into 3rd. Mayer behind him. His nearest championship rival, Leo Livings, will be 7th at worst because Logan Rolfe will drop down the order. They're in front of Grayson Wortley as well, so I think he's going to be 6th. There's Logan Rolfe rejoining to the circuit in a cloud of grass cuttings. Jensen Sale, fastest lap of the race, using Max Gilman to punch the hole in the air. Gilman still not feeling the need to go to the white line. Maybe a little bit of a pre-race chat between the two of them, such along the lines of, let's work, and then as soon as we see that last lap board, the gloves are off. We'll find out in 30 seconds time or so. The time continuing to elapse down to 0. As Fabricius holds on to 3rd. Alfie Mayer, although it's brief because Mayer is down the inside and Fabricius is going to be slow, and that's going to allow George Swire down the inside. Leo Livings could well be coming through as well. Leo Livings is through. The championship battle coming alive. Leo Livings now in front of James Fabricius. Fabricius overtaken by Mayer for 3rd place. He'll cross the line in P6. Gilman then leads Sale onto the final lap with Alfie Mayer, George Swire, Leo Livings and James Fabricius behind. Will Gilman defend up the hill this time? Gilman's a half defence to the inside on Jensen Sale. Leo Livings, George Swire and James Fabricius battling out. Grayson Wortley ready to pick up some pieces just behind them. Buddy Hugo as well showing some good pace to close in on the back, having got past Sebastian Clark a few laps ago. Gilman and Sale still nose to tail, but it's behind the championship battle that we need to keep our eye on as well between Leo Livings and Fabricius. We'll pick that one up as they come over the line in a few moments' time, but it's still Livings in front of Fabricius. Gilman and Sale. Sale's going to try and get the nose down the inside. Gilman is slow. He's slow on purpose to try and stop Sale getting the run. Will Sale draw alongside? Gilman takes his 2nd victory of the weekend from Jensen Sale and Alfie Mayer. George Swire. Fabricius is through on Livings in the final couple of corners. Fabricius in 5th. Wortley 6th. Livings 7th. Hugo, Clark and Stafford round out your top 10 in a frantic Micromax race here at Whilton Mill. The rest of the field still coming through as we see Rio Warderley come through in 23rd, having started in 31st and last place, having retired from yesterday's race. The only driver not to take the checkered flag here, I think, will be Elliot Bourke in 31st, having only completed 2 laps. There's Logan Rolfe after his trip across the grass. Keep an eye out for him in heat number 3. He's going to have to come through from 31st place. Gilman then takes victory from Sale and Mayer, your top 3. Swire, Fabricius, Wortley, Livings, Hugo, Clark and Stafford, with Barra, Holmes, Brascoff and Price in P14. Then it's Cameron Tipping. Great drive from him from outside the top 20 as in his first outing in a micro. Gantok Fisher are 16th and 17th. Then it's Massicos in front of Cannon, Gallagher, Herbertson, Langley, Wardali, Jones, Weston, Hushka and Brett, with Bell, Ebegeni, Rolfe and Bourke, albeit Bourke not classified 9 laps down, having not completed more than 2 laps, unfortunately for him. Plenty to talk about there in the championship battle between James Fabricius and Leo Livings. We will come back to that later on, as we'll have our lunch break before then we start handing out some championships. The tightest championship of all, though, is the one coming up next. It's time for Mighty Bambino. dipping into the live chat. So we'll have a Beatrix Stangerine saying, please show the middle group in Mighty Bambino. Well, we will try our hardest. We normally just follow where the action's at. So if there's action in the mid-pack, we'll follow the mid-pack. If there's action at the back, we'll follow the back. It's where it's happening. And Jordan Huggins says, when's the iArmy race? That'll be next after Mighty Bambino. We go into our second cycle for iArmies. Here we go then, Mighty Bambino. Yesterday in finishing order, Ansel Murray, Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett. The three championship protagonists, split by 9 points going into this weekend, go off 1, 2 and 3 with Oakley Riggs in P4. Ethan Lloyd and Daniel Stangerine are on row number 3 with Junior Wright and Heath Smith, with Elijah Sang and JJ Williams rounding out the top 10. Etienne Gardner and Harley Bradbury Stretton start on row number 6. Ava Garrett and Jude Taylor, Arthur Bath and Hadley Jarvie, with Seth State Mackey and Nicholas Anser in front of Oscar Maskell and Jack Morrell, your 20 runners. So Nicholas Anser, a new name to the Mighty Bambino grid and the BKC. So we welcome him to our Mighty Bambino grid. 20 on the grid for Mighty Bambino, their biggest grid of the season. But it's been super, super close at the front between Ralph Martin, Alfie Garrett and Ansel Murray. They go into today's race day split by less than 10 points in the championship, all three of them. It's going to be an incredibly intense battle for Mighty Bambino. They will be our last race of the day as well, with it being the tightest championship. I was speaking with the organiser of the championship, Darren Beavers, a few weeks ago. And I said, please put Mighty Bambino on last because their championship is so close. At least one Mighty Bambino parent has come and thanked me. He didn't mean it, putting them on last and keeping their nerves going all the way till the end of the race day here then in this Mighty Bambino championship. But it deserves its moment in the spotlight, it being the tightest championship. 3 drivers going into the final round with a handful of points splitting them. And we will hopefully be able to tell you as soon as they cross the line who is the 2023 Mighty Bambino champion. Green flag at the back, 5-second board is up and their first race of the day is underway. Heat number 2 of Mighty Bambino, and it's Ansel Murray who's made the good start. The number 1, the reigning defending champion. We've got a spin, it's Harley Bradbury Stretton in the middle of the pack going round. He'll drop all the way down to the tail of the field from P12. Head rolls back in disappointment, and now he's going to have to work his way through towards the front once again, starting in P12, now down into P20. We've got another spin there. That's the 18 of Heath Smith down the hill towards Ashby's. Hopefully he's managed to keep it on the tarmac, and Oakley Riggs with a good start in front of Albert Farrett. In front of Alfie Garrett, in the 42, and they're going to make their way back through, and Alfie Garrett is back through up into 3rd place, past the 31 of Oakley Riggs, and the top 3 in the championship are once again back to being the top 3 on track. But Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin have got a bit of a gap now from Alfie Garrett, Oakley Riggs, Ethan Lloyd and Daniel Stangerine, all going with their Stangerine in the 21 in the background, the top 6 all in one camera shot going together. Junior Wright, the next runner in 7th place. He's got a big gap back to JJ Williams and Elijah Sang. We'll see them come into shot in a few moments' time. There's Williams in the white helmet, Sang just coming into shot in the background. So we see the 17 of Jude Taylor and the 44 of Ava Garrett making her way through. Currently in 10th and 11th respectively. 2 leaders still pushing away. Can Alfie Garrett close the gap? Doesn't look like it at the moment. It was 0.8 of a second on the previous lap as Garrett had to find a way past Oakley Riggs. Get the feeling it could be slightly more this time. It is out to a second. There's Elijah Sang in the 88 and the 17 of Jude Taylor rounding out your top 10. The rest of the field coming through the boot. And still at the front, the leading duo pushing away. There's been a bit of a field spread now with Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs managing to drop Ethan Lloyd ever so slightly. 0.6 of a second is the gap back to Ethan Lloyd and Daniel Stangerian as well. They were all nose to tail on the previous lap. There's Harley Bradbury Stretton in the 6th, starting to make his way back through the field, already up into P14, having dropped down into 20th, and that's going to be 13th, I feel, soon, as he's all over the back of Seth State Mackey. And you get the run out of Ashby's up towards Wilkins and Oziers. Takes a wider line. The move coming here at Oziers. Down the inside goes Harley Bradbury Stretton. We'll pick up in a few moments whether he found his way through, as Ralph Martin in 2nd place sets the fastest lap of the race. 58.490 to Ansel Murray's 58.492. Nothing between the top two at the front. Hardly anything between them in the points as well for the championship. Ansel Murray leads the race. Ralph Martin in 2nd place with Alfie Garrett P3. And it's Riggs, Lloyd, Stangerian, Wright, William, Sang, Taylor, Garrett, Gardner, Bradbury Stretton, State Mackey, Smith, Bath, Jarvis. Although Oscar Maskell now up to 17th. Jarvis down to 18th. Jack Morrell and Nicholas Anser are your 20 runners. So Martin there got a little bit of snap, oversteer as they made their way through the entry to the boot, and it's opened up a kart length to Ansel Murray. Think that'll get closed up under slipstream. Still 5 minutes to go. So they run towards Christmas Corner once again. Alfie Garrett and then Oakley Riggs in the background. Riggs looks like he's got something hanging off the side of his helmet. Could be off his neck brace actually that he's wearing. It's not doing him any harm at the moment, but change for position further down the field. Etienne Gardner finds a way past Ava Garrett and up into 11th place on that previous lap. Heath Smith and Seth State Mackey swap places as well. Smith up to 14th. Mackey down into 15th as Alfie Garrett runs slightly wide. Will that give Oakley Riggs an opportunity up towards the boot? Into the left-hander, Riggs taking a wider line. Got a flag out there at the final corner. Couldn't quite make out the colour. 4 minutes to go. Ansel Murray with the fastest lap at the front opens up a gap to 0.4 of a second from Ralph Martin. So the field now are starting to encounter some lap traffic, and that could be why Ansel Murray's got a bit more of a gap than what he had on the previous lap. There are the two of them at the front making their way through. All about traffic management now. So they we see there the I think there was a 66 of Ethan Lloyd finding his way past Jack Morrell. Just got to find a way through. We've seen Mighty Bambino decided at times throughout this season on finding a way past traffic throughout these races. Ralph Martin there with the black helmet in 2nd place. More traffic in front to negotiate. Looks like that could be trying to pick out the number in front. It could be the 10 of Hadley Jarvis in 18th place. I've already found a way past Jack Morrell and Nicholas Anser as they find their way round the outside of Hadley Jarvis. Jarvis doing a good job to keep out the way. Great awareness from the driver of the 10 as the leaders come through. Run down the hill. Ralph Martin, the gap went out to nearly half a second on the previous lap, but I think Ralph Martin has found a way through. We've got a little bit of a spin down there at Wilkins for one of our runners. Leaders finding their way through round the outside, and Ansel Murray's got through a lot cleaner than what Ralph Martin has. Alfie Garrett finds his way past some lap traffic as well. Oakley Riggs didn't look like he was in camera shot, so we'll keep an eye out to see whether Riggs is still there when they come through. They found a way past the 22 as well of Seth State Mackey. So leaders now with Ralph Martin with a gap of nearly 0.9 of a second, which is about the biggest gap he's had all season. It's been super, super close in Mighty Bambino. A real class of parity Can't change the gearing. All the battery packs are the same. You can do a little bit with tyre pressures and a little bit with setup, but that is it. It is a parity class for our drivers. And as expected, we have had Oakley Riggs drop away. So it could have been Riggs who was spinning at Wilkins earlier, a few laps ago. He's dropped to some 6 seconds off the back of Alfie Garrett, who's comfortable now in third. Oakley Riggs behind Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd up into fourth place. Riggs down into fifth. Daniel Stanger in sixth place, with Wright, Williams, Sang and Taylor completing your top 10, as we see Alfie Garrett attacking the curbs on entry into the boot. Here into the lap traffic, and there we see Ansel Murray failing to negotiate the lap traffic, and Ralph Martin, who was a second back, now comes through to lead. And Ralph Martin, Ansel Murray getting caught up in the traffic, and Ralph Martin with more time to react from second place went through the gap, and Ralph Martin now leads from Ansel Murray with 35 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a race against time to get round. And this contact, Ansel Murray into the back of Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin spins. Ansel Murray is through. Ralph Martin rejoins, albeit a few seconds behind. Ansel Murray, you saw the back of the cart of Ralph Martin lift up in the air as Ansel Murray got the nose down the inside of Ralph Martin. And Ansel Murray will come through. I don't think he'll get the last lap board this time. He won't. Keep an eye out for Ralph Martin. He did look like he was tight into the boot and was a little bit slow. 2.4 seconds back. But Ansel Murray will lead this by 2.4. 2 laps to go. That one will almost certainly be looked at. Which way it goes, I don't know. That's not for me to decide. But on-track contact's going to get looked at always anyway between the two drivers. But Ansel Murray with contact into the back of Ralph Martin. Martin spins. We've got a driver stationary, albeit off the racing line by the look of things on the inside. It's this run up here between Wilkins and Oziers. So we've got a driver stationary. We'll have a yellow flag down there as the drivers come through to commence the final lap in a few moments' time. Out of the boot, Murray will be crossing the line around about now. Look for it to flick in the top corner. It does. 2.5 seconds, the gap for the lead. So it's Ansel Murray, Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett at the front. 2.3 seconds is the gap for the lead. Looks pretty much over and done with on track at least. Murray has a look over the shoulder to the right-hand side, sees there's nobody there. Ansel Murray, who lost the lead for a lap or so to Ralph Martin, will come through to take the checkered flag victory in Mighty Bambino heat number 2 from Ralph Martin. Alfie Garrett will be third as he comes through. He's got a bit of a gap back to Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd in fourth place, already weaving across the track in celebration in front of Oakley Riggs. Then it's going to be Daniel Stangerian who will come through in sixth place. We'll see him crossing the line now. There he is in the 22. Black suit, white helmet, takes sixth place in front of Junior Wright and Jensen James Williams. Elijah Sang will cross in around about 5 seconds' time. Keep an eye out for him coming in shot. There he is in the distinctive bright orange helmet for Elijah Sang. Then it'll be Jude Taylor and Harley Bradbury Stretton racing to the line. Stretton trying to close in after that early spin. He gets back up to P11 for Harley Bradbury Stretton, having started in 12th and then dropped all the way down. It looks like it was Jack Morrell, the driver, that was stopped on the inside of the track. He'll be classified, but 4 laps down in 20th place. Results then from our Mighty Bambino heat number 2 sees Ansel Murray take victory on track from Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett, with Ethan Lloyd and Oakley Riggs 4th and 5th. Then it's Daniel Stangerian Junior Wright and Jensen James Williams in front of Elijah Sang and Jude Taylor. Harley Bradbury Stretton, Heath Smith, Ava Garrett and Etienne Gardner with Oscar Maskell and Arthur Bath. Seth St Mackie in 17th. Hadley Jarvis, Nicholas Anser and Jack Morrell 4 laps down, having stopped between Wilkins and Oziers with a few laps to go. So that rounds out the first third of the day. That's heats number 2 done with. We move on to heat number 3. When we're going through our heat number 3, we'll have a lunch break. We'll be back then for the finals and crown some champions here at the Kart Championship. It is time for heat number 3 in Whilton Bambino. So we will, as always, in our heats, we will start as we finished the preceding race in the order that they were. Albert Farrer and Chloe McGill then will go off the front row with William Crombie and James Roots on row 2. Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Liddell are on row number 3 in front of Harris Barber and Bodie Batch. Chester Fawkes, who appears to have picked up a penalty as he crossed the line in 4th. He starts in 9th with Charlie Holmes in P10. Freddie Baker and Max Mikalski on row number 6. Rounding out your grid is the number 13 of 13th is the 7 of Freddie Purnell. So just going to have a quick look at the results then for our second heats. Whilton Bambino, the first one. Indeed, Chester Fawkes did pick up a 5-second penalty for that collision with James Roots. That drops him down into 9th place in the standings. Going to have a quick look at Honda Cadet as well. There was only one penalty applied there in that race. That was to Albie Smith in the number 9 machine. That drops him down the order ever so slightly. He picked up front fairing penalties down into P number 6. Coma Bambino, there was a penalty for Ollie West. Drops him down ever so slightly. Junior Rotax, we'll have a quick look at that one. The penalty for Hamish Forrest was for disobeying the start procedure. First time he's gone off the front row off pole position, but he picked up a penalty that dropped him from 1st to 2nd. Ollie Naylor then inherits the victory. And we've got penalties applied to Amalie Ackett, Kieran Thompson, Harrison Purnell, Martin Wright, Ewan Stevenson and Callum Foster. The first 5 for incorrect front fairings, and then the last one for gaining an unfair advantage. They're the only results so far that have been classified. Now, when we talk about front fairings, on some of our classes, our cadet classes, minis and juniors, the nose right at the front is on an extended bracket, and if you apply too much pressure to it, it pushes that bracket in and drops it down ever so slightly, and that incurs a 5-second penalty for the driver. So Iarmis will make their way round. They will then stop on the start line. They will then turn their engines off, and then they will start them again. I've been here all year, and I'm still yet to find out why there is so much ceremony about it. So if there's any Iarmi enthusiasts in the live chat comment, feel free. But as you can see, parent helpers down there. Drivers turn up, the engines get turned off, and then 10 seconds later they get started again. It's we're only missing a sort of drivers start your engines in Indy 500 style, but red lights are on the overhead gantry. 9 minutes on the clock, and Whilton Bambino is away. It's a good start from the 90th. Max Mikalski off the back row. He's made up a few places with a fast start, as has Chloe McGill, who leads from 2nd place. William Crombie drops a few. We've got a few in the background there. That's Freddie Purnell in the 7, coming into contact. There's Ollie Liddell with a great move down the inside, just went right the way through. They've come out of that unscathed, all of them. But Chloe McGill has dropped from 1st down into 5th place. Could be 6th here. Chester Fawkes is through down the inside. Darren Dimitrov having a little look as well. Trying to get his nose down the inside. James Roots, William Crombie. Oh, Ollie Liddell into the side of Farrer in the 42. And Albert Farrer spins round, and he can't get going. The nose cone there, stuck on the curb. He needs marshal assistance. He can't get going. And on the opening lap, look at how much it spread the field out already. Ollie Liddell into the side of Albert Farah, and around they go at Wilkins. Farah rejoining. It's going to take half a lap, I think, to get the grass off those tyres. James Roots, though, leads from William Crombie, Chester Fawkes, Harris Barber, Darren Dimitrov and Chloe McGill. Bodie Batch, Freddie Baker, Charlie Hose, Max Mikalski, Ollie Liddell, Freddie Purnell, and the unfortunate Albert Farah will come through, albeit some 20 to 30 seconds behind the rest of the pack. And there he is, 27 seconds off the lead and 19 seconds or so off the driver in front. Moved by Chester Fawkes down the inside of William Crombie. Nicely done. Crombie has a little nibble back into the right-hander to start off the boot. Field through though, and James Roots has 9/10 of a second to Chester Fawkes, his nearest championship rival. Dimitrov goes wide, using all of the curb to maintain his speed right up onto the back of Harris Barber as they run up towards Christmas. Dimitrov with some good pace in what will be one of his final Iami Bambino outings. A lot of these Iami Bambinos, their season will come to an end very, very shortly, and a number of them will be heading into different classes, be that Honda, Micromax or Water Swift. So drivers all heading off in different directions. Iami Bambino, though, a strong proving ground for and a good stepping stone out of comas for our drivers. See whether Chester Fawkes closes up at all on James Roots. In fact, the gap goes out by 2/10 of a second as James Roots plugs in the fastest lap of the race, 55.977. Only driver in the 55s as Darren Dimitrov has a look a few times down the inside of Harris Barber. The two of them, though, catching up onto the back of William Crombie in third place. See whether they can find a way through quickly enough that they can still have a chance of catching up onto Chester Fawkes, because at the moment Roots and Fawkes have got nobody to play with, but also nobody to push them along to try and close up. Harris Barber down the inside, Darren Dimitrov with a little bit of a nudge into the back of Harris Barber, just trying to find a way through. They're all onto the back of William Crombie once again, but I think they're going to be losing time off the back. Fawkes closes in, 3/10 this time, sets a personal best. Contact warning there for Darren Dimitrov for that nudge into the back of Harris Barber. Once again using all of the track on the outside. Barber this time, though, down the inside of William Crombie, and Harris Barber's through up into third place. Darren Dimitrov find his way past as well. Run down to Ashby's. Behind them we've got Chloe McGill and Freddie Baker with a much better outing this time for Baker. He's up into 7th place, having started further down. Farah trying to close back in. He's some 2.5 seconds quicker than the tail end of the field. Here's Albert Farah, but has a gap still of some 11 seconds to try and close in on the nearest kart in front. This time it's William Crombie getting into the back of Harris Barber. They all get a bit squirrely and sideways. Gap for the lead is out again by another 2/10. It's swinging like a pendulum, 2/10 in either direction. Roots and Fawkes. Contact for William Crombie this time. Warning for tapping into the back of Harris Barber. Looks like Dimitrov was having a little nose out there, but slots back into line as they run down the hill towards Ashby. Three of them still nose to tail, split by 2/10 of a second. 3.5 minutes on the clock still, with that one lap as well to add on. It's Harris Barber, William Crombie and Darren Dimitrov. We'd be interested if Dimitrov can find a way past Crombie and then Barber, what his actual pace is like, because at times you can see he's closing right up and he gets a really good run out up towards Christmas Corner. In the background, Freddie Baker's found a way past Chloe McGill up into 6th. McGill down into 7th, having led the start of this race. Here's where Dimitrov normally gets a good run, although this time he's a few kart lengths back off the back of William Crombie. Closes it up though, as you see, right at the top of the hill. And this is where Darren Dimitrov is going to try a move. Rest of the field as well. Bode Batch there just off the back of Chloe McGill. Ollie Liddell up into 9th place after his opening lap contact with Albert Farah. Farah still 13th, but closing in on Mikalski and Purnell in front of him. Closing in as well is Chester Fawkes. The gap at the front, 0.8 of a second. It's been bouncing between 0.8 and 1 second throughout this race. And Chester Fawkes with the fastest lap of the race, half a second quicker. And James Roots with a look over the shoulder saying, where have you come from? And where are you going? You're going through into the lead. Chester Fawkes leads, having been nearly a second behind James Roots on the previous lap. He's through down the inside, and Chester Fawkes from 9th place at the start of this race leads James Roots with 1 minute and 50 to go. Into the left-hander of Ozias, bouncing up and over the curbs as they run down towards the boot. They're lapping in the 55s. Here's the move from Dimitrov. He's going for a 2-for-1 special. Darren Dimitrov down the inside of William Crombie. Can he do Harris Barber as well? Who's coming out in front? It is indeed Darren Dimitrov, although Harris Barber battling back to the inside, and that could mean that, that Dimitrov is tight and Crombie could get the run back as they come over the line. Leaders are side by side. James Roots has got back to the inside on Chester Fawkes as they run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Harris Barber leads from Darren Dimitrov for the battle for 3rd place. Chester Fawkes and Freddie Baker is coming into it as well. He was nearly a second quicker. Fawkes still leads from James Roots, having held on. Roots side by side. They're side by side at Wilkins again, the scene of where it all started on the previous lap, and then it culminated down at the boot in the previous race, heat number 2. Look over the shoulder once again from Chester Fawkes. James Roots isn't going anywhere. 40 seconds to go, so they'll start what will be their penultimate lap this time round. Dimitrov still cannot find a way past Harris Barber. Barber trying every which way to hold off Darren Dimitrov. Dimitrov's got the pace, but just cannot make it stick. Fawkes and Roots, 13 on the clock. They'll see the last lap board when they come round this time. Behind them, still Harris Barber, but they're backing themselves into Freddie Baker and Chloe McGill. See whether Roots has got enough, as this time there Harris Barber takes a chunk of curb on the inside. Roots quick into the boot, and that's where he closes up on Chester Fawkes this time. Fawkes had opened up a bit of a gap. Last lap board will be out this time. Will Fawkes defend, although he has got half a second in terms of the gap? Darren Dimitrov still on the back of Harris Barber. Run up to Christmas Corner, and Chester Fawkes is going to defend fresh air to the inside, and then sees that there's a gap and comes back onto the outside. Harris Barber, Darren Dimitrov's going to try and move all the way around the outside. Can't get through as Harris Barber holds off Darren Dimitrov, but now that's Freddie Baker in the background. He's down the inside of William Crombie. Freddie Baker arriving on the last lap to the battle for 3rd place. Chester Fawkes and James Roots. Looks like this one could be over at the front. Fawkes could have enough of a gap, does have enough of a gap to make his way round the final 2 complexes of corners, round Pit Bend, although he is tight. Don't think that's going to give Roots enough of a run. It certainly won't. And Chester Fawkes takes victory in heat number 3 from James Roots. Then it's going to be a run to the line. Harris Barber, Darren Dimitrov and Freddie Baker. William Crombie and Chloe McGill all cross the line within a second of each other. 3rd down into 7th. Bode Batch and Ollie Liddell 8th and 9th, with Albert Farah battling his way back through up into 10th place. although it's going to be around about another 15 seconds or so before he comes into shot. And over the start line, there he is, some 15 seconds behind Ollie Liddell, but battling back into 10th place. And it's going to be Holmes, Michalski and Freddie Purnell rounding out your top 13 and completing your Whilton Bambino grid. So results on the screen then. Forks and Roots off into the distance at the front as Barber, Dimitrov, Baker, Crombie and McGill battled it out behind. In front of Bode Batch, Ollie Liddell and Albert Farrer. Then it's Charlie Holmes, Max Michalski and Freddie Purnell, your 13 runners in our Whilton Bambino heat number 3. We move on then swiftly to a capacity grid in Honda Cadet. Grid will be on your screen very, very shortly then for our Honda Cadet heat number 3. We will then calculate the points from all of our heats once they are complete, and that will set your grids for the finals here at Whilton Mill. Off pole position, heat 2 winner Ralphie Branscombe, Ryan White alongside Sam Green Gomez and Max Taddy on row 2, Noah Jebson and Albie Smith on row number 3. Then it's Kevin Ivanoff and Archie Loveridge, Joshua Sullivan and Fenton Stoneman with Alfie Forrester and Margaris Kavekis on row number 6. Jensen White starts 13th, Ed Spain alongside Ronnie Legg and Noah Clark. Matthew Plant and Samuel Yeadon are on row 9 with Lewis Gilbert and Ella Dixon completing the top 20. James Bout and Harvey Turner are on row 11. Otto Amy and Ashton Horspool on row number 12. Then we're going to see Lewis Hall and Tyler Banks, Luke Jardine and Freddie Housego, Finley Thursfield and Jacob Levenby on row 15 are in front of Max Housego and George Ralston. Charlie Stapleton and Thomas Battershill complete your full 34 kart grid in Honda Cadet number 3. They're making their way round. That's Branscombe, White, Gomez, Taddy, Jebson. Then it's Albie Smith, Kevin Ivanoff, Archie Loveridge, Joshua Sullivan and Fenton Stoneman, your top 10. Some really good performances this weekend. Albie Smith joins us for the first time and he's inserted himself right at the front. Joshua Sullivan goes off P9, having started the day yesterday in 34th place. No time set in qualifying. Very similar outcome as well for Noah Clark. He starts this one in 16th, having started the race this morning from the back 2 rows of the grid. He's found some pace this morning, having struggled with problems for most of the weekend. There he is, running the T-plate, registered under 144, but runs the T-plate, having claimed that one at Tattershall earlier in the season. Behind him, Matthew Plant and Samuel Yeadon. So there's Clark. Let's see whether he carries that pace through. As I say, started the previous race from outside the top 30 and came through to 16th place. So struggled yesterday with the axle moving ever so slightly. And just going to get everybody into position further down the order. Everybody looks like they're in. Samuel Yeadon looks like he's just positioned a little bit facing the outside, but that's not going to do him too much harm. Everybody into position and the grid being cleared. Everybody into position. That's what a full grid looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Red on the lights, 9 minutes on the clock. Just going to wait for the few on the left-hand side to clear the grid. 5 seconds for our drivers to get ready. Engine notes will rise and we are away and racing in Honda Cadet 200. Looks like it's a good start off the front row by Ralphie Branscombe as the field sweep round Oblivion and Crook for the first time and run up towards Christmas Corner. Hard on the brakes it's going to be. Branscombe comes to the inside. There's a train of karts to the inside. Sullivan's going to try and hold on round the outside, but all of the field came to the inside. 3 and 4 wide. The pole sitter, Ralphie Branscombe, is caught up in the middle of it. 5 wide down the hill to Ashpit, and Samuel Yeadon's off onto the grass. Squeezed out on the outside, and he drops down to the tail end of the field. Stoneman is out wide as well. So the rest of the field still trying to squeeze through. That's Sam Green Gomez taking the scenic route. The groundsman here at Whilton. Oh no, that's Gomez is round. Looks like Ronnie Legg there went into the side of Jensen White. 3 into 1 in the tightest corner on the track. Definitely didn't go. And Sam Green Gomez, there's a yellow flag out at the last corner as well. By the look of things, don't know who's gone off there, but it's Taddy from White, Branscombe, Ivanov, Forrester with a great start up into P5. Stoneman, Smith, Loveridge, Sullivan and Matthew Plant taking advantage and threading the needle on the opening lap is up into P10. Battenberg flag is out. Battenberg is out and we will slow down. Not sure if we've had an incident off camera. So we've got an incident at the final corner. Looks like it could be, well, Sam Green Gomez has dropped down. Samuel Yeadon and Jensen White as well. Looks like we could have an issue with Noah Jebson, either not picking up on timing. So I'm going to try and pick up what the issue is. I think it's at the final corner, but if we've got marshals over there working, we're not going to put a camera on it. Max Taddy, though, will lead this field round under full course yellow at a superb pace. It is indeed Noah Jebson off. We hope he's okay. Looks like the field is down, coming through nice and slowly. Getting confirmation that he is up and out of the kart. Does appear to be in a little bit of discomfort, but generally is okay, which is great to see. Max Taddy is doing exactly what he should be doing. We've got the 2 championship leaders, Max Taddy and Ryan White, right at the front. But Max Taddy has just slowed this field right down. And what this does is it gives the marshals on track more time to work, to clear issues and to make sure that drivers are okay. It also means that we can get going racing. Even though they're going slower, we might get going racing sooner because it means that when they come round this time, we could be good to go. If the pace is too quick, they'll end up going round 2 or 3 times while they sort all that out. So we've got time here. Max Taddy is really doing well here to slow this field down. It's a big field as well. Up towards the boot, you can see the tail just coming back on. We may indeed get green flag this time round because of how well Max Taddy has controlled this field. Still with the Battenberg out at post 9. Keep an eye out as to whether we get a green flag at the first corner, at the first marshal's post. Through they come. Look towards the right-hand side. Still Battenberg, and we're going to get one more lap at this controlled pace. So it's we'll run through the order of how we're going to start. Taddy, White, Branscombe, Ivanov, Forrester with a great start up into 6th place. Stoneman, who was 10th, he's in 6th. Forrester in 5th. Smith, Loveridge, Sullivan and Gilbert round out your top 10 now. Matthew Plant, Margaret Kavekis, Ed Spain, Ella Dixon, James Fountain, Lewis Hall, Harvey Turner, George Ralston, Otto Amy and Ronnie Legg are your top 20. Then it's going to be Tyler Banks, Jacob Leathamy, Noah Clark, who's dropped from 16th down to 23rd, Finley Thursfield, Ashton Horspool, Freddie Housego, Thomas Battershill, Charlie Stapleton, Luke Jardine, Max Housego. Then the drivers we can see on screen now of Samuel Yeadon, who had that spin at Ashby's, Jensen White and Sam Green Gomez, who had that contact into the boot. And then Noah Jebson, who will take no further part in this race, unfortunately. Field will come through this time. Taddy's eager to get going. There's a bit of bumping in the background. They want to get going as well. Will we get a green flag this time? We do get a green flag. 4 on the clock and we're away and racing for the second time in Honda Cadet. And the top 2 in the championship will lead us through, and Ryan White gets a bit of snap oversteer. Ralphie Branscombe could get the run because he's getting pushed along by Kevin Ivanov, running up the hill towards Christmas Corner, hard on the brakes. Albie Smith trying to find a way past Fenton Stoneman. Down the hill they go. Top 10, all nose to tail, as you'd expect from effectively a green flag rolling restart. Ed Spain down the inside of Margaret Kavekis for 12th place by the look of it. That went very, very tight in the middle of the corner. See whether we can pick them 2 out as they come through. There's still a bit of a gap behind Matthew Plant, and that'll be why, because those 2 will have slowed each other down ever so slightly as they made their way through. As down the inside, Albie Smith now trying a move on Fenton, Stoneman. Stoneman's going to run it all the way around the outside. They're still going to be side by side as they head up towards Oblivion and Crook, and there's going to be tight. They're going to be tight. They're going to be 3 and 4 wide on exit as they run up towards Christmas Corner. Ed Spain is indeed past Margaris Kvekis, and there's moves coming in. Let's see Kevin Ivanov down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. Taddy's disappearing off at the front here. Sullivan and Hall have both found a way past Archie Loveridge by the look of things. No, so I said Lewis Gilbert, sorry, in the 4. Looks like they've both found a way through. Jensen White starting to try and work his way back through, as is Sam Green Gomez, 28th and 29th, respectively. There's Ed Spain, who wasted no time getting past Margaris Kvekis, has jumped right onto the back of Matthew Plant, trying to ease his way inside the top 10. Plant's going to defend off. The Sullivan has found a way past Albie Smith on the entry into Oblivion through the Crook Corner, round Fine Lady and up Manuel's Bank towards Christmas. In the background, it's going to be a good move. That's the 76 making his way through. Is it down the inside? 78, sorry, of Harvey Turner finds his way through as we see Ed Spain with the fastest lap of the race. He is still in P12, trying to find his way through on Archie Loveridge in front in P10. Sullivan, Stoneman and Albie Smith. Sullivan up over the curb, and that's going to slow him down by the look of things. Albie Smith's going to get the good run in front of them, though. Still got a battle going on as Smith and Stoneman come together. Smith's going to be out wide on the outside. He's going to drop a place back to Sullivan. Loveridge looking interested as well, as Ed Spain has now found his way past Matthew Plant. Margaris Kvekis in the zebra-striped cart looking interested as Stoneman goes wide out onto the rumble strips. Oh, Housego's lost the wheel. He's found it, though. He is going to drop a place, and he's out of the race, sorry, not drop a place. He's dropped a wheel, and he's got 3 on the wagon, and he is out of heat number 3. What a train of karts this is at the moment, being led by Fenton Stoneman in 6th place. It goes all the way down to at least Margaris Kvekis in 13th, and we might even have George Ralston on the back of it soon. We do. Stoneman then leading in 6th place. Sullivan behind as they head into the boot. Sullivan looking for the bit of a switch back on Fenton. Stoneman to the inside. Sullivan is going to be through down the inside. Stoneman with the switchback. They'll be side by side over start finish, as are Ed Spain and Lewis Gilbert. Sullivan through down the inside of Stoneman. Black flag for Ronnie Legg in the 55. Not sure why. We don't get to find out the reasonings in the commentary box, but he's definitely been awarded a black flag. He'll be into the pit lane in a few moments' time. Sam Green Gomez, fastest lap of the race so far, in 25th place as he starts to come through the field once again after the opening lap trip onto the grass. All action in this Honda Cadet. Sullivan wide and leading this field now of karts from 6th place, with Fenton Stoneman just behind Albie Smith as well as they head up towards the entry into the boot. Time is down to 0, but it looks like the leaders could already be through at the front of this one. They're not. Taddy crosses the line now, 1.4 seconds in front of Ryan White. Max Taddy turning the championship screw here on Ryan White. He's off at the front. Then Ryan White under pressure from Kevin Ivanov. Let's see the field coming through. Look at them just smashing to shot there. Ryan White defending off Kevin Ivanov for 3rd place. So they come through. Ivanov down the inside of White. Contact between them. Branscombe is through. White is wide. Then it's going to be Alfie Forrester trying to get a nose down the inside. Couldn't quite get there. At the front, though, Max Taddy leads by 1.4 seconds. It's going to be nearly 2 by the time he comes through. Branscombe's going to be second with Ivanov, and then it's going to be Ryan White in P4. Alfie Forrester crosses line in P5. Sullivan is in P6. Stoneman, Smith, Spain, Loveridge rounds out your top 10. Rest of them coming through. There's Jensen White. He was involved earlier on in that incident as well. He's still battling all the way to the line. It's Gilbert, Kvekis, and then Plant in front of Ralston, Fout, Dixon, Clark, Turner, Gomez, Amy and Banks in 21st place. White recovers to 23rd. So then we'll run you through your results then for our Honda Cadet class. Ended up with 31 runners completing the race. Max Taddy with a great victory from Ralphie Branscombe and Kevin Ivanoff, Ryan White and Alfie Forrester, Joshua Sullivan and Fenton Stoneman, with Albie Smith and Ed White in front of Archie Loveridge. Then it's Lewis Gilbert and Margaret Kavekis, Matthew Plant and George Ralston in 14th, James Bow, Ella Dixon, Noah Clark, Harvey Turner, Sam Green Gomez, Otto Amy, Tyler Banks and Finley Thursfield, with Jensen White, Ashton Horspool, Charlie Stapleton and Samuel Yeadon in front of Lewis Hall, Luke Jardine, Jacob Leathenby, Thomas Battershill and Max Housego, with Ronnie Legg, Freddie Housego and Noah Jebson not taking the checkered flag. 31 runners finishing that race in Honda Cadet. And what a race it was, as always with Honda Cadet, action-packed from start to finish. We move on to what will be another action-packed race, as always, in Coma C50 Bambino. Grid will be with you around about now. There we go. Absolutely on cue, with Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman on the front row. Henry Algar and Toby Biggs row 2. Noah Wicklow and Calman Simon on row number 3. Then it'll be Sebastian McCarthy and Ronnie Kempson, William Wainwright and Oscar Churches in front of Ernie Wade and Jax Wong on row number 6. With Logan Hodgetts and Brady Atkin, row 7. Reggie Chandler starts 15th, Ollie West in 16th, with Henry Hales and Louis Wilson on row number 9. Then it's Freddie Blackshaw and Elliot Payne, Arlo Atkinson and Ethan Pearson, with Darcy Durnford and Riley Aston Wilkins completing your 24 kart Coma C50 Bambino grid. They'll make their way round. I'm having a quick look to see whether we've got some published results from some of our races earlier on. Still waiting for Minimax and Micromax. Iami Bambino Heat 2 has been, a Mighty Bambino Heat 2 appears to have been published as they finished the race. So Ansel Murray with the victory in that one, unless we get a change later on. Still though, Coma C50 are into position. Wait for the green flag at the back of the pack, and then the lights will go on the overhead gantry in a few moments time. 5-second board, lights are on, lights are off incredibly quickly. Drivers though still managing to get away. Didn't take any of them by surprise. Harry Chapman though gets the good start. It looks like Toby Biggs as well. He's always makes fast starts to Toby Biggs. He's up into second place, but now he's going to get hung out on the outside here, unless he can keep his footing all the way around the outside of Christmas Corner. Drops down though into 4th place. There's contact. We've got 2 karts hooked up on each other. The 99 of Riley Aston Wilkins is round. The 63 is Louis Wilson. A few others involved in there as well. They're going to make their way down the hill towards Ashby's. Still got one driver off there to the left side. That's still Riley Aston Wilkins, stuck on the grass on the outside, looking round for some assistance. Sure he'll get some in a moment. As the field make their way into the boot, Harry Chapman leads from Mason Hibbert. Through the right-hander, there is Riley Aston rejoining the track, albeit now some half a lap down, having had that kart stuck on the grass. Chapman then leads from Hibbert, Algar and Biggs, although it's all change as through down the inside. Looks like Henry Algar is up into 2nd place. He is. Mason Hibbert then down into 3rd. Toby Biggs, Noah Wicklow and Calmon Simon. The top 6 all nose to tail. Sebastian McCarthy not too far back. He's got a bit of a gap as well. Then back to Oscar Churches, Ernie Wade, Ronnie Kempson and Brady Atkin. Chapman defending off. The train of karts behind.
Not many of them interested in riding that curb up on the outside, on the exit there to Osiers. Just unsettles these small, lighter carts. 71 kilos, the weight limit. Calman Simon trying to get down the inside of Noah Wicklow. Wicklow running it all the way around the outside to hold on, but that's broken the toe of the top four. They were sitting in the slipstream, and now, unless they go into overtake mode on this lap, Wicklow and Simon are going to struggle, I think, to get back on with not having that toe from the carts in front. Could be helped shortly by the fact that there's some lap traffic. Henry Algar's going to go down the inside of Harry Chapman, and that has indeed allowed Noah Wicklow and Calman Simon to close right back up onto the back of this 4-cart train. At the lead is now a 6-cart train, so they're through and up. Sebastian McCarthy doing his best to sort of go with, but does need more battling in front, I think, for him on his own to try and close up onto the back. You can just about see him there every now and again, just appearing in some 3 to 4 cart lengths off the back, maybe a little bit more, but as they catch up shortly with some lap traffic in front, this could play into his hands and turn this into a 7-cart battle for the lead. So run up the hill once again. This time it's Henry Algar's turn to take the line that we don't see in any other class other than Como Bambino, where they go right to the inside. They're going to catch the lap traffic through the right-hander of Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby's, and they sweep through down the inside. At least 4 went through, 5, 6. That's Wicklow through as well. It's not done too much harm in finding their way past Riley Aston Wilkins. Wilkins did well just to maintain his line, which is the instruction. Blue flags are shown here in the BKC, but it doesn't mean deviate from your racing line. You stay on your racing line. It just lets you know this faster cart's approaching, and to be aware those faster carts will find a way through if possible. And they did nicely heading up towards the final corner. They go. Gap is out from 6th to 7th, with Wicklow and McCarthy dropping off the back. Calman Simon, though, is up into P5 now, having got past Noah Wicklow. Let's see whether he can tag onto the back of Toby Biggs, because Biggs needs a little bit of help to tag back on. It's very slipstreaming class is Como C50 Bambino. Even though they're the slowest of all our carts out there, ballpark, they're running at a similar pace, in fact, to our Mighty Bambinos. They are very similar in pace, but they do slipstream very, very well, the Comas. Pushing that hole in the air, but it also means the engine's not working quite as much. More blue flag out there now, as we've got Ernie Wade, Ronnie Kempson and Brady Atkin, 8th, 9th and 10th. Atkin takes a bit of curb there, just using it to straighten the cart up. You see the trio at the front are about to pick them up as they come round. And they are pulling out a gap to Toby Biggs, although they are starting to battle once again, side by side, over start finish. So they slot back in. Biggs on that previous lap lost nearly 8/10 of a second to this trio in front. The 3 carts pulling away quicker than the one behind. And Calman Simon not closing in on Biggs either. He lost half a second back to Biggs. He's in a battle between himself and Noah Wicklow, as you can see there. Second of the 2 yellow helmets and Wicklow in the black, so they're preoccupied. Toby Biggs not going to get any help to close up. Needs the battle in front, needs to be there or thereabouts when the 3 in front start battling with a few laps to go. Run up towards the boot, and Wicklow is alongside Calman Simon on entry. Wicklow's alongside, and will he try and get a cut back? No, he runs out of road on the outside. Noah Wicklow carries too much speed into the boot and catches the grass on the outside. That's going to give Sebastian McCarthy some incentive now to try and close in. Top 3, though, still nose to tail, split by 1/10 and a half. So they run up towards Christmas Corner and then head out once again. And Henry Algar not quite as tight to the apex as he could have been, and that's given Harry Chapman a bit of a sniff on the run down to Ashby's, although Comas don't normally find a way through at Ashby's. It's normally up to Christmas corner and on entry to the boot that we find the combers, although having said that, there is an overtake coming in the background. What do I know? Ernie Wade down the inside of Ronnie Kempson into Ashby. Gets a good run and slides it down the inside. Retakes 8th place. Algar tighter into the boot. Gets on the power well enough though not to open the door. Harry Chapman trying to find a way through, although Chapman's sandwiched right in the middle here. Got to admire the skill of these young drivers to race so close. Look how close they are, nose to tail up the hill. They'll be hitting 40 mile an hour when they get to the top. They're 5, 6, 7 years old. And they're racing in such close quarters. Respect given and earned between our Bambino runners, and Henry Algar, Harry Chapman, Mason Hibbert all nose to tail. Then Toby Biggs, Calman Simon, Noah Wicklow and Sebastian McCarthy. Behind, the battle still going on between Ernie Wade and Ronnie Kempson. Reggie Chandler starting to come back through the field after that spin in heat number 2. Now sees him inside the top 10 for the first time since that spin earlier on, having got past Brady Atkin on the previous lap. 42 seconds on the clock. They'll not see last lap this time, but they definitely will next time round. Biggs, Calman Simon, and now Sebastian McCarthy finds his way past Noah Wicklow. He is up into 6th place for McCarthy. Wicklow down into P7. Who's going to be the first to split out? I wonder whether Mason Hibbert will come out even more next time round on the last lap to try and get the run on exit and down the hill towards Ashby. As it is, Snowstown McCarthy seems to be defending off Wicklow, so we've split off into pairs of Toby Biggs and Calman Simon, and then Sebastian McCarthy and Noah Wicklow 6th and 7th, the 2 in front for 4th and 5th. The leading trio doing their own thing out at the front, gap 3.2 seconds. Henry Algar still leads in the first of the 2 blue carts. Then it's Harry Chapman, Mason Hibbert behind, and Chapman with a nose down the inside trying to find a way through on Henry Algar. Has he shown his hand too early? Could that have been a last lap move rather than a penultimate lap move? He's got the nose down the inside of Henry Algar. He's tight to the inside, then Algar's going to have track position. That's allowed Mason Hibbert through. Hibbert now in the middle of the sandwich. Last lap board out as they run up towards Christmas corner for the final time. Hibbert can't even go out to try and overtake because he knows Harry Chapman's going to be there trying to find a way back through. Run down the hill towards Ashby. Henry Algar defending this one and then chops back across too much and goes wide, and that's allowed Mason Hibbert, and Chapman squeezes Hibbert to the inside. Hibbert pushed through them by the 5 of Henry Algar. Algar nudging into the back of Hibbert. Great little move from the both of them. They both come out in 1st and 2nd place, using each other to find a way through. Mason Hibbert will lead into the boot on the final lap. Henry Algar in 2nd place, trying to put the brakes on. Henry Algar down the inside, runs up the back of Mason Hibbert. Hibbert with his arm up to apologise, but I don't think he knew much about it. They come out in the same order, and Mason Hibbert wins from Henry Algar and Harry Chapman, with Toby Biggs and Calman Simon rounding out your top 5. Reggie Chandler still having a nibble at Ernie Wade into the final corner. Not going to have enough time, runs out of time. One more lap for Reggie Chandler that he'd have needed that. Also running the T-plate. Still got an action going on here. Riley Aston Wilkins, albeit a lap down after his tribulations earlier on, crosses the line just behind Henry Hales in P16 for Hales. And he's going to be classified in down towards the tail end of the field, I think, for Riley Aston Wilkins. He is indeed in 21st place. Jacques Wong not taking the checker 4 laps down, unfortunately for him. And William Wainwright and Louis Wilson, 2 drivers involved in that opening lap incident as well. Hibbert takes the victory then from Algar and Chapman. Biggs, Simon, McCarthy, Wicklow, Wade and Chandler in front of Kempson, Atkin, Churches, West and Payne. Then it's Hodgetts, Hales, Atkinson and Blackshaw, Pearson, Durnford, Aston Wilkins, and And then Jack's one who does complete half race distance, so will pick up points in front of William Wainwright and Louis Wilson. So we have 4 more races before we head to lunch. The first of which is Junior Rotax, heat number 3. Juniors then should be led by Ollie Naylor, who was given the victory in heat number 2 after Hamish Forrest picked up a penalty for start line procedure. He drops down into heat number 2. Jason Duckis and James Waring go off row 2 in front of Harry Hurstgrover and Melissa Adrian on row 3. Then it's Callum Foster and Martin Wright, Archie Dyson and Anthony Wiskowski, and Emily Cooper and Sam Stone. Ethan Bath starts 13th with Christian Stephanos 14th. Marcel Poppercullen, Ellis Garrett, Maya Simpson and Joshua Jarvis on row number 9, with James Kell and Jack Dimbleby on row 10. Then it's Rhys Owen and Archie Carter, Molly Pugh and Archie Doherty, with Amelie Ackett and Harrison Bishop on row 13, Miles Roby and Harrison Purnell row 14, Ewan Stevenson and Kieran Thompson on row 15. Then we've got Frankie Smedley, Jacob Anslow and Ollie Paul. All 3 of them with issues in heat number 2 means they start 31st, 32nd and 33rd respectively. Field then making their way out of the holding area here at Whilton Mill. Time to try and get some heat in the tyres, as we see Frankie Smedley there trying to do just that. As soon as he comes out, just getting the tyres warmed up the best they can. Dipping back into the live chat, Lisa's been on saying, come on Mason Hibbert, from his #1 fan. And Sunbather saying good luck to Callum Foster in the 69. Kim Harris as well, saying that the 96, let's go, we've got this now. Not sure whether that's for 96 Ralphie Branscombe or 96 Maya Simpson, so 2 different classes, let me know as well. And Miroslav Dimitrov saying, my boy Darren Dimitrov, amazing driving, I'd agree with that as well. Field then rolling in. Ollie Naylor will lead them round. He'll control the pace, as we see yellow flag at post 9, just letting them know to control that pace. So Naylor keeping it nice and slow. Into the tram lines they go. False start already for Junior Rotax. Look nice and tidy, so not sure if we've got 1 or 2 drivers out of formation or whether we're missing somebody on the outlap and we've got a problem, but looks like a steady start. So drivers will just slot themselves back into their position. We'll have another opportunity to get some more heat into the tyres. Oh, Kim Harris has just confirmed it is for Ralphie Branscombe, so thank you very much for getting in touch, Kim. Strong weekend this weekend for Ralphie and Honda Cadet. It looked fast all day in practice on Friday and has been right at the front throughout this race weekend, has the 96. Looks well in line for a podium this weekend. Touch wood, no commentator's curse given out here for Ralphie Branscombe. He's been on the pace all weekend in the 95. Ollie Naylor then bringing them round once again at a similar pace as he did on the previous lap. See whether this one's a bit more to the liking. Marshall on the post just telling them to make sure they get themselves into the tram lines as they go. Tail of the field in, and we are indeed away and racing this time. We've got a driver stopped. Kart problems at the back. That's keep an eye out as to his. We've got drivers off onto the grass as well. We'll pick them out as they go. I think it's Archie Doherty, the driver, that didn't even take the start. And Maya Simpson is rolling to a halt as well on the way up to Christmas Corner by the look of things in the orange helmet. The field slot themselves down towards Ashby's. They're still side by side. There's Simpson now getting back up to pace, but looks like she had a problem. And there's the rest of the drivers that had the offs on the opening lap. Number of drivers were off onto the grass. We'll pick them out when they come round. So they'll be the ones dropping right the way down the order. Battenberg flag is out, so we're going to slow this one down. Full course yellow, and Ollie Naylor will bring them round single file as the 94 goes down the inside there and then realises that the field is slowing and will hand his place back, I'm sure. And slots back into position. So drivers dropping down on the opening lap. There's some carts being dragged away. That's Rhys Owen being put back on track, and Christian Stefanovs in the 17 as well. So they're off. Archie Carter didn't come round, neither did Harrison Purnell. Big gain though for Frankie Smedley in the 73. He makes up 10 places on the opening lap. Goes from 27th to 17th. Is Rhys Owen and Harrison Purnell do indeed now come round. Not sure we're going to get Christian Stefanovs back on the front end of that cart. Looked like it was a little bit beaten up, but he does indeed cross the line. 18 places lost for Stefanovs on the opening lap. Big gain as well for Ollie Poole. He makes up 8. Moving himself up into 22nd, having been in 30th over the line. Driver off on the grass on whilst we're slow. That looks like it's a 25 of Christian Thompson by the look of things. We're going to go through, still under Battenberg though, as Naylor I think thought they were going to get going there and had picked the pace up, but the field now will slow back down once again. Thompson walking away, race over for Christian Thompson, who drops down to 31st in the race, but both him and Archie Carter, looks like he's the driver that was off, didn't take the start for Archie Carter in the 89 machine. Rolled to a halt before we even got going. Battenberg is still out then. Ollie Naylor will bring them round this time, and we'll see whether we get them going. Gets to the final corner, powers down, green flag. They go, and it will be single file till the start line. We're away with 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go, with Ollie Naylor defending to the inside, initially going back to the outside. Hamish Forrest with a bit of consideration down the inside, although Naylor does just enough to run all the way round and hold on. It's Jason Duckis in third. James Waring has dropped back behind Harry Hurst Grover, who's up into fourth. Mechanical flag for Ewan Stevenson in the 57. His race will come to a premature end. He'll see that as he goes over start finish, and then we'll return back into pit lane. We'll try and find out what that's for, but normally in Rotax it's either chain guard or rear bumper. As the field come through, there is Miles Roby in the 55. He's starting to try and come back through, having been off on the grass in heat number 2 and having to start towards the back. Marcel Poppercull with the fastest lap of the race. You see the drivers throwing the carts in there sideways on the brakes, using it to scrub off some speed. So Down the hill towards Ashby's, it's Naylor from Forest and Duckis, Hurst Grover, Waring, Melissa Adrian, Callum Foster, Martin Wright, Emily Cooper and Archie Dyson. Rounding out your top 10 in front of Sam Stoner, Ethan Bath, Joshua Jarvis and Marcel Poppercull, who set the fastest lap on the previous lap, running in P14, or at least he was last time round. Ollie Naylor and Hamish Forrest pushing away at the front, and Forrest is going to try and move down the inside on Ollie Naylor. Through he goes. Mechanical flag once again shown to Ewan Stevenson in the 57. That change for the lead now then sees Hamish Forrest leading from Ollie Naylor. Starting to pull out a little bit of a gap as well. Found a way through, so we'll see whether Naylor's got anything to fight back with. Harry Hurst Grover in third place now in front of Jason Duckish, James Waring, Melissa Adrian, Callum Foster, Martin Wright and Emily Cooper going as well. Then there's a second back to Archie Dyson in 10th place. Fastest lap this time for Hamish Forrest. 45.104, 4 tenths quicker than Ollie Naylor, and that included the overtake up towards Christmas Corner as well. So Hamish Forrest flying at the moment. Whether he's kept the temperature in the tyres or whether they've gone up on tyre pressure early doors, and because they've now had that Battenberg flag earlier on, it means that them tyres are now in their optimum range. Whether they can hold on all the way till the end of the race. The top 9 there through in front of Sam Stoner. Warning for Marcel Poppercull. So he starts to make his way back through the field. He's up to 11th, Dyson in 12th, then it's Ethan Bath and Joshua Jarvis. Harry Hurst Grover this time with the fastest lap of the race. 44.906 for him. Behind him, Jason Duckis also dips into the 44s, the only 2 so far, and they've used it to tow up onto the back of Ollie Naylor. Naylor still in second place, but it appears to only be a matter of time here before Harry Hurst Grover at least tries a move on Ollie Naylor. Jason Duckis just behind this time. He sets the fastest lap still. Those 2 and Callum Foster also in the 44s this time. Foster in 7th place. Just behind Melissa Adrian, although it appears to now be in front of Melissa Adrian. No, still behind. It's James Waring in front in 5th place. Warning for Joshua Jarvis. In P14, currently in a battle with Ethan Bath and Jack Dimbleby. Over 13th place, Dimbleby just behind, just in front. Archie Dyson not too far away in front of them either, as we've got Amelie Ackett out of the kart, looking down at the front. Looks like something's gone wrong there, and Amelie Ackett is out of heat number 3, unfortunately. Our driver of the day from Clay Pigeon takes no further part in Junior Rotax Heat 3 here at Whilton Mill. The final round of the kart championship as the kart is being pulled away to safety. There'll be green flag just after that on the run down towards Ashby. Hamish Forrest not being able to pull away. He pulled a little bit of a gap to Ollie Naylor, but now as they head towards the timing line, first race here will be as to whether this is the final run on to the final lap or not. They're going to cross the line with fractions to spare. 2 seconds on the clock means we've got 2 laps to go. Hamish Forrest then with the fastest lap of the race pulls out another 2 tenths. He's out to half a second, but that's immediately closed in round Oblivion and Crook, with Naylor, Hurst Grover, Jason Duckish, James Waring. They're all the way down still to Emily Cooper in 9th place, split by less than 3 seconds. That's 1 car every 3 tenths. Up to the boot for the penultimate time. And Naylor a lot quicker on exit there than what Hamish Forrest was. And will he get the run? Jack Dimbleby with a warning flag. He's in that battle for 13th that we mentioned earlier on. This is where Hamish Forrest needs to get to the inside to defend early. Hurst Grover's going to go wide and to the outside. And the rest of them are as well. Naylor looking for the switchback. Run down towards Ashby, and Hamish Forrest will park the cart, a cart whipped in. Archie Dyson also picks up a warning. He's just outside the top 10 in 13th place. Great little battle going on behind, all the way down there to Molly Pugh, who is in 20th. Hamish Forrest, though, should have enough here to hold off from Ollie Naylor. Naylor unable to get close enough on the final lap, and Hamish Forrest will take victory in heat number 3 from Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst Grover, James Waring and Callum Foster in front of Jason Duckis. Martin Wright, and there's contact into the final few corners. Molly Pugh, and that's the 42 as well, of Ellis Garrett off onto the grass. I think there was more involved than just those two, but those are the two that have ended up off the track right at the end of this race. They'll try and get back on to take the checkered flag, but that'll drop them well down the order. There is Ellis Garrett jumping back in his cart and having a run back to the flag. Looks like he might have a bit of a bent rear axle there as well. That cart bouncing a little bit over the line. They'll have a look at that after this race, and they'll have a little bit more time, what with the lengths of the finals being a bit longer and the lunch break as well, to get that cart seen to. But that has dropped him well down the order. Hamish Forrest then takes victory from Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst Grover, with James Waring and Callum Foster your top 5. Jason Duckis, Martin Wright, Melissa Adrian, Emily Cooper and Marcel Poppicle round out your top 10 in front of Sam Stoner, Jack Dimbleby, Archie Dyson and Ethan Bath in 14th. Then it's Kell, Witowski, Jarvis, Roby, Stefanoff, Paul, Purnell, Anslow, Pugh, Bishop, Smedley, Simpson, and then Ellis Garrett, who we saw rejoining. Then it's Rhys Owen, Amaliak, it's Ewan Stevenson, Kieran Thompson and Archie Carter, all of which failed to see the checkered flag. So we will move on quickly to our Minimax class, and we'll have a quick look at their Heat 3 grid. So grid will be with us then for our for Minimax Heat number 3. Andrew Dixon and Braith Murdoch go off the front row. Harris Robertson, Ben Adrian on row number 2 with Charlie Lomas and Amy Peacock on row 3. Then it's Leighton Kelly and Tyler Davis, Max Gray Trex and Daniel Hartley with Alfie McBain and Tom Drake on row 6. Zach Kane starts 13th, Alex Lynn alongside Ellis Dealey and Aston Brown are on row 8, James Winstanley and Oliver Fabricius, who we won't see, on row number 9. Field then already making their way up towards Marshall post number 8, although we have got one driver joining late by the look of things, so they're going to have to get the power down just to get back on. There's James Winstanley rolling in to position, so we have got one kart coming round slowly, and we are going to have a false start because of that already. So we'll have a quick look. It looks like it's Charlie Lomas, I believe, the driver who was coming round late. It was, and now he's going to try and find his way through and retake his rightful position. But the problem is with everybody else weaving in front, trying to keep some heat in the tyres, it's difficult for him to find a way past to retake his rightful grid position. He's going to try, but won't be easy. Those carts going left and right. So round Oziers, they'll slot all in now, and Charlie Lomas has indeed found his way through and will slot into his original grid position there on row number 3. So we're in position just about, and going to have the field nicely set Into position they go. Tram lines. Dixon on the left, Murdoch on the right. Red lights on the overhead gantry extinguished, and we're away and racing in Minimax. And Harris Roberts has made a good start. Gets alongside Braith Murdoch, but then Murdoch carries more speed through. Murdoch slots into second place. Lomas trying to find a way through on the inside. Roberts goes back out to defend. And then Roberts is going to try and sweep all the way around the outside of Braith Murdoch. Leighton Kelly is off onto the grass, designing strips into the Whilton Mill foliage. We see Alex Lynn rejoining as well there, just having dropped down towards the tail end of the field. Andrew Dixon then leads from Harris Roberts. Braith Murdoch and Ben Adrian is down the inside of Charlie Lomas into the left-hander at Osiers. He is up a place, and then there's some contact by Gray Trex and Amy Peacock as the field concertina together. That could give Tyler Davis an opportunity, but coming through down the inside is Aston Brown, last year's Micromax champion in the CKC. Top three, though, already starting to pull away a little bit from Ben Adrian. Adrian then did have to find his way past Charlie Lomas on that previous lap, so don't discount him too soon. There is Lomas as Max Gray-Trex goes very, very wide, bouncing across the grass 2 or 3 times, getting airborne. And down the inside of Dixon for the lead goes Harris Roberts, last year's CKC Cadet champion, moving up into Minimax. And next year I think he'll be up into junior as well, because I don't think this 22 spec Minimax class will exist. It's in its final year. Minimax moving down in terms of chassis size to the Micromax chassis. That'll leave junior and senior only on this larger chassis as Amy Peacock gets past Charlie Lomas for P5. This one's not over yet. Lomas trying to find a way back through. Daniel Hartley, Max Gray-Trex and Tyler Davis with Alfie McBain on the back of it as well. Good showing for McBain this weekend. New sticker kit on the Kart and a little bit of extra pace found for Alfie McBain this weekend. As down the inside goes Braith Murdoch on Andrew Dixon. That's for second place. Dixon's going to come back and fight back through down the inside. Murdoch's going to try and stick it round the outside, but then runs wide out onto the rumble strips. And we know we were saying don't discount Ben Adrian. That's because he's now right on the back of Braith Murdoch. Harris Roberts at the front, though, disappearing as Dixon and Murdoch battle it out, and they're still battling it out on the run up the hill towards Christmas Corner and back down the hill towards Ashby's. And Murdoch is through on Dixon. And Murdoch back through to second. All, of course, playing into the hands of A, Harris Roberts at the front, and B, Ben Adrian behind to try and catch up onto this battle for second place. Amy Peacock still in fifth with a train of karts, now with a Daniel Hartley behind, almost with Daniel Hartley in front, although the door firmly closed by Peacock. Hartley was going for a move that was always going to have a closing door on it. And at the front, Harris Roberts has got 0.8 of a second. Peacock in fifth as we see her make her run up towards Manuel's bank. And she's wide, and she's going to have Daniel Hartley down the inside. And Max Gray-Trex is going to try and stick it in. We know he's not shy of putting a nose in. That could give Tyler Davis an opportunity to come through. Charlie Lomas, Alfie McBain, Aston Brown. Tom Drake looks like he too is on the back of this, and there's a gap back to Dealey, Kane, Lynn and Leighton Kelly after his trip across the grass. James Winstanley too in 17th place. So Hartley, let's see if he can pull away, but he's got a long way to go to catch up to Ben Adrian in the next 5 minutes. Adrian with a gap back to Daniel Hartley of 1.8 seconds. And has dropped off the Murdoch-Dixon battle since they decided to stop arguing with each other and try to catch Harris Roberts back up. They took a fraction out of Roberts on the previous lap, but the gap's still 0.7 of a second when they last crossed the line some half a lap or a lap ago. Max Gray-Trex has found the way past Amy Peacock, the first there of the two red, the brighter red kart of Max Gray-Trex in front of Amy Peacock. Bit of a radiator flap adjustment for Gray-Trex, seeing the temperature rise on the engine on his onboard data logger on the steering wheel. So with 4 to go, it's Harris Roberts, Braith Murdoch and Andrew Dixon, Ben Adrian, Daniel Hartley, Max Gray-Trex, Amy Peacock, Tyler Davis, Charlie Lomas and Aston Brown, your top 10. Braith Murdoch with the fastest lap of the race in second place. Takes 0.3 of a second out of Harris Roberts' lead. And Harris Roberts, who went off at the start and pulled out almost a second on the rest of the field, is now being reeled back in by Braith Murdoch and Andrew Dixon. Murdoch with a differing line, half to ward off an approach by Dixon, but also maybe to try and just let Harris Roberts know. In the front Nauseo panel of that kart is wobbling all over at the front end. Every time he goes over a curb, it's wobbling. Just needs a little bit of a bolt tighten, but it's not doing him any harm at the moment. So Braith Murdoch, another fastest lap. So we get a little bit of coaching going on there on the side. And Murdoch down the inside of Harris Roberts. Great move by Braith Murdoch to lead this race. Bear in mind he qualified last yesterday before heat number 1. Problems in qualifying for Braith Murdoch. Through this championship wide open in terms of getting it wrapped up early for Oliver Fabricius. Murdoch needing 6th place yesterday, only managing to get himself up to be classified in P8. Meant the championship was wrapped up off camera yesterday for Oliver Fabricius. He's enjoying the day now, just watching his brother James in Micromax. They'll be out next. And there could be 2 championships going back to Barnsley in South Yorkshire for the Fabricius family this season. Braith Murdoch leads this race though from Harris Roberts and Andrew Dixon, Ben Adrian and Daniel Hartley. And then it's Gray-Trex with Amy Peacock still all over the back. Field spread out a little bit there. Dixon now is going to try and throw the nose down the inside, get squeezed onto the curb and get some air. Still 2 minutes to go. Ben Adrian just behind, took 0.3 of a second out on the previous lap and matches those in front again this time. This time it's Amy Peacock with the fastest lap of the race. Slipstream, and then Peacock is off onto the grass, squeezed to the inside, I think there by Max Gray-Trex. She got alongside, carried the speed, got alongside through Crook, and then was squeezed through Fine Lady to the inside onto the grass and drops down the order. And there she is spinning around again at Ashby. Looks like grass on the tyres, and Amy Peacock with no grip goes round at Ashby. And what has been a strong race, strong weekend for Amy Peacock so far, now sees her drop well outside the top 10. I think she'll be down to at least 13th or 14th place for Amy Peacock. 55 to go, 14th, 15th. Yeah, we're just watching Peacock drop down the order. Unfortunately, 16th for Amy Peacock, crossing the line 21 seconds behind the lead, having lost 9 places on the previous lap and 16 seconds in that incident that saw her go across the grass. Braith Murdoch, Harris Roberts and Andrew Dixon still nose to tail, with Ben Adrian just behind. 20 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go then. Dixon on the back of Harris Roberts. They're going to try and work together, are they? Roberts is going to try one down the inside of Braith Murdoch, and Dixon is through as well. Murdoch down into 3rd place. Andrew Dixon going into the gap that Harris Roberts created. Hard on the brakes down into Ashby's. Through Wilkins, a left-hander. Don't see a lot of junior overtakes into that corner because of the speed they managed to carry round Ashby. Up towards, though, the boot. Harris Roberts, Andrew Dixon, and then the 14 of Braith Murdoch. As they see the last lap on the overhead gantry. You saw Harris Roberts there look up at it and then back down again, taking notice, and he will take a tight line, I think, up the hill on the white line on the inside. Murdoch immediately to the outside, trying something a little bit different. Can he get the cutback? Can he carry more speed? down the hill towards Ashby. Harris Roberts. Andrew Dixon's going to try one. Tight, that's going to mean he's going to be slow on exit. Braith Murdoch might get the run up towards Wilkins. Murdoch does get the run up towards Wilkins, noses it down the inside. Dixon rides it out, footed all the way round the outside. Adrian closing in right towards the end. Harris Roberts, though, will have this one wrapped up by the look of things unless Dixon can pull something special off. Into the final couple of corners. Dixon defends to the inside. Off for Braith Murdoch. Harris Roberts wins Heat 3 from Andrew Dixon, Braith Murdoch and Ben Adrian. Your top four. Daniel Hartley, Max Gray-Trex, Tyler Davis and Charlie Lomas, Alfie McBain and Tom Drake round out your top 10 in our Minimax class in front of Brown, Kelly, Kane, Lynn, and then it'll be Ellis Dealey and Amy Peacock in 16th. James Winstanley, your final runner, will cross the line in P17. Results then from Minimax Heat number 3. Harris Roberts and Andrew Dixon, Braith Murdoch and Ben Adrian in front of Daniel Hartley and Max Gray-Trex. So it's Tyler Davis and Charlie Lomas, Alfie McBain and Tom Drake, Aston Brown and Leighton Kelly in front of Zach Cade, Alex Lynn, Ellis Dealey, Amy Peacock and James Winstanley. Your final runner in P17. Two more races before we head to our lunch break here then at Whilton Mill. The first of which is Micromax. Micros then will make their way round. Rolling start, of course. Max Gilman with 2 race victories goes off pole. Jensen Sale with 2 second places goes off alongside. Then it's Alfie Mayer and George Schweier, James Fabricius and Grayson Wortley on row 3 in front of Leo Livings and Buddy Hugo, Sebastian Clark and Arthur Farrer on row 5. Then it's Jack Holmes and Cameron Tipping on row number 6. Now in front of Fabian Gandhock and Max Braskoff, with Larry Price and Marley Fisher on row number 8. Then it's Benedictas Masekios and Toby Cannon on row number 9. Soreen Gallagher and Lewis Herbertson, Rio Wardley and Logan Jones, Morgan Weston and Jos Hushka off row number 12. Row 13 we'll see Layla Bell and Kane Langley, Ocean Brett and Guido Ebegeni are on row 14 in front of Logan Rolfe and Alice Fairclough on row number 15. Stanley Stafford and Elliot Bourke are on row number 16. Final 2 runners. We're going to look at the results for Micromax Heat number 2. So the reason Stanley Stafford's a little bit further down than what he was is he was removed from the standings for a non-compliance in post-race technical. As was Elliot Bourke, so that's why they go off the final row. Not sure we're going to get this one going at the first time of asking. The field further down from the top 10 look a little bit messy, and already we've got the lights on to say it's a false start, and we're going to get them gridded up properly. So a fair few front fairing penalties as well. That's why the field is a little bit more mixed up than what it was when we finished the last race off here in our micros. So field will make their way around once again. Looks like we're in a bit of a tidier formation. They need to be. The field's still spread out a little bit, but Gilman will slow them down as they head up towards the boot. Keep an eye out for Logan Rolfe going off the back row in 31st place after his off in the previous one. Into the tram lines they go. Field look okay, although they are still a little bit side by side in the background. We are away and racing though at the second time of asking. Gilman leading Alfie Mare through as the rest of the field bounces their way through. Few get squeezed onto the curb on the inside at Crook, but the rest of the field nicely making their way through. And this contact, George Schweier gets tipped into a spin, but then gets straightened up by the 78 of Leo Livings, and that's Cameron tipping. Larry Price is off. Layla Bell on the outside as well, and a couple of other karts as well. We've got 6 or 7 karts all off on the outside. I get the feeling we'll go Battenberg with this. There's too much for the marshals to clear up in such a short space of time. One driver there getting some marshal assistance. I think this one will be slowed down, I think, although nothing being shown at the moment at Marshall Post 9. Just a lot of karts off track at the moment as I'll come through. We've gone full course yellow as expected. Good call to give the marshals time and to allow the drivers to safely rejoin up there at Christmas Corner. So we've gone full course yellow under the Battenberg flag. And the field will once again slow down behind Max Gilman. We'll see what is still going on. Drivers involved in that one: Logan Jones, Rio Wardalley, Morgan Weston, Layla Bell, Alice Fairclough, Elliot Bourke not coming through. The 27 on the outside is Morgan Weston. He looked to be, at the time, in a little bit of discomfort, but now he's out of the kart and appears to be okay. Fields are not, drivers are now actually managing to make their way back round and rejoin Layla Bell, who pushed her kart back on track. Will come round and has joined onto the back of the pack, or at least will do in due course. Rio Wardley, Alice Fairclough, Logan Jones as well. Morgan Weston, let's see whether he gets to join back on as well. So the field coming round. There is Rio Wardalley joining onto the back. Morgan Weston will be round, but will be a lap down now, having had Max Gilman come past. Elliot Bourke as well will be lapped down. Don't think we'll get this one going this time, although Gilman has managed to back the pack up nicely. So we may indeed get going, although there is still a little bit of a field spread. We are green this time, with Gilman leading Alfie Mare and Jensen Sale. Still some of the field coming round the final corners. You see the exit in the boot there. So Gilman leading from Alfie Mare. And then the 40 of Jensen Sale down into 3rd place. George Schweier in P5. Gap back then to Buddy Hugo, who's up as a down the inside. That sort of looks like Jensen Sale down the inside of Alfie Mare for 3rd place. And Mare could end up back in 4th here because George Schweier's coming through down the inside as well. Fabricius in P6. He's the one to look out for in terms of the championship. His nearest rival, Leo Livings, 10th place at the moment. So Fabricius opening up some points. Bit of a field spread back down to the 53 of Lewis Herbertson. Grayson Wortley with the fastest lap of the race as Alfie Mare gets a good run and is squeezed to the inside by George Schweier. In almost exactly the same as to what happened with Amy Peacock and Max Gray-Trex in Minimax earlier on. And Alfie Mare unable to find the way through at that corner, squeezed to the inside. It looks like he's got through at Ashby's. We'll pick it up on exit. Hasn't. He's got down the inside, and Swire's managed to hold on, and Buddy Hugo is going to try and nose the car, the 11 down the inside. Alfie Mare out and onto the grass. Alfie Mare going backwards at the moment. That's going to drop him all the way down. I think he's just in front now of the 24 of Arthur Farrer. That drops him down into 7th place, and now he's still going wide. Just needs a bit of a reset button here, does Alfie Mare. Needs to forget that previous lap. There's still 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go for Alfie Mare. Plenty of time as down the inside of Farrer goes Leo Livings. Jensen Sale, though, fastest lap of the race. He is in 2nd place now behind Max Gilman. So Gilman then leading from Sale. Swire, Hugo up into 4th place. James Fabricius, Grayson Wortley, Alfie Mare, Arthur Farrer and Leo Livings, with Sebastian Clark in P10. Then it's Holmes, Braskoff, Fisher, Gantok, Cannon. That's your top 15. Gilman and Sale starting to push away. They've got almost a second, I think, as I'll come over the line now to the rest of the field. 1.2 as Jensen Sale closes up on the back of Max Gilman. George Schweier, Buddy Hugo, Leo Livings with the fastest lap. Buddy Hugo defending off James Fabricius. Fabricius down the inside. Fabricius doesn't need to do anything silly, needs to pick up points. Also conscious, though, that Leo Livings is in this trade, only 2 back behind Grayson Wortley and Alfie Mayer, and setting the fastest lap of the race. No, wide goes Alfie Mayer. That allows Leo Livings down the inside. Gilman still leading from Sale, the gap going out. Lap on lap, down to 3 minutes on the timing for this race. The gap will be out, and that's the 74 of Fabian Gandhock off on the outside of Ashby and almost out of this race unless he can get that kart going. I think he's going to get pulled away to the outside. That's why the marshal was asking him to get back in so he can steer it, but the kart being pulled away. Still the battle for 3rd place going on. George Schweier, Buddy Hugo, James Fabricius, Grayson Wortley, Leo Livings and Alfie Mayer. All the way back down into 8th place. Green flag now, so no overtakes into Ashby's. But then they're green shortly after, and they can resume their racing. 2 leaders as you were. Jensen Sale, who almost snatched victory in Heat 1 yesterday. But at the moment, it's Max Gilman who's led almost every lap of this race weekend so far. Buddy Hugo trying a move to try and get the nose to the inside of George Schweier, and will be on the inside. Schweier could get hung out here as the rest of the field come down the inside. Buddy Hugo with the move down the inside. Schweier's going to be wide, then Hugo as well. They're all going to chop and change. 2 wide as they head down towards Ashby's. Fabricius on the inside as well of Buddy Hugo. How are they going to come out? Pretty much in the same order they went in, which is a minor miracle. So they all went side by side. Alfie Mayer now trying to get back into the mix. He's down the inside of Leo Livings, and he's through at Ozier's. Great racing from our Micromax runners. And that's allowed Sebastian Clark in the 50 to rejoin the back of it, dragging along with him the 77 of Brascoff. And Arthur Farrer's there as well with Marley Fisher. Then they've got a gap back to Toby Cannon, Jack Holmes, and then Massier Koss as well, in front of Gallagher, Tipping, Price and Rolfe. Alfie Mayer trying a little nose down the inside, not quite finding a way through, a little bit too far back that time, but doing just enough. Fabricius has got a good run here on Buddy Hugo. Hugo with the radiator flap adjustment, although he's going to find James Fabricius and Grayson Wortley down the inside, and now he's going to find Alfie Mayer. Tough break here for Buddy Hugo, who's drove superbly in this race, just overtaken at the wrong point, and it's opened the floodgates for everybody else to come through. Drops himself down now into 8th place, although I think he's managed to get back in front of Leo Living, so it will actually be 7th. They cross the line side by side. Fabricius down the inside of George Schweier. Grayson Wortley as well goes round the outside and just manages to get through in enough time before any potential contact. Great driving from Grayson Wortley up into 4th place. Schweier from 3rd down into P5. Fabricius, though, now up into P3. Wortley pushing him along. Alfie Mayer coming back into this one after a turbulent couple of laps earlier on. As Fabricius goes defensive on Wortley, that's going to allow Mayer to come through. Final lap for Gilman. This race has flown by. What a battle for 3rd place all the way down into around about P10. We forgot about the leading duo, Gilman and Sale, out at the front now. They've pretty much played follow the leader until now, and then Gilman now having to defend off Jensen Sale up to Christmas for 3rd place, and Alfie Mayer is down the inside of James Fabricius for 3rd place. Wortley is going to try the same as well. Is Wortley going down the inside? Is Wortley defending off the rest of the field behind? Is that Leo Livings right behind him now up into 6th place? It is. Grayson Wortley defending once again into Wilkins. The two leaders will be heading down towards the boot around about now. It's still Gilman leading from Jensen Sale. Sale trying to get on the power earlier, got on the brakes, tried to get it turned in, couldn't get close enough, and Max Gilman will make it 3 from 3 in Micromax from Jensen Sale. It could be any one of 10 for third place. It's going to be Alfie Mayer, James Fabricius, Leo Livings and Grayson Wortley, Buddy Hugo and Arthur Farrer, with Max Braskoff and Sebastian Clark rounding out the top 10 in Micromax. Results then from a frantic Micromax heat number 3 here at Whilton Mill. Sees Max Gilman take his third victory of the weekend from Jensen Sale. Alfie Mayer showed huge resilience, having dropped all the way from 3rd to 8th to come back up to 3rd in front of James Fabricius and Leo Livings. Grayson Wortley and Buddy Hugo, Arthur Farrer and Max Braskoff in front of Sebastian Clark to complete the top 10. Then it's George Swire, Marley Fisher, Jack Holmes and Toby Cannon in 14th place, with Ben Maziakas in front of Logan Rolfe, who comes through from the back of the grid to finish in 16th. Sorry, Gallagher and Cameron Tipping, Larry Price and Kane Langley with Stanley Stafford, Lewis Herbertson and Josh Hushka, Guido Ebegeni and Logan Jones in front of Ocean Brett and Alice Fairclough in 27th. Then it's Rio Wardali, Layla Bell, Elliot Bourke with Fabian Gandhop and Morgan Weston not classified, unfortunately, in 31st and 32nd respectively. One more race before we head to our lunch break and then our finals here at the Kart Championship 2023. It's time for Mighty Bambino. Grids then for Mighty Bambino, heat number 3. They're already making their way round to the grid. So it's Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin off the front row, with Alfie Garrett and Ethan Lloyd on row 2. Oakley Riggs and Daniel Stangerin on row 3. Then it's Junior Wright and Jensen James Williams, Elijah Sang and Jude Taylor, with Harley Bradbury Stretton and Heath Smith on row number 6. Row 7 sees Ava Garrett and Etienne Gardner, Oscar Maskell and Arthur Bath on row 8, with Seth State Mackey and Hadley Jarvis on row 9. Our final row made up by Nicholas Anser and Jack Morrell, who unfortunately didn't finish heat number 3, so hopefully he's managed to get whatever was wrong with the kart sorted. He will be back out then for this final one. Well, there's his dad. So, but the kart is not going quite as quickly. That stopped on the outside of Oblivion and Crook, so unfortunately that's Jack Morrell out of the kart, walking off. The kart's going to get lifted. They're not the heaviest of machineries, although that battery pack, so unfortunately Jack Morrell won't take any part. The kart placed up on the barrier. Dad's jumped over. Oh, look at that athleticism beyond his years for the youngster, and then he's whipped up and over the barrier by his dad, and they're going to lift that car up and to safety. And just like that, we're ready to go racing in Mighty Bambino. Driver's just slotting into position for what will now be a 19 kart race rather than a 20. So, Mighty Bambino's into position. Green flag waved at the back of the pack. And it's a good start from Harley Bradbury Stretton in the 6. He pops out and works his way round the outside of Elijah Sang. And makes a decent start. And then forced wide round the round Crook corner. So, trying to show some pace that saw him come back through the field. Sang is back in front though as they run up the hill towards Christmas for the first time here as our Mighty Bambino grid. See the 30 there making his way round. That's Nicholas Ansett, the newest name on the Mighty Bambino grid here then at the BKC. Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin at the front, going away again with Arthur Farrer in third place just behind them. So it's Alfie Garrett in P3 trying to go with this time. Couldn't last time. He ended up in a battle with Oakley Riggs for third place. Let's see whether he can go with the two leaders. Looks like he is in the first part of this one. Behind them, Oakley Riggs and Ethan Lloyd battling out over fourth place. JJ Williams, Daniel Stangarian and Junior Wright, Heath Smith and Jude Taylor round out your top 10. And down the inside goes Ralph Martin on Ansel Murray. And Ralph Martin will lead down the hill towards Ashby's. Ansel Murray and Alfie Garrett, the top three. Up towards left-hander, and it looks like Ralph Martin there waving Ansel Murray through to the inside, and that's dropped him down into third place as well as Alfie Garrett comes through. So Ralph Martin down into P3, waves Ansel Murray through, and coming through as well could be Alfie Garrett. He tries to move down the inside, trying to squeeze one through at Pit Bend. Ralph Martin up and on the curves and side by side with Alfie Garrett. There you go. A little bit between them, but they both leave facing in the right direction, and Ralph Martin is through. Behind though, Oakley Riggs and Ethan Lloyd seem to have some good pace this time. It was Oakley Riggs with the fastest lap on the previous lap as he closed in half a second on Ansel Murray, Alfie Garrett and Ralph Martin in front. Ansel Murray now leads then, and is starting to open up a little bit of a gap because Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett had that overtake earlier on in this lap going into oblivion. There's the 31 of Oakley Riggs behind him going with, and down the inside for second place goes Alfie Garrett once again. Him and Ralph Martin exchanging positions once again. Ethan Lloyd this time in fifth place with the fastest lap of the race. Great showing from both Oakley Riggs and Ethan Lloyd this time round, as Ralph Martin will try and find a way back through into second place at the top of the hill at Christmas Corner. He's going to get squeezed out, and this is going to allow both Riggs and Lloyd an opportunity to make inroads. Just behind we've got Jensen James Williams, Daniel Stangarian and Junior Wright in a battle for 6th, 7th and 8th respectively. They're all running nose to toe. You could see that as they came round Inkermans. Can Garrett and Martin work together? Martin now back in front once again. Yellow flag out at the last corner. So stationary yellow, that should be met by a waved yellow, but they've come in now and over the start line, so it looks like we're green flag racing once again. Now we've got Ralph Martin right on the back of Ansel Murray, running up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Now let's see whether those two can begin to push away. Will Ralph Martin find a way through, or is he content in second place just to pick up the points? Only 1 point difference. 25 for a heat win, 24 for second place, and then sequentially in single points down for all of our heats. When it gets to the finals, that's where we've got a bit of a difference. It's 55 for a win in the final, 52 for second and 50 for third, before we then move to single point denominations after that. Murray leads as we pass the half race mark in terms of timing. Yellow flag was being waved but is now in following a spin at Oblivion and Crook. Just on the exit of Crook, we've got the 21 of Daniel Stangarian and Jensen James Williams side by side over the curb, and the two of them trade some side pod. Will that allow Junior Wright to get a good run on the both of them in 8th place? He has a look over his shoulder because coming in behind fairly quickly, Heath Smith and Elijah Sang. As down the inside of Daniel Stangerine goes Jensen James Williams in the 55. Stangerine slots back into the wheel tracks behind. We now have a 5-kart battle back to Elijah Sang, and then we've got Harley Bradbury Stretton there coming down the hill in 11th place. So Etienne Gardner 3 laps down. Looks like he's retired from this race. Jude Taylor a lap down. Our leaders starting to make their way through some lap traffic. They're lapping in the 57s. You can see drivers in front. There's the 30 of the debuting Nicholas Anser. He's getting a lot of love as well in the live chat comments. Thank you for that. We really appreciate it. I'm sure Nicholas does as well. Leaders then making the way down the hill, and that's Ansel Murray diving to the inside of what I believe is Seth State Mackey and Hadley Jarvis as well. They've come out nose to tail, and this time it's Ralph Martin who has a little bit into the rear of Ansel Murray. Ansel Murray, who did exactly the same to Ralph Martin in heat number 2. And, they leave Oziers with a little bit of a gap between them. They were nose to tail previously, so Ralph Martin's going to have to close up a little bit on the back of Ansel Murray. Field has spread out a little bit once again in that Williams, Stangerine, Wright, Smith and Elijah Sang battle as they too make their way through some lap traffic. Duo for second is Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs. Ethan Lloyd has fallen away off the back, having shown good race pace early on in this one. Still 1 minute and 37 remaining, lapping sub just 1 minute with 59's fastest lap of the race before traffic was encountered, the 57.7 by Ansel Murray. Now they're starting to lap in the 59s because they're having to find a way through on carts throughout the rest of this race. Keep an eye. If they cross with over a minute, we'll get 2 more laps in at least, maybe even 3, as they cross the line roughly about now. They should get round, I think, before the time elapses, so we'll have 3 more laps here for Ralph Martin to try and find a way past Ansel Murray, if Ralph Martin wants to find a way past Ansel Murray. Like I said earlier, only 1 point between in terms of points from finishing first to second, but there's a big risk and reward ratio. If you go down the inside and get it wrong, and you could be dropping 2, 3, 4 places, you're dropping the same amount of points. So field will make their way round towards the timing line, although I do think we'll have 2 more laps at the end of this one. Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs battling it out for second place. Garrett in the green, Riggs in the red and blue suit with the white helmet, and he tries to find a way through in the middle part of the boot. Ansel Murray now sets the fastest lap of the race because they've got no traffic in front of them, and they cross the line with 6 seconds to go. 2 laps remaining in Mighty Bambino. Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin. Down the hill towards Ashby's. At the moment, Ralph Martin showing little interest in finding a way past Ansel Murray, playing the long game for Ansel Murray. Both of them have a little bit of curb there. Slotting in nicely behind here is Ralph Martin, driving sensibly. As through on Alfie Garrett goes Oakley Riggs for 3rd place. It's not going to do the points for Alfie Garrett much good. He was still in with a chance of this championship, but has finished behind Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin in all the races so far this weekend, and now looking like he could finish behind Oakley Riggs as well. Up the hill they go for the final time, and once again Ralph Martin happy to sit in the wheel tracks of Ansel Murray. Murray doing all he can do, which is go on and win this race, but now Ralph Martin in second place is going to try and just use it to his advantage, and then he'll know going into the final what he has to do in terms of points. He could well just need to sit behind Ansel Murray. I'll confirm that before their final gets underway. Oakley Riggs and Alfie Garrett still battling it out as they run up towards the boot. And now Ralph Martin looks a little bit more interested to get down the inside of Ansel Murray. Murray defending off with a tighter line, and Ansel Murray takes victory in heat number 3 of Mighty Bambino. Oakley Riggs is going to hold off Alfie Garrett for 3rd place at the line. Great result for Oakley Riggs and Alfie Garrett. Still battle going on further down. This is the battle for 6th place behind Ethan Lloyd as they head up towards the boot. Elijah Sang in the orange helmet trying to find a way through, and then he's tagged as well, I think, as he struggles to get round the last traffic, and Elijah Sang is tipped into a spin. That's going to drop him down out of 7th place. JJ Williams comes through for 6th. Daniel Stangarian in 7th. Heath Smith, Junior Wright. And then it will be Harley Bradbury Stretton in 10th in front of Elijah Sang and Ava Garrett, although she's in a battle with Oscar Maskell towards the line, only 2/10 between them. Keep an eye out in around about 10 seconds time. They'll come through nose to tail. There's the 24 of Arthur Bath coming through. He'll be classified in 17th. So it should be Garrett and Maskell now coming through. It will be Ava Garrett in P12 with Oscar Maskell in 13th. Ansel Murray then takes victory in Mighty Bambino, heat number 3 from Ralph Martin and Oakley Riggs with Alfie Garrett and Ethan Lloyd. Then it's JJ Williams and Daniel Stangary and Heath Smith and Junior Wright with Harley Bradbury Stretton and Elijah Sang in 11th. Ava Garrett and Oscar Maskell 12th and 13th. Seth State Mackey in P14 in front of Hadley Jarvis, Nicholas Anser, Arthur Bath, Jude Taylor and Etienne Gardner, your 19 runners. Jack Morrell unfortunately unable to take part, his kart rolling to a halt on the out lap. That is your heats over and done with for 2023 here in the Kart Championship. 7 races and 4 championships to decide when we come back after lunch. It will be around about 2:15. Don't go too far away. We'll see you soon here from Whilton Mill. Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill, the final paddock show of the 2023 season. To my left, to your right on the camera is our paddock here at Whilton. No point standing around listening to me. Let's go and find some drivers. We've got qualifying is still going on, so that's happening there. Micromax look like they're about to go out. Going to head straight into the first turning we get to. No drivers in there at the minute, but I do want to have a quick chat with the gentleman in the far corner. His driver's in there as well, but we'll have a quick chat. Hello. Peter Taddy, your son Max, in with a shout of the Cadet Championship this weekend between him and Ryan White. He looks fairly composed, but we know what parents are like. Are you having the same level of composure as your driver?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, anything can happen. It's racing, isn't it? So, what, 3 heats and a final to go, you never know. It could be a mechanical issue, could have contact with somebody, anything can happen, so we'll wait and see.
It's been a strong season so far across the board, none less here in CKC. Qualifying's just taken place. How's that gone for your drive?
Okay, we qualified 4th, we were at the front, so we had no tow, so we were only a 10th and a bit off, so I think with a tow we would have been closer. So, yeah, pretty happy.
I remember from looking at it, are you 4th with your nearest rival 5th?
Yes. So we're already winning.
Yeah, well. See, at least it's nice and close anyway. So that's Max. We're going to leave Max up. We've already spoken to his dad. We're going to leave Max to get himself ready because he's got a race in around about 20 minutes time here at Honda. And we'll have a quick chat with Ralphie Branscombe. Walk and talk, Ralphie. We'll make our way into the paddock. Now, you've looked really, really good so far this weekend throughout all the practice sessions. Qualifying, are you on the front row?
No, I'm in 3rd in front of Max, so hopefully we can work together.
Well, the pace has been really, really good so far. Throughout most of the practice days, you have looked like one of the quickest, if not the quickest throughout most of it. So were you hoping maybe for a little bit more out of qualifying? Were you hoping for the P1?
I was hoping for front row or like P1, and probably not P2 because obviously outside, so P3 or P1 would be happy for me. Good.
Looks like you've got quite a lot of straight line pace up towards Christmas Corner though. From what we've seen in practice, you must be fairly confident you can pick a few off.
Yeah, hopefully I can get Kevin Ivan off and Max can push through with me and we can get a 1-2.
Good stuff. Well, Ralphie, all the very best. Enjoy your race day, and hopefully things go quite well for you. We might as well spin round. Naturally, we've arrived up here at Mark Baines Motorsport. Hi, we'll have a quick chat. Oh, we'll have a quick chat with Ham Sandwich. Hi, Ham Sandwich. Introduce yourself to the camera.
Hi.
Oh, we've caught him mid-bite as well. Sorry about that.
It's fine.
Good. Introduce yourself and tell us, you've been out to qualifying already? Tell us a little bit about how that went.
And Miles Robin, qualifying went not too great, about second off, so could be better.
Good, but hoping to get a little bit more weight over that rear axle by chucking into a ham sandwich.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it looks all right, and if we weren't on camera, I think I'd ask for a sneaky bite, but I don't think I'm going to get one. So we'll head back out. What we'll do is we'll just head straight across. Oh, we've got all the drivers. Hi, let's go from that side. We'll go round. Let's introduce ourselves.
Hi,
Who are you?
Freddie.
Well, I know you're Freddie, but they don't. But so introduce yourselves. You are.
Sebastian McCarthy.
Good. And say hello. Who are you?
Jax.
Good. And hello.
Bodie Batch.
Good.
Ethan Pearson.
And one more at the back. Does one more at the back want to have a chat? Hi. Who are you?
Ollie.
Good. So these are all our Bambinos, as you can see. Carts behind. We've got a couple of Iamis. That's Ollie Liddell's cart. And we've got more. That's Brady Atkin over there. Say hi. Hi. Solid choice of ice cream, by the way. We've got a bit of this is the biggest Bambino I've seen in this awning in a long time. Are we branching out from Bambinos into big carts?
We are indeed.
Good.
Yeah. We're looking to support Maya in the junior Rotax for this weekend.
Well, we're going to need a bigger awning soon, aren't we?
I think so. We need a little bit of an extension, don't we?
So, I mean, well, you've already taken up half the paddock here at Whilton. What's another third?
Yeah, what's the matter?
Why not? So, as we can see here in the Passion Kart and awning, lots of Como Bambinos down the bottom end. That's Freddie Blackshaw's cart. We've got Brady Atkins at the far end. Sebastian McCarthy's in slightly different colour. Ethan Pearson's here in the 17. So, all good fun. Martin, keeping your head down, trying to dodge the paddock show. It's not allowed. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good yourself?
I'm very good because I don't have to mechanic a kart this weekend. Tell me, how's it gone? How's qualifying and how's it looking?
Not really good, to be fair. We've had a good practice, everything was going right, and then his engine went off just before qualifying, so we risked it for qualifying, which were not good. So we're back onto another engine again, as you know, with these.
Temperamental little things, these Comas.
So fingers crossed for the next heat, so we can make his way back through the grid a bit.
Well, hopefully he can, and obviously it's a lot more fun coming through the field, isn't it? Not as much fun as playing with wheels, though, as we've seen here. Wheels and axles, mind the fingers. Yeah. Don't want to lose any of them. That's going to definitely slow you down. So head back out. See? We won't get them, but look, more parents dodging the paddock show. Even hiding down little rabbit warrens at the paddock show. Hi, Harley. Hi, how are you? Heading down for qualifying. What are your hopes in quali?
To have a good qualifying, so then I can hopefully win it in my block.
Good. It's been really, really close in my T Bambino all year. Everybody's sort of been having a go at the front. Confident going into qualifying?
Yeah.
Good. Well, Mighty in the next session out, so I best let you go after your kart. It's already gone. So we'll let you go catch that one up. All the very best, Harley. Off he goes. Oh, he's even put in a bit of a jog. Solid pace as well there down the hill, at the very least there for Harley Bradbury Stretton. Was hoping to have a quick chat with Ella Dixon in the 16. She joined us in the commentary box at Clay Pigeon, but isn't there. We might be able to catch her on the way back down if we cut back through. But she joined us in the commentary box, and she was a great addition, particularly at the time because her brother Andrew was racing at the time. So she got to join us in the commentary box whilst Andrew was racing and added a great bit of insight as to what it's like as a sibling who also races, watching what everybody else does. Going to head up here, see if we can catch Sam Green Gomez. He's been really good this weekend as well. Looks like things are quiet in the Green Gomez camp. Certainly is. So we'll head over in the other direction here and have a quick chat. Good. You can't run away because you've got a new sticker kit, so we need to talk about it.
Okay.
A bit of a different colour scheme.
Yeah.
Looks like you have tried your best to rough it up a little bit, but you know that's Rotax's for you. Changing colour, changing team. Tell me a little bit about that.
So we've stayed Rotax because the aim last year was to go X30, but we've stayed at Rotax and we're going with a different team, APR, Orion Performance is full name, but hopefully we can get a good result here.
Qualifying, how's that gone for you?
Okay, P9, 10th off.
Happy days in the top 10. Big grid as well, obviously full grid in junior Rotax of 34, so hoping to maintain a top 10 for the weekend.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe push for a win. You don't know.
You don't try, you don't get, do you?
No.
Happy days. Reese, all the very, very best. I don't know what it is about grown-ups. They just run away. They're actually running. You can see them through the back there. They just don't like it. Bambinos, though, little ones, they stick around. Look, I've found 2 more. Hi. Say hello.
Hey,
Hi, who are you?
Louis,
Good. And you are?
Harry Chapman.
Good. So tell me a little bit about your qualifying session. How's that gone?
Not very good at the start because my engine was going a bit slow because number 12 or Ollie West was pushing me or something. And number 12, it wasn't good because the one before it was not good. I came 23rd because I spun it on the second one at the top of the hill. Harry?
So tell me about your qualifying, Harry. How have we done?
I've done very good to keep up with the first. So I was basically, me and Toby Biggs leading. So we was pushing through for the whole race. And then Toby got first and I came second. But it was but I had to go off at the back. But it was very hard to get past everyone.
Clearly got some good pace over P2. Been joined by somebody else. Hi, say hello.
Hello.
Hi, introduce yourself.
My name is Riley.
Good. And have you had tomato soup for dinner by any chance? Thought you might have done.
Oh, nice.
So, how's your qualifying session gone, Riley?
It was good, but I got stuck behind Ronnie, so it was quite difficult for me to get up the field.
But looking forward to heat number 1, I guess?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Right, let's carry on our walk. We'll head down into a bit more of the depth of the paddock. Still no return of Sam Green-Gomez. We can't get him. He's been called to race control. Oh, well, we might catch him on the way back up then, but normally you don't go to race control for tea and biscuits. So, as you can see this weekend, very, very busy paddock here at Whilton. We'll have some of them where we've got no drivers. They've either gone off for qualifying. What we have got, we've got some dinner. We're deviating to the right. We've got some dinner. Oh, who's left their dinner? Who's left their dinner? Oh, they are going to miss this bit when they come back. Are they in there? Hi, drivers. Hi. Whose dinner is that one over there? Well, I have helped you finish it. How's practice and qualifying gone?
Good.
Good. Where are we starting for your first race in the next hour or so?
11.
11. Oh, decent. So we've got a chance of a top 10. Are we hoping for a top 10?
Yeah.
We absolutely are. Well, I've finished that. It's very nice. Although I will be honest with you, probably colder than when it was originally served up. So we're going to carry on. Now I've got a bit of extra energy. Got Jacob Leathenby here, bringing a completely different vibe to the grid, clearly. Hi. I've hid behind a lot of things in my time, but never a guitar. Is this how we unwind after practice and qualifying, get ourselves ready?
Yeah.
Good. Have you got anything that you like to, anything that you want to treat us to? No. Come on, give us a little bit. Come on. I'm not great with a microphone. It's subjective. Wonderful. Thank you very much for that.
I know, and my guitar needs tuning.
It's no problem. We really enjoyed that because everybody has a different way of chilling out. Some people just go and sit in their vans. Some people, as you can see to the right there, have themselves a nice little buffet that's going on. We'll head up. We've got some KMS T-shirts and we've got some... oh, look at that. That is... to be fair, I'm not going to steal it. I've already stole someone's lasagna further up. Looks like we've got some F1 quali going on as well. How's that going? Who's leading the way? Let's ruin it for the viewers, although they'll not see this till tonight, so they'll all know anyway.
Well, it's Verstappen's doing bad unexpectedly, and the Ferraris are doing amazing this weekend.
How's your weekend going now?
Brilliant, much better than I expected, and just qualified 5th and going to fight for position in the Heat 1.
Wonderful. Marcel Puppicle there this weekend, more Ferrari than Verstappen. Happy days. See, sometimes you just come round a corner and there's an interviewee waiting. Hi, say hi to my camera. Hi, who are you?
Darren.
Good. And how's your qualifying gone?
Well.
Good. You're about ready to step up, aren't you, from Bambino into Cadet? Tell me a little bit about that.
It's a nice class, it's very quick, and I'm doing very well. Yesterday I was very quick.
And will this be your final Bambino race?
No, it's going to be the Heat 1 and then it's going to be O-Plate, the final.
Oh yeah, we've got an O-Plate actually this weekend. Darren, I'll let you get off because you've got 2 races there this afternoon. So we've got Heat number 1 and we've got a special O-Plate meeting for our iArmy Bambino, so they'll be out right at the end of the day today. So by the time that you see this, we'll have handed out an additional O-Plate for our iArmy Bambinos. And then we've got Heat number 2, 3 and the finals tomorrow. As you can see, races still going on. You can probably just about hear them in the background. We've got some up here. Let's have a quick chat, if we can, in here. Hi. You can dodge the camera, but it's probably not worth it because I've got fairly decent pace, so I can do some running. Tell me a little bit about your driver. How's he done today?
Done okay, James Roots. We've put the lucky UK plate on to try and get some luck back this year. He's doing all right.
Well, goes into this race weekend with a chance of winning the championship. Goes in P2, a few points behind Chester Forks at the front. So really, really tight. How's quali gone for him?
He's got 4th. We got a little bit balked on our fast lap, so I think we've got a bit more pace, but it's going to be a battle out there. There's 7 or 8 of them basically doing the same lap times, so it'll be interesting. It's
been a fairly small grid of iArmy Bambino all year, but it's been super, super close all season. Probably my favourite to watch in terms, you think back to Rowra, how close that was, chopping and changing on the last lap. I think James went into the final lap of the final in 4th and came out with a win. Really, really close for iArmy Bambino. Really good stepping stone for when they eventually move up to Cadet.
Yeah, we've just had him starting in Cadet testing at PFI, so we've got that going, and next week we're testing again in Cadet. So I think the iArmy Bambino as a class to prepare you for Cadet is really good. I mean, I think Chester and James, they're doing the sort of lap times you need to be doing close enough, to show that you can jump into a Cadet pretty easily. And we'll see how we get on.
Well, I was watching them through. They're doing very similar pace to what the Honda Cadets doing round the paddock bend here. It's just obviously they don't pick up quite as quickly in terms of lap times. Obviously, these being Bambinos, them Cadets, but their speed round that final corner, they're definitely flat out round there, and they really are pushing, aren't they?
Yeah. I think some tracks there up to about 2 seconds off the Honda Cadet, which is pretty quick for a Bambino. I think the 200 Hondas are a bit quicker. In general, but yeah, they're a fast car.
Yeah, really good. Well, all the very best for this weekend, and not that I'm going to sit on the fence. So good luck to you, and also good luck to Chester as well. Yeah. got to be straight down the middle in the commentary. So we can't pick favourites, but obviously James won our driver of the day at Rowra. He did very, very well in what was a super, super final for them. Got to make a decision now. Do we go that way or do we go that way? I think we're probably going to get more action this way, so we'll go down. Looks like that's Micromax qualifying on at the moment. What we'll do as well, we'll just have a quick driver chat. Hi, stay with us. Stay with us. Talk me through your qualifying session now with more parents running away. All parents run away. I don't know what it is. They're showing some great pace. They should maybe buy themselves a kart. Watching the Micromax qualifying, how's yours gone? You're in Honda, I believe.
Yes, yeah, we had a good qualifying, yeah, P24 on the grid, so yeah, good spot in our first ever race here at CKC.
Good. Big grid as well, capacity at 34 in the Honda Cadet class, so happy to be right there in the middle. What are the hopes? Get yourself into a top 20, maybe top 15?
Hoping top 20 for this one.
Good, well, wonderful. Well, I'll get to watch that in a little while, and then we'll obviously see races 2, 3 in your final tomorrow over on the Alpha Live channel. But all the very best and welcome to CKC.
Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll carry ourselves on. See if we can... In a minute, I can guarantee the runner that went will be back round. There we are, look, there we go. There we go. Always running away, the parents. The kids, they love the chat. The parents, not quite so much so. So, looks like micro qualifying's done, so that's nice and quiet. We've still got C50 Bambino to follow them out. So we'll have a quick walk up. Going to pop in here. This one is a brand new machine here this weekend for Lewis Hall. Lewis, tell me about your kit.
Got it on Thursday. This Zip Edge 950. Just getting used to it, so
is it no real expectations this weekend? Just get used to the machine and hopefully it all comes good for the final tomorrow.
Yeah, we're just we're here as a guest, so just like mostly using it as a test weekend, but obviously want to finish high up. So
good. How's qualifying gone?
Not good. Came in the pits like couple laps early because had no speed out of the corners, so just came in early.
So bit of work to do in heat 1 in around about half an hour's time for you. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am.
Good stuff, Lewis Hall. Brand new kart as well. Keep an eye on that one. Should be able to get more pace out of it as he goes throughout this race weekend, as he gets used to that new 950 Zip kart. So we'll head ourselves back in. As you can see here, if this is the first time you've watched a stream at Whilton Mill this season, they have furnished the paddock with some brand new tarmac, so this part and all the way round the bottom. Big empty awning to my right here. This is where the C50 Bambinos that are going to be out on track at the moment with their electric powered karts are all pitched up. They all generally keep themselves together in one nice little cluster, which is great. Gives them a nice community for that C50 Bambino. Gonna have a quick look to my right, see if Ella Dixon's back, and then after that we'll hook through, head back down to the bottom end of the paddock here at Whilton Mill to bring this one to a close for the final time of 2023. Let's see if she's going to dodge us for the 6th time this season. Is Ella with us or is she gone again?
Guess where she is. She's in the van, David.
She's in the van. Which van? There. That van. Well, we'll just sliding door on the left. Here we go. Ella Dixon, hi. It was almost like that we've just welcomed you to the paddock show. Hi. First of all, thank you for joining us in the commentary box at Clay Pigeon. That was really, really good. Qualifying for yourself today in your own Honda Cadet, how's that gone?
I think it's gone pretty good.
Good. Happy with your pace this weekend?
Yeah. I went off on the first lap, so then I had to go through quite a lot of traffic, but other than that, it was good.
Good. Wilton, a track that you've been to a few times, I believe?
Yeah, I've been to it a few times.
Good. And one that you like, I guess?
Yeah, I like it.
Good stuff. Well, we look forward to watching you in heat number 1. Might not get you in the commentary box this weekend because we're a little bit... In fact, we'll go full circle with this and we'll go, bye, Ella Dixon. There we go. Done. We'll have a little chat. Do you know why I was having a little chat? Because you were there going, will he talk to me? Will he talk to me? Will he talk to me? And now I'm talking to you. Hi. Introduce yourself.
I'm Charlie.
Charlie. In the grand scheme of things, a fairly local track for you because you're joining us from, was it Plymouth most rounds?
Yeah.
Good. So Clay was a bit of half an hour out. This is only a few hours. It's a lot closer than Rower and Warden at the start of the year. So, you've been here a few times?
Yeah, a couple.
Good. How are you finding it? There's a bit of work going on here with the team, it looks like, although it just looks like they're tightening the engine up so much. A bit of a sprocket change, move the engine a little bit.
Yeah.
Quali, how's it gone?
It's gone alright. That's about it.
Oh, fair enough, it's gone all right. Look at him, he's chilled out. He's not too fussed, he's happy. Mechanic, though, he's having to put a bit of work in down there. Go on. Let's ask him what he's doing. Let's put him under pressure.
Right.
Good.
Well, we are trying to get a bit more bottom at the corners as the car's not put in properly. So we're tinkering with it, and hopefully for race 1 we'll be a bit more up there. That qualifying, we were in P4 and 5 throughout the whole time until the last few laps. We dropped off a little bit, so I reckon a bit lower in the pressure and maybe another tooth.
Good stuff. So hopes for your driver for this weekend. I know the driver will always go with a bit of a plan, but the mechanic too will think maybe where can we get to?
It's all in the mechanic's mindset.
Of course.
And his plan.
So top 10 for him?
Oh, definitely. I think with his racecraft, top 5 would be excellent. Probably treat him to dinner if he gets top 5.
Oh, happy days. Well, if I know that, is that an open invite as well? You better get top 5 because we're getting dinner out of this. Good stuff. Charlie Lomas there in the 41. Keep an eye out for him. Bit of a different one as well because he's on an MS kart. They're growing in popularity through JDR, so we're going to have a little hook round the paddock, see if we can find anybody else. Oh, we've got a driver with a helmet on his head. We're getting ready for Honda Cadet heat number 1.
Yes, sir.
Good. Tell me all about qualifying. How's that gone for you?
Well, I got a penalty for apparently track limits, but yeah, I finished 27th.
Well, track limits, that just shows you're pushing, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, happy days. Well, we'll let you get sorted because the helmet's going on. Visor down. Happy days. Let's keep walking. You can walk with me. Come on, you can tell me all about your race weekend. Tell the camera who you are.
Daniel Hartley.
Good. Daniel, how's it gone?
I just finished my 2 practices. I didn't do the first practice because I had a nosebleed. And then I did the second practice with my old suit on, and I did the last practice with my new suit on. And then I did my practice. Then I did my quali with my old suit. But I just got hit by Harris Roberts by an accident. I know it was by an accident, but my entire axle came up, so that made me wheel spin, and that ruined my tyres.
So, where have we qualified?
5th.
So not bad, given the grand scheme of things. So you think we've got a decent chance in heat number 1?
Yeah, probably.
Good. Well, you might want to put your race suit back on.
Yeah, I will soon.
Happy days, Daniel Hartley. Done really, really well this season as well. Ran towards the front in the Rotax classes. We'll head back down towards the bottom of the paddock and back to where we started, and we'll have a quick look. We've got massive setup. All the Rotaxes there on the right-hand side. We'll give Hannah Naylor a weekend off from giving us what is normally a fairly controversial opinion on the paddock show. So we'll keep going, son. Here we go. Here we've got somebody who. This is Jensen O'Neill going, who we normally see in a more upside-down position from when he races in his Fiesta. Interesting weekend last weekend. Talk me through.
Well, I had quite a good quali. I think P3 in class for the second race. And then Sunday morning, race 1, done 1 lap, and then my good friend Luke Hilton went over in front of my eyes. Going down Craners on the second restart, me and Finn Leslie had a little bit of contact, and I ended up upside down in the gravel trap.
Yeah, that gravel trap at the bottom of Craner towards the old hairpin, it's a bit of... If that was just grass, you'd have just slid fine, but as soon as you hit that gravel, you were up and over. Show us your bruises.
Yeah.
That's what seatbelts do for you, ladies and gentlemen. In a kart, you just get thrown clear and you just get up and go, yeah, that's all fine. But when you're in cars, they like you to stay in them, don't they? Oh, we've got a bit. It's all kicking off in the paddock here. You do not wet. Whoa. We're not having that, or I'll be coming back later on with a bucket of water. There we go. Good times. It's a friendly paddock. It's a friendly paddock until that bottle's run out, and then you're going to be a sitting duck. Good times. Here we go. Oh, look at him, big time. Don't want to stop and talk to us here at Alpha Live. I'll be honest with you, absolutely no idea who he was. I just thought I'd be try and have a nice bit of fun. Fenton Stoneman, hi, how are we? talk me through qualifying?
I thought it would be good, and then I started, and then I went out in 7th, and then just round first corner I got punted off into the barrier, so I started dead last and I made my way up, and then I think I finished like 13th.
So in the middle of the pack, but we've seen some good pace out here this season, so you must be confident of making your way up towards maybe the top 8 or so?
Yeah, I hope so.
Good stuff. Well, looks like we've got a few more. Do want to have a quick chat with the young man here in green, a new name to us here in the Cadet Kart Championship, Albie Smith in the number 9. Albie, how's things gone for you? Your first CKC, how are you finding it?
Really good, to be honest.
Good. Nice big grid as well, a capacity grid of Hondas at 34, so are you really looking forward? How's qualifying gone?
9th. 9th out of 34, but that's really good for me.
Well, it will be, because as a guest driver as well, who's not done any rounds, you'd have had to have start qualifying from the back, because we start in championship order. So then you've had to come through as well. So 9th, really good. Hoping for a top 10?
Yes.
Good, wonderful. I'm going to head in a little bit, and I know we've got lots of people that would like to chat, but what we've got is a new addition to the paddock here. The newest addition to the paddock. Not quite sure we're going to get a lot out in terms of interview. Very, very quiet. But we'll have a quick chat with the owner. Hi, congratulations first of all. Introduce your newest addition to the paddock.
Sophia Ray.
Good. And how old now?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Or, in the correct term, 4 years and 50 weeks away from a Bambino.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. You don't do it by age now, you do it on how long it is until that child is ready to be in a Bambino, which normally is about 5. So, happy days. So, plenty there. As soon as she gets old enough, they'll be working on them neck muscles, getting ready for the Bambino. Before they know it, they'll have a helmet on top and ready to go. See, a lot of activity going on, because Honda, they're due out in around about 10 or 15 minutes time for their first race, heat number 1 here then at Whilton Mill. See, we've got Kart's coming back in. Let's have a quick chat. We spoke to Mr. Tipping before, but we spoke to Mr. Tipping before when his son Cameron was in a Honda. This weekend, we are in a Micromax. That face is telling me things didn't quite go to plan.
No, we've been having engine issues for the last 2 practice sessions before qualifying. We thought we'd fixed it, took a risk, and he's gone out and had no power after. He looked very fast over Friday and this morning, and then we've just qualified 20th, but we think it's due to the engine. So, not happy, but we've got 1 race now, and we'll see what we can do.
Well, he's had some good pace throughout practice yesterday. He was keeping up with some of the front runners, definitely keeping up as well. Kept up with Max Gilman. He's won 5 of his 8 races that he's contested as a guest there so far this season in Micromax, so definitely got the pace, just maybe not the power today.
Let's see if we can just come through the grid now in race 1, so we'll see.
Happy days, all the very best, and hopefully a little bit of better luck there for Cameron Tipping, who's shown some great pace since making that move over from our Honda Cadet class into our Micromax class. We're getting in the way of people here, unfortunately. They're heading back into their awnings. I think we've pretty much filled out our time allocation here then at Whilton Mill. Brings an end to our paddock show, the final one of 2023 here at the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Hello and welcome back to Whilton Mill. It's finals time at the final round of the Kart Championship 2023. The 6-round championship culminates here at Whilton Mill after rounds at Wardenlaw, Rowrah, Landau, Fulbeck and Clay Pigeon. We still have 4 championships of our 7 to wrap up, the first of which will be our first race of our finals afternoon here from Northamptonshire. It's time for our first final of the day in Whilton Bambino. Here we go then in Whilton Bambino. In terms of our points, our drivers go into this final with less than 5 between James Roots and Chester Fawkes. Fawkes leading by 5 points, and he goes off the front row alongside James Roots. The 2 championship protagonists somewhat fittingly go off the front row with Albert Farah and Chloe McGill alongside. Harris Barber and William Crombie go off row number 3 with Darren Dimitrov and Freddie Baker in front of Ollie Liddell and Bode Batch on row number 5. Charlie Holmes and Max Mikalski on row number 6. Row 7, our final runner is Freddie Purnell in 13th place on row number 7. So it is now down to a 2-horse race. Albert Farah went into this weekend with an opportunity of winning the championship. But it's Chester Fawkes and James Roots now, the final 2 runners in this championship battle, and they will go off with each other on the front row. Field making their way round. There is James Roots in the UK plate. He needs to really win this one. Chester Fawkes needs second. If it goes to third, they will be level on points, and it will go down then to a to the rule book, and we'll leave them to figure that one out afterwards. But at the moment, it's going to be James Roots and Chester Fawkes going off the front row in this Whilton Bambino final. Still got championships to decide as well in Honda Cadet. Max Taddy and Ryan White go for the championship in that one. We've got a Micromax championship to decide as well between James Fabricius and Leo Livings. We've got driver off on the outside. That looks like it could be the 12 of Harris Barber. And then we'll end our day with a mouth-watering championship battle between Ralph Martin, Alfie Garrett and Ansel Murray. All 3 of them going into the final race of the season, split by less than 10 points. The timer on the overhead gantry will have found an extra digit. We go up from 9 minutes to 12 there. You can see to the left-hand side of your screen for our finals. 12 minutes for James Roots and Chester Fawkes to end the 2023 season as champion in Whilton Bambino. Green at the back of the field. 7 finals, the first of which is underway. Lights are out, and it's a good start from both of the 2 championship rivals off the front row. Chloe McGill once again getting away well, and Chester Fawkes is through and into the lead. Fawkes leads the field then on the run up towards Christmas Corner in front of James Roots, Chloe McGill, but Harris Barber and the 42 of Albert Farah coming through down the inside, and we've got a spin towards the tail end of the field. That's Freddie Purnell in the 7. Just tags into the rear, and he goes round at the top of the hill at Christmas Corner. Chester Fawkes, though, leads at the moment from James Roots. That will give him the championship by 8 points if it stands. Roots must finish in front of Chester Fawkes, and he needs people between him and Chester Fawkes. And at the moment, Fawkes is doing what he needs to do. Disappear at the front and open up a gap to the rest of the field as Crombie and Dimitrov find a way past Chloe McGill. McGill once again fast starting, but unable to hold on to her start place as she made her way through. out onto the rumble strip for the O plate of Chester Forks. Round the top end bend up at Christmas Corner. They go. Then they'll run down the hill towards Ashby. The top two already starting to break away. Harris Barber, Albert Farrer just behind as well. Darren Dimitrov trying to stick with. We'll keep you up to date on this championship throughout this race, but at the moment Chester Forks is doing what Chester Forks needs to do, and that's keep going at the front, not look back at James Roots. Roots has got to go with him, but Roots has got to drag other people along into the mix because he needs people in between as Ollie Little finds a way past Chloe McGill. Forks with the fastest lap of the race opens the gap up to 0.4 of a second. This is a good move, run down the inside there. That's Darren Dimitrov getting the straight line speed on Harris Barber, and he's through. Going out onto the rumble strip on the outside, managing to keep the speed though as William Crombie tries to tuck in and go. Ollie Little, Chloe McGill. Then it's Freddie Baker and Bode Batch down the hill. That's the top 10, and they're all split with 5 seconds between them. At the front though, Chester Forks dominating at the front at the moment, still trying to open up that gap because he knows James Roots isn't going to let him have it easy in there. You can see the gap's closed up as they entered the boot. Chester Forks had opened up a massive gap. It was 0.4 previously, but it was out to nearly 8 in the middle of that lap. And through one complex of corners, James Roots has closed right up on Chester Forks, and Albert Farrer with the fastest lap of the race in 3rd place is now within a second, and with Darren Dimitrov in 4th place, he's starting to break away a little bit from Harris Barber. Let's see what his pace has been, because he's been stuck behind people for most of this race weekend as Darren Dimitrov, and now he's got some free air. We'll see what he can do. See whether Roots can close in on Forks once again into the boot. This is where I think Forks is not quite as strong as James Roots. I think Roots has got a little bit into the boot, and that's where he closes up once again. Another few kart lengths for James Roots as they go through the boot. Split by 0.2 previously. It's a similar time this time. Albert Farrer drops a little bit further off, as does Darren Dimitrov. Nervous faces watching along there on the side. This final 8 minutes to go. 1/3 already consigned to the history books. Chester Forks, the O plate. James Roots in the UK plate. The top 2 so far. The field running out wide onto that rumble strip on the exit of Ashby. Dimitrov not able to break away, and now William Crombie's found a way past Harris Barber. Ollie Little as well, and Chloe McGill falling backwards into what will now be a lonely 8th place. Harris Barber trying to cut to the inside. He's a little bit tighter and closing up slightly on William Crombie in the green. Closing up as well is James Roots. Over start finish. The gap back down to 0.2 of a second. Roots taking 1.5 out on the previous lap, and now all over the back of Chester Forks as they head up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Albert Farrer there as well. Darren Dimitrov has been unable to break away from Crombie, Barber and Liddell. And now they are nose to tail for the lead here. Not even at half race distance yet. And James Roots has closed back in on Chester Forks. Forks gets a good exit though out of Osiers. So we cut back to Darren Dimitrov and William Crombie. Crombie bouncing up and over the curbs. Once again, Harris Barber a lot tighter than Ollie Little, and those in front using that is actually closing up quite a bit there. Let's see whether this time James Roots can get the good run. Albert Farrer once again, and James Roots does get a good run onto the back of Chester Forks. And James Roots late in coming out the slipstream at the end, thought he might have had a look down the inside there on Chester Forks. down the hill towards Ashby. Now we've ticked past the halfway mark. We'll still have that additional lap at the end as well. Lapping in the 55, so we're going to get 14 laps in here, I think, in our Army Bambino class. That'll be up near a 20 by the time we get towards our senior and junior, and Minimax classes later on. Albert Farah is right in the mix once again now. He's on the back. The gap was down to 0.6 of a second on the previous lap. It's under half now. And James Roots needs Albert Farah to go with him, because he needs Albert Farah between him and Chester Fawkes, and then it'll go down, like I say, to the rule book, and through they go down the inside. It's Roots, Farah, and now Chester Fawkes, and as it stands, we are level on points in the championship. Get your rule book out. Through we come back. No, put it away. Put the rule book away, because we're back into a championship winning position now for Chester Fawkes. Fawkes is back through into second place. Albert Farah then will lead them through this time. Fawkes into second, Roots down into third. Roots needs to win this race and have Chester Fawkes no higher than third for it to go down to the tiebreaker. I believe it will be down to final victories first, then heat victories after that. Chester Fawkes in second place, 4.5 on the clock, on the back of Albert Farah. Farah tighter line through Oblivion and then through the crook. Looks over his shoulder, sees it's Chester Fawkes behind, parks the kart in the middle of the track. Fawkes not wanting to move out. He knows now that second place will be enough as it stands to take the championship by 7 points. Even if he drops into third with James Roots moving up into second, he'll still have it by 3. Albert Farah, the thorn in the side at the moment of James Roots, but he still needs him. Needs him to be in between him and Chester Fawkes. Darren Dimitrov and William Crombie, 4th and 5th. Opened up a gap now to Ollie Liddell and Harris Barber. Liddell's found a way through on Harris Barber. Barber's going to come back down the inside into Pit Bend. Harris Barber's through, and we could have another change for lead here, because we're chopping and changing. Farah with a tighter line. That'll give Chester Fawkes more of a run up the hill. Fawkes with a look over the shoulder, but Fawkes content at the moment to push Albert Farah. James Roots very racy, goes very wide onto the outside, onto the concrete rumble strip. 3 minutes to go in this Army Bambino final. So they bounce up and over the curbs as they exit Ozier's, run down towards the boot, still as you were with Albert Farah and Chester Fawkes. Through the right-hander of Pit Bend. Still 2.5 minutes remaining, plenty of time here. I think we can get nearly 4 laps in our Army Bambino final. Farah leads from Chester Fawkes as they come back into shot, as they go round Fine Lady and up Manuel's Bank towards Christmas Corner. And the gap is starting to open up to James Roots. Chester Fawkes content to push, knows that second place is going to be enough to send the championship back with him. Up and over the curb as they go. Through the right into the boot, left, still 1:50 to go on the clock. And now James Roots is down the inside here of Chester Fawkes. Not enough though, that Fawkes has to ease off. Roots just got the run, but Fawkes had enough to go all the way around the outside. Albert Farah holds on to the lead then in the 42. He's looking left and right over his shoulder, but I think Chester Fawkes is just going to be content once again to push along. The two of them going quick enough, as long as he's not holding him up. James Roots though is right back in the wheel tracks once again, and there's some lap traffic in front of them for them to contend with, I think, as they're catching the 7 of Freddie Purnell in front of them. Albert Farah leads from Chester Fawkes and James Roots. They'll catch the lap traffic towards the end of this lap, and potentially on that run up towards Christmas Corner, they'll get round well in enough time for it not to see the last lap board, but the one after that definitely will be. Through the right-hander of pit bend, 45 seconds on the clock. Lap traffic in front being shown the blue flashing light. They'll see the flag as well as they come up. Chester Forks taking that slightly wider line. That's going to give him a better run, and he does indeed once again slot into the slipstream of the 42 of Albert Farrett. Farrett defending this victory because he still wants to win. Chester Forks, he doesn't care. He just wants to push on. Lap traffic in front for them to contend with as they head down the hill towards Ashby's. Will they meet on exit? Yes, they will meet on exit. Farrah's going to have to go round the outside. Forks is on the inside. They go round between the two of them. They all come out in pretty much the same distance between them. As they went round, we've got driver off on the outside. That looks like it's the 63 of Charlie Holmes off onto the grass. Last lap board awaits our Iami Bambino runners. Holmes just getting pushed back onto track now after the traffic's gone through. Last lap on the overhead gantry, 56 seconds away from the first championship of the day being decided. Farrah leading from Chester Forks, and James Roots is going to try and run all the way up and round the outside, with Chester Forks pushing Albert Farrah up down the straight, slipstreaming, trying to work as well as he can to hold on to this second place. Doesn't want to let James Roots through. Farrah, though, defending this one because he wants to take the overall victory. Chester Forks just pushing along. Half a lap to go. The 42 leading the O plate with James Roots' UK plate just behind. Chester Forks trying to find a way through but not hold himself up. He's happy with second. Roots needed the win here. Roots, I don't think, is going to get it unless he can pull off a superb final few complex of corners. Can't get close enough. Farrah's going to be there. Roots is going to get to the inside of Chester Forks. Side by side as they come through. Rubbing between the two of them. More contact. Farrah takes victory. Roots is second. But third place will give Chester Forks the 2023 Iami Bambino Championship by the slenderest of fractions. 3 points split Chester Forks and James Roots in this championship battle. It's 600 points to Forks, 597 by my calculations to James Roots, and Chester Forks with third place is the 2023 BKC Iami Bambino champion. Commiserations to James Roots. He's put in a valiant effort, took the championship right down to the wire with some superb driving all throughout the season. But Chester Forks comes through. You could see how happy he was, even with the third place there. He knew as long as he was close enough to James Roots, ran him hard at the line to try and hold on to second, credited with third at the end. But James Roots unable to get through and loses out, unfortunately, by 3 points to Chester Forks. Results on screen then for the race we've just seen. Albert Farrah taking victory with James Roots in second place. Chester Forks third and enough for the championship in front of Darren Dimitrov and William Crombie, with Ollie Liddle and Harris Barber, Freddie Baker and Chloe McGill, Bodie Batch, Max Mikalski, Freddie Purnell and Charlie Holmes rounding out your 13 kart grid here in our Iami Bambino final. So that is our first race final of the day here then in the books, and congratulations to Chester Forks on the championship. We move on to Honda Cadet. So our grid then for our Honda Cadet final here. sees Ryan White going off pole position with Ralphie Branscombe alongside. Max Taddy needing 8th place or higher to wrap the championship up if White takes the victory, with Albie Smith alongside. Sam Green Gomez starts 5th with Archie Loveridge for company on row number 3. Behind them it's Fenton Stoneman and Alfie Forrester, with Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanoff rounding out your top 10. Joshua Sullivan and Margaret Kvekis start on row number 6, with Lewis Gilbert and Noah Jebson on row 7. Jensen White and Matthew Plant start row 8. Ella Dixon and George Ralston are on row number 9, in front of Ronnie Legg and Noah Clark. Then it's James Vout and Samuel Yeadon. Harvey Turner and Finley Thursfield are on row number 12, with Otto Amy and Charlie Stapleton. Ashton Horsfield and Tyler Banks on row 14. Jacob Leathenby and Lewis Hall are 29th and 30th respectively. Luke Jardine, Freddie Housego, Max Housego and Thomas Battershill complete your grid here for Honda Cadet. 34 as they make their way round to the grid. Honda's then coming round to get into position. Final few runs. We've got driver off there on the right-hand side. That looks like he could have been Finley Firstfield on the grass. Just going to wait. We've got a, it's the 23 just being dragged back on. That's Finley Thursfield in the Winner Racing colours. He's got to find his space now in the grid. I think it could be, there they've left him a nice one, just behind Samuel Yeadon, in front of the 12 of Charlie Stapleton. Parents helpers making their way off to the left-hand side. Green flag at the back of the grid, although they'll wait until everybody's off to the left before the 5-second board goes up. 12 minutes on the clock. Red lights are out and we're away and racing in Honda Cadet. It's a good start from Ryan White off pole position, and he makes his way through in front of Ralphie Branscombe. But now Max Taddy down the inside. Taddy doesn't need to get involved in that. He's got a championship to win. Taddy's on the grass. Taddy is going to be down well outside the top 10. Ralphie Branscombe's on the grass as well. Ralphie Branscombe's got a bent rear axle. He's out of this race weekend, unfortunately for Ralphie Branscombe. It's been a stellar weekend so far for Branscombe. Looks like we've got a Battenberg. We go red flag. Red flag's out. We're going to have a complete restart of this one by the look of things. We've got red flag alert. It doesn't show it in the top left corner, but red flag alert in the commentary box. We've got a red flag. That's Jensen White coming through to the field, and that's Ralphie Branscombe's car bunny hopping down. And Branscombe's weekend comes to a premature end with a bent rear axle. He's been fantastic all weekend, has Ralphie Branscombe. Red flag, not quite sure what for. There could well have been something happening after that incident into the first corner. But this will be a complete restart as we've not completed 2 full laps. So the drivers should well grid up again in their original grid positions. Jensen White, I wouldn't be putting my hand back there. And to break this back there, you don't want to get your fingers caught in that, unfortunately. So just getting a report in that the driver of the 42, which is Matthew Plant, who was in 15th, has had an off up at Christmas Corner. And just got the medical team on track, just making sure, as always with Alpha Live, we're not going to put a camera on young drivers that are being seen to by our medical team. We've got camera ops out there. They report back into the commentary box if the driver is okay. So we'll get reports back, hopefully. Now, Ralphie Branscombe's kart's at the top of the hill. I don't know how long this delay is going to be and how quickly they can change a rear axle, but if he can, then as this is a complete restart, he should be able to, I believe, take his original grid position, but it's going to take a while to change a rear axle. You know, even if you've got 4 or 5 people working on that, if you've got one built up. So just getting reports as well that 42 Matthew Plant is out of his car and is on his feet, which is wonderful for everybody and us here in the commentary box to be able to report back that Matthew Plant is okay. Whether he comes round to retake his position, I'm not quite sure, but we'll see. He's getting into the medical vehicle, so Matthew Plant, unfortunately, his race weekend is over. But looks like he appears to be okay. So field just being held. They'll re-grid them up in their original grid positions, but there will be 1 or 2 spaces and a lifeline thrown to Max Taddy, who was involved in that incident with Ralphie Branscombe on the opening lap, and he will be able to re-grid up in his original grid position of 3rd place behind Ryan White and Max Taddy, who needed to finish inside the top 8 with Ryan White if he was to go on to take the victory, and he dropped all the way down to around about 20th place. And here we are, we're going to get the original grid positions, and we'll get ourselves sorted. Drivers just being told to move up and out, and I think we might even just have the marshals putting the karts into position for him. You see the medical car at the top of the screen taking Matthew Plant off for precautionary checks, but as we did report, he was up and out of his kart and does appear to be okay. We're getting reports back into the commentary box, so medical car will leave the track, and then karts will then be positioned in their grid places as they were. So karts being pushed back into position, some by drivers, some by helpers. So most of them will know where, roughly about where they would have been. So just having a do-si-do of karts, and we'll get everybody into their positions, and we'll get this Honda Cadet final away once again as soon as we possibly can. Support coming in the live chat from Daniel Barton saying, come on Sam Green, Gomez and Tyler Banks. Morgan Turner as well saying, let's go Harvey Turner, and saying come on to Win Racing. So field just being repositioned. They'll make sure everybody is where they should be. Front row berth of Ralphie Branscombe is being left vacant, of course, his kart at the top of the hill. So field just being repositioned, as you can see. Marshall's in orange, just making sure everyone's in the right position. Anybody, if they've incurred a front fairing penalty, will have the front fairing reset, because this is a complete restart of the race after the red flag earlier on in this one. So there'll be a gap in second place left where Ralphie Branscombe's kart should have been, and where Matthew Plant was gridded up as well. There'll be a gap left there. Don't think we'll be closing the field up. So we'll just get everybody into position. Timer already, I think, believe reset to 12 minutes, so we should have a should have everything sorted, and we'll have a completely full race. It's going to give Albie Smith a bit of clear air in front of him off the left-hand side of our screen, right-hand side of the grid. So we're going to have a Ryan White on his own then on the front row by the look of things. With then a second row of Max Taddy on the left and Albie Smith on the right. Just had final confirmation as well that the driver of the 42, Matthew Plant, is okay, just having precautionary checks by the medics, but walked away, which is great to see, and great that I am able to report as well that Matthew is okay. So as the paddock patiently waits on this regridding here for this Honda Cadet final. We might as well have a bit of sheep racing then while we're waiting, as the camera pans round to have a quick look up the top of the hill here then at Whilton Mill. There's the infamous or famous, whichever way you want to call it, chicken run into the pit lane as the camera pans back round. We've still got a bit of a gap on the right hand side there. So we know we're missing Branscombe off the front row. We know we'll be missing Matthew Plant. We'll just be waiting for a few others to get themselves into position as well. So it looks like we should almost be there with regridding shortly. We've got that just a final few in. I think we just need to have a little bit of a rejig mid-pack, but looks like we've got a fair few now slotting into where they need to be. They're going to have a roll round again for one further rolling up lap, and then they will take up their standing start position once again. As you can see in the top left corner on the gantry, 12 minutes reset on the clock once again for our drivers for this race. Just trying to get some heat into the tyres once again for our Honda Cadets here, getting ready for their final. Missing a few though. Ralphie Branscombe, bent rear axle, mate, means he is out of this final, having started the original from the front row.
And then also going to be missing Matthew Plant in the 42. Down to 31 runners, so I think we could well be missing another one as well, who didn't come round but could well have also been involved in that incident. I'll try and pick out a number, but as it stands, we've got everybody from the front of the pack, with the exception of Ralphie Branscombe. There's James Vout in the 44, red and in the yellow and black colours, bright yellow helmet as well. Grid will be cleared. So final few runners roll into position. Gap on the right hand side where Branscombe should have been. Gap on the right hand side further back where Matthew Plant should have been. And another gap as well where the runner that I can't quite pick out should have been there. Arm up at the back of the pack. Red lights on the overhead gantry. 5 second board as the engine notes rise in the Hondas. We're away and racing for a second time, and Ed Spain comes across to try and defend off in the middle of the pack, but he gets away slowly, and the rest of the field making their way through. Appear to be much cleaner this time. Kevin Ivanoff wide out onto the rumble strips, but everybody is through as they head up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Can we make it clean this time round at the second time of asking? We can't. James Vout is round in the middle of the pack, and Noah Clark is off onto the grass as well, rejoining in the T-plate as they head down the hill, and Clark's going slowly. That could just be because he's had no momentum from on that grass there as the field then stream their way through in this 12-minute plus 1 lap final. Ryan White, Max Taddy, Sam Green Gomez and Albie Smith, with Fenton Stoneman, Archie Loveridge and Kevin Ivanoff down the inside of Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan's going to get the cut back into the final corner, then Sullivan's going to go wide out onto the rumble strip and bounces up. Ed Spain with a warning flag in 9th place, as well as Ryan White is wide. Ryan White wide onto the grass, and he spins out, and his championship hopes go with it as well. Ryan White backwards onto the grass, and the championship looks to be all over for Ryan White. Max Taddy second place behind Sam Green Gomez as they run down the hill towards Ashby's, and Ryan White wide onto the outside, and the hopes of a full championship season for Ryan White come crashing down inside 2 laps of this restarted final here in Honda Cadet. Going to have a quick look in the combat. I don't think there's anything untoward. I think White's just gone wide out onto the outside as they run down towards that first corner, as now Sam Green Gomez leads the way from Max Taddy. Then it's Stoneman, Smith, Loveridge, Ivanoff, Sullivan, Ed Spain, Lewis Gilbert and George Ralston rounding out your top 10. Having a quick look, not quite gone back far enough in the commentary box just to pick that one up, but I'll have a quick look in a moment. I don't think anything untoward. I will confirm in a few moments' time for the incident with Ryan White. Ronnie Legg is round in the middle of the field. He's going to have to wait. We've got carts scattering left, right and centre. Ronnie Legg going up onto the grass and moves himself out of the way just so that nobody comes through and collects. It's still, though, Sam Green Gomez leading from Max Taddy, and Max Taddy now has just got to stay out of trouble. I'm going to have a quick look here with the what happened with Ryan White, and White just goes wide now, all by himself. Ryan White wide onto the rumble strips, unfortunately for him. Ivanoff is through on Archie Loveridge. Loveridge drops down then into what will now be 6th place. Ivanoff through up into P5. Sam Green Gomez, though, continuing to lead from Max Taddy, and I don't think now Max Taddy's going to be too worried about getting through. Noah Clark down the inside there into the right-hander. Having a quick look now where Ryan White's returned into the pack. He's in 16th place at the moment for Ryan White as Kevin Ivanoff gets down the inside of Albie Smith into the final corner. Smith closing the door. Loveridge as well. Ed Spain on the back of Joshua Sullivan as they push through. 3rd, Fenton Stoneman down to 8th.
Ed Spade, all nose to tail. The top two away at the front, with Max Taddy not showing really any interest in finding a way past Sam Green-Gomez. Lewis Gilbert in 9th, George Ralston further back as well. You'll see them coming through. There's Ralston. He's got Margaris Kavekis and Jensen White for company. Ella Dixon in 13th, with Samuel Yeadon coming through well. Ryan White back up into 15th place. It's this train of karts from Fenton, Stoneman, Albie Smith, Kevin Ivanoff, Archie Loveridge all have a quick look over their shoulders. Ivanoff is down the inside of Albie Smith, and Albie Smith is down the inside of Fenton Stoneman. Stoneman's going to be widened on the outside. Loveridge as well is coming down the inside of Fenton Stoneman. The top two come through over the line. They've all slotted back in by the look of things in the background. They have. Stoneman, it comes out of it in 6th place. And Lewis Gilbert is coming up onto the back of this in P9 as well. Albie Smith now in front of Kevin Ivanoff once again. Great move down the inside of Fenton Stoneman from Albie Smith. And now Kevin Ivanoff with a move down the inside. Stoneman's got down the inside of Archie Loveridge. Can Sullivan get through the gap as well? He does. Loveridge drops back 2. As then Sullivan gets into the back of Stoneman ever so slightly, as they all rejoin back onto the circuit as they go slightly wide. Bit of a helmet tap. Just wants to be smart, as now Lewis Gilbert is up onto the back, as Sullivan's going to try and move down the inside of Fenton Stoneman into the right-hander. Over the line they come then. Still Sam Green-Gomez, Max Taddy, Kevin Ivanoff and Albie Smith, with Fenton Stoneman, Joshua Sullivan, Archie Loveridge and Ed Spain in front of Lewis Gilbert as they run up towards Christmas Corner. Stoneman there imploring Sullivan to help push him along to get onto the back of Kevin Ivanoff and Albie Smith, who appear to have calmed themselves down ever so slightly. And now we're just doing a bit of a pushing game, although Albie Smith comes out the slipstream ever so slightly just to try and push on. And try and head now down through Oziers towards the boot. 6 minutes on the clock. We're at half race distance. We still have got that one lap to add on at the end as well. Round Paddock Bend they go. The top two have changed round. Max Taddy leads, wants to win this championship in style as Fenton Stoneman gets into the back of Albie Smith, and then Archie Loveridge as well catches Joshua Sullivan as he comes across. And Archie Loveridge with the fastest lap of the race, a 51.8 for Loveridge in 7th place. The two leaders heading down the hill. Sam Green-Gomez on the back of Max Taddy, Kevin Ivanoff, Fenton Stoneman. Looks like it's Joshua Sullivan now up into P5. Albie Smith down into P6. Front of Archie Loveridge. And then behind them, they're going to have Ed Spade. Lewis Gilbert's there as well. Then there's a gap back to Margaris Kavekis. That rounds out your top 10, and we've got action still further down. Ryan White only still managing to get back up into 14th. He's going to be on the back of Jensen White and George Ralston soon. Ella Dixon as Albie Smith comes down the inside of Sullivan, and looks like we're going to have Archie Loveridge through there as well. Loveridge does indeed sweep all the way round the outside. Kevin Ivanoff with the fastest lap of the race. Ed Spain and Lewis Gilbert. Are we missing somebody? Jensen White is up inside the top 10. We've got anybody dropping down a fair few. We'll keep an eye out in a few moments' time. But Jensen White now up inside the top 10. He's got his way past Margaris Kavekis. There he is in the orange helmet. Kavekis just behind in the zebra colours. Front of a train, gets all the way down to Samuel Yeadon in P15. There's your leaders. Max Taddy, 4 minutes away from the championship here in the CKC. Leading Sam Green-Gomez, Kevin Ivanoff, Fenton Stoneman and Albie Smith. That's your top 5 in front of Archie Loveridge and Joshua Sullivan. They've got a bit of a gap now back to Ed Spain, who's been battling it out with Lewis Gilbert on the previous lap. They've swapped positions again, now battling out Fenton Stoneman and Albie Smith. Stoneman was imploring Smith to help him, and Smith's going to come down the inside. Archie Loveridge as well. Smith goes wide, Stoneman with the cutback. Sullivan trying to do exactly the same on Archie Loveridge as they run down the hill towards Ashby, and it's allowed Ed Spain right back into the mix as well. In the background though, Ryan White starting to come through, back up into 13th place now, but the championship over and done with unless Max Taddy is pretty much unclassified now in this final, and he's currently leading from Sam Green Gomez. In this battle for 4th place, we've got Albie Smith now leading Fenton Stoneman. Kevin Ivanoff is comfortable in 3rd place. That's your top 3. Trophies down to 5th. Archie Loveridge looks like he's got slightly sideways on exit there now. Sullivan is through on Loveridge. Smith is defending off Fenton Stoneman. Stoneman with the switchback. It was what happened on the previous lap. Stoneman is alongside. Stoneman is alongside Smith. Smith's not happy with that, but Stoneman is through. Great move from Stoneman. Smith alongside Sullivan. Sullivan forced wide out onto the rumble strip. Ed Spain looking to take advantage as well. So they all slot back in. Stoneman still leading from Smith in this battle for 4th place. So they head up towards the boot. Can Ed Spain get the run to the inside? He can't. Albie Smith can, though. He's down the inside of Fenton Stoneman. They're going to be 3 wide over start finish. Sullivan's going to be on the outside. They're all squeezed together. They all come out of it in pretty much the same order. An absolute miracle. Penalty for Albie Smith. Is that for squeezing Fenton Stoneman across there into Sullivan over start finish? Sullivan with the helmet tap. He's trying to tell everyone to chill this one out. And Jensen White's coming through as well. He's up onto the back of Archie Loveridge, up into 9th place. Still 1 minute and 50 to go. Honda Cadet, as always, all action here in Honda Cadet. Albie Smith in front of Fenton Stoneman. Joshua Sullivan. We've got Green Gomez still leading from Max Taddy. Once again, they've swapped round a few laps ago, but penalty for Albie Smith as Ed Spain goes down the inside of Sullivan. And then we're going to have Archie Loveridge down the inside of Ed Spain as well. Side by side they go, over start finish. I think Albie Smith has just seen that he's been given a penalty, because you saw his arm go up off the steering wheel. He was not at all happy with that decision, although I can't, if I'm being honest with you, he had been squeezing Fenton Stoneman on a number of occasions over start finish. Now it's Stoneman down the inside of Albie Smith into the right-hander at Ashby. All helmet taps between them all. Albie Smith on the back of Fenton Stoneman. Ed Spain up into 5th place, the final. Oh no, up into 6th place, still battling for that final trophy. The top 3 look like they are set in stone, albeit Green Gomez and Max Taddy. I'm sure we'll figure out that order. Jensen White's down the inside as they go into the final corner. Kevin Ivanoff's closing right in on the leaders as we've had a massive jumble round from 4th down. Sam Green Gomez down the inside of Max Taddy. Taddy just needing to finish this race now. Could drop behind these 2 and just leave them to it. As we've got some lap traffic, we await the rest of the field. Is that Archie Loveridge coming out? It is Archie Loveridge coming out. Stoneman's gone. Albie Smith's gone as well. Off camera, they've gone. Ryan White's back into the mix here. He's right up there, but we've had drivers going off left, right and centre. Jensen White is up there. Archie Loveridge is going to come out of this one in 4th place as they come through. Where's Fenton Stoneman? Where's Albie Smith? They've been going at it, hammer and tongs, throughout all of this race. This is your top 3. On to the final lap. Sam Green Gomez, Max Taddy, Kevin Ivanoff, then it's Loveridge, White, Spain, Ryan White and Joshua Sullivan. Front of Ella Dixon and Lewis Gilbert. Max Taddy down the inside of Sam Green Gomez. Then it's Kevin Ivanoff as well in 3rd place. This is your top 3. We'll find out the order in a few moments' time, though, when they cross the line. There's still action happening behind in 4th place as well. Down the inside of some lap traffic goes Archie Loveridge in 4th place. Sam Green Gomez, though, a few corners away from taking his first final victory in the Kart Championship. White's down the inside of lap traffic. Green Gomez, and we've got Kevin Ivanoff down the inside. Sam Green Gomez crosses the line to win for the first time in a final here in the Kart Championship from Kevin Ivanoff and Max Taddy. Then it's going to be Archie Loveridge, he trophies for the first time. Jensen White, Ed Spain, Ryan White, Joshua Sullivan, Ella Dixon and Lewis Gilbert. Round out your top 10. Then it's Margaret Kavekis, Ralston, Yeadon, Smith and Stoneman are 14th and 15th respectively. They're still battling all the way down the field. with James Vout in 16th. Then it's Clark, Hall, Stapleton, Thursfield, Horsepool, Banks, Leathenby, Housego, Turner, Jardine, Amy, Legg. Alfie Forrester down in 29th. Not a great race for him. He's ran inside the top 10 all weekend. Thomas Battershill and Max Housego round out your grid here in Honda. Well then, let's have a quick look at them results, because what a race it was in Honda. For the first time, Sam Green Gomez, the Anglo-Spanish driver, takes victory here in the Kart Championship from Kevin Ivanov, and your 2023 champion in the Cadet Kart Championship, Max Taddy, in the 66 from Glasgow in Scotland, takes the 2023 crown in front of Archie Loveridge and Jensen White. Then it's Ed Spain, Ryan White recovering back to 7th in front of Joshua Sullivan, Ella Dixon and Lewis Gilbert, with Margaris Kavekis, George Ralston, Samuel Yeadon and Albie Smith 13th and 14th. Then it's Fenton Stoneman, James Vout, Noah Clark, Lewis Hall and Charlie Stapleton, Finley Thursfield and Ashton Horsepool, with Tyler Banks, Jacob Leathenby, Freddie Housego and Luke Jardine. And we're going to have to rattle through a Coma grid because they're already making their way out onto track. Coma C50 Bambino grid. Championship already wrapped up by Rex Pooley, but we'll run through this one. We've got a final to go here with Mason Hibbert and Henry Algar going off the front row. Harry Chapman and Calman Simon on row 2. Noah Wicklow and Toby Biggs on row number 3. Then it's Sebastian McCarthy and Ronnie Kempson, Reggie Chandler and Ernie Wade, with Oscar Churches and Ollie West on row number 6. Logan Hodgetts and Freddie Blackshaw start row 7. Brady Atkin and Elliot Payne on row 8. William Wainwright and Jax Wong on row number 9. Row 10 will see Henry Hales and Ethan Pearson, Louis Wilson and Arlo Atkinson, Darcy Durnford and Riley Aston Wilkins round out your grid here in our Coma C50 Bambino class. As the field roll themselves into position. Helpers making their way off the grid then, and we will be away and racing already in Coma Bambino. Didn't even get a chance to go to the rear camera shot. We are away and racing in Coma C50 Bambino as the field disappear off into the distance. Henry Hales and Harry Chapman also trying to disappear off into the distance as they have broke towards the front. It's been a great start as well for Noah Wicklow in the 53. He's up into 3rd place. Great start from Wicklow. Looks like he's managed to get a good away off that line. So the rest of the field make their way through Christmas Corner nice and clean, and they'll now head down the hill towards Ashby's. Toby Biggs once again with another good start. Should see him up into 4th place by the look of things. Henry Algar then will lead from Harry Chapman, Noah Wicklow and Mason Hibbert. That's your top 4. Then it looks like it could be Biggs in P5. It is. There he is in the purple and white machine. Calmon Simon behind in the black and gold Lotus replica colours as Toby Biggs goes round at the boot, and he is going to have to wait. And Toby Biggs, who's been a top 5 runner all season, will now have to come through from 24th place all the way through the field now to try and salvage some points in this final as he spins at the boot. Algar and Chapman trying to push away from Mason Hibbert, who's now found a way past Noah Wicklow. Can Wicklow go with and try and open up a gap as well to Calmon Simon, who's trying to do exactly the same, to now Reggie Chandler up into what appears to be 6th place behind Calmon Simon. He's definitely in front of Sebastian McCarthy in the dark blue machine just to the right of the screen. Logan Hodgetts and
Ernie Wade in there as well. Oscar Churches has dropped down, I think, to 8th place. Ernie Wade in P9. As Reggie Chandler tries a move down the inside of Calmon Simon into the left-hander at the boot. Field 3 wide, that's Ernie Wade down the inside of Oscar Churches. Ronnie Kempson on the back of that one as well, with Logan Hodgetts just outside the top 10 in P11. Fastest lap of the race from Henry Algar on lap number 2. Being pushed away, and there's Calmon Simon trying to find a way back past Reggie Chandler. Chandler through though, up into 5th place, then a look over the shoulder. Goes slightly wide because of that, but then Calmon Simon can't find a way through. Can they all work together now? Sebastian McCarthy too on the back, trying to push away as they head towards Oziers. Need to work together as Calmon Simon gets a bit of slide and goes slightly wide. Algar then leading from Chapman. They've been unable to break away. Mason Hibbert going with, and Noah Wicklow, an impressive performance thus far, in 4th place. They've got a gap of almost 2.5 seconds. It'll be 3.5, maybe 4 by the time Calmon Simon and Reggie Chandler have finished arguing over 5th place. The gap's out to 5 seconds from Noah Wicklow in 4th to Calmon Simon, Reggie Chandler, Sebastian McCarthy, and they've thrown an invitation out of the window to Ernie Wade, and to be fair, the rest of the Bambino field as well, as we've got 10 carts in a single camera shot. That's Ronnie Kempson going down the inside of Logan Hodgetts in that run up towards Christmas Corner, and they come out in single file. Into that left-hander we see Sebastian McCarthy. And wide out to go onto the rumble strips goes the 29 of Elliot Payne. Onto the grass as well, and then we're going to see the 21, I think, of William Wainwright sticking the nose down the inside as well. As the field comes through, Calmon Simon now has started to break away from Reggie Chandler, but I fear the damage is done at the front for Simon to close in on those there. Reggie Chandler and Sebastian McCarthy going side by side. Ernie Wade as well being forced out wide there by Logan Hodgetts. He's going to struggle to get back in as the train of carts comes down the inside. Ronnie Kempson with a double special, taking 2, gets past Ronnie Kempson and getting past Logan Hodgetts by the look of things as well into Christmas Corner. Great move into that right-hand bend. And then Sebastian McCarthy trying to squeeze to the inside. Ronnie Kempson's coming through as well. McCarthy can't get in, and then McCarthy's going to be slow. Logan Hodgetts trying to get nose down the inside. All the way down is this train of carts down to the number 21 of William Wainwright in 16th place. So we've got Reggie Chandler in P6 now, down to 16th, all in one camera shot as they go through. Leading trio starting to move away from Noah Wicklow, but Wicklow should have enough here. Calmon Simon just being told to keep things calm, but keep the pace steady there from the pit wall. Behind him, there's a scrap going on. Reggie Chandler and Ronnie Kempson. Kempson's flying. Kempson's got front running pace here, but unfortunately he's in a scrap. Round the outside of him goes Sebastian McCarthy. Great move there by McCarthy. Saw that Ronnie Kempson had been boxed in behind Reggie Chandler and used it to his advantage. And to be fair, now this one's going all the way down out to Toby Biggs in 22nd place. I mentioned earlier that comas were good for slipstreaming, and now we're going to see it because we've got a gaggle of carts all through. We've got the 29, unfortunately, around. That's Elliot Payne having an excursion. He had an attempt on the grass earlier. This time he goes round fully and falls out of this train of carts. Change for the lead off camera. Harry Chapman leads from Henry Algar and Mason Hibbert. Then it's going to be Noah Wicklow with a big gap to Calmon Simon, who's starting to open up a gap to Chandler, McCarthy, Kempson, Hodgetts, Atkin, Wade, Hales, Churches, Wainwright, West, Blackshaw, Pearson, Wilson and Biggs. And then Jacques Wong as well in 20th, all in one camera shot. as they head up towards Christmas Corner. Right the way round the outside once again goes Sebastian McCarthy. Got some good top end power in that machine, as he was able to hold on by running all the way round the outside of Reggie Chandler, as we've got driver going straight on there, up and over the grass down at Ashby. I think there's a tyre wall down there well offline, so at least we should be over there. That's the 11, that's Ernie Wade, who's had a problem down there. He'll rejoin, yellow flags off on the outside of Marshall Post 5 on this run down towards Ashby. Ernie Wade, though, who was in 11th place, will drop all the way down the order now, unfortunately. The rest of the field come through. They have started to spread out a little bit more now, with incidents aplenty in the middle of this race. The leading trio, though, still pulling away at the front, with Chapman, Algar and Hibbert. Noah Wicklow doing well, just 2 seconds back. You can see him there. And then a huge gap back of nearly 8 seconds to Calmon Simon, Sebastian McCarthy and Ronnie Kempson. And everyone else as well. We've just got a yellow flag out on the run up to Christmas Corner. Just saw that there from the marshal's post on the left-hand side of the camera. As Henry Algar tries a move on Harry Chapman, and he's through. Chapman has to slot back into second place. And then Algar defending off, going tighter to the inside. Straight line over start finish they go. Having reports now that the meeting has been declared open, which suggests that there's a little bit of moisture in the air. We were expecting a little bit of rain at some point throughout this race weekend here at Whilton Mill. So field making their way down the hill. Just having reports that Kart 20 Ollie West has been off at Christmas Corner. Update to see whether he's back on, but he is dropping down the order, so I think he could well be out of this race, unfortunately. Lap times are a few seconds off what they were earlier, so I do get the feeling we might have a little bit of moisture in the air now. We're down to 105s rather than the 102s earlier on. So run into the right-hand bends. Final bend. There is Ollie West walking away, so he looks okay, but his race weekend is over. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go then here in this Coma Bambino C50 final, as they run up the hill towards Christmas Corner, where we have been having reports from our camera ops that it is raining slightly up there. Lap time still in the 104, so some 2 seconds down off what the fastest times were at the beginning of this race weekend and race day at the start of this one. Fastest lap so far on lap number 3 from Mason Hibbert. He's currently in 3rd place, just off the back of Henry Algar and Harry Chapman. Chapman in the yellow helmet, with Algar in the yellow and black suit. Look over his shoulder, hint of yellow on his helmet as well, but the main car is blue. See, run up. Noah Wicklow heading towards his best BKC finish of the season, and heading towards the final trophy was Calmon Simon, but he's been reeled in by Sebastian McCarthy at a fair rate of knots. The field started to spread out a bit now, with Ronnie Kempson and Logan Hodgetts battling it out for 7th and 8th place respectively. There's final big trophies. We go down to 5, and we trophy everybody else as well. They were handed out during the lunch break so that the Coma Bambino runners didn't all have to stick around until the end of the race day. Down the hill they go. We should get round before the time elapses. They've been lapping in 104s. We've got 50 seconds or so on the clock, so we'll get 2 more laps in here in this Coma Bambino C50 final. Down the inside goes Harry Chapman on Henry Algar into the boot, and Harry Chapman will lead into what will be the penultimate lap here. 2 to go. As we see Ollie West there to the right-hand side, once again walking away to the sanctuary. He's going to head back. I think he'll be in the pit lane before the end of this race. His cart will be collected in due course. Harry Chapman, Henry Algar and Mason Hibbert still battling it out for the victory here. Noah Wicklow looking comfortable in 4th place. Sebastian McCarthy now up into P5 in front of Calman Simon, who's performed very, very well in his debut BKC weekend here this season. For Calman Simon in 12th place. Round goes the 63 of Louis Wilson at the at Crook, out onto the painted curb. That's the problem now. You get out onto the paint with the rain. As the lap times, I think it'll be going out a little bit further. The paint's going to be very, very slippy. This one's going to throw it open in some of our championships. We're going to have the last lap board out this time round for Harry Chapman. And there is, again, the 63 having a little bit of an excursion. That time at Christmas Corner. We've got a few other drivers off as well. As the final lap board is shown, Harry Chapman, Henry Algar and Mason Hibbert lead with a gap back to Noah Wicklow. Waiting for Wicklow to cross the line though. There he does indeed cross the line, although the gap is out to nearly 17 seconds. Wicklow with a 1:18 on the previous lap. McCarthy with a 1:12 in 4th place. So they make the run down. Yellow flag being held out at Ashby. And wide goes Harry Chapman onto the rumble strips, and Henry Algar will go through. Chapman understeering wide as the slippery surface, red and yellow flags being shown. And Harry Chapman sliding wide, understeering Henry Algar as well. They're all sliding wide now as they head round the outside of Osiers. Mason Hibbert in 3rd place, doing just the same as they head towards the boot. Tippy-toeing round into the right-hander as Chapman nearly drops a wheel off the outside of the track. Henry Algar, though, round the final corner. Can Chapman get the run? Don't think he can. Henry Algar heads towards the checkered flag, and Henry Algar takes victory here in the final round at Whilton Mill from Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert. That's your top 3. There's Noah Wicklow, cruelly out of 4th place. Noah Wicklow. Disappointment for Wicklow. What a weekend. He was on for his best result in the BKC, and he's going to retire from the final. Toby Biggs inherits 4th with Ronnie Kempson. We've got McCarthy dropping down the order as well as Wicklow. Calmon Simon, Reggie Chandler's off. A frantic final lap in Coma C50 Bambino. This means it's all change inside the top 10. Kempson, Hodgetts, Hales, McCarthy, Churches and Blackshaw out of nowhere comes through for 10th place. In front of Brady Atkin, Jax Wong and Ethan Pearson. Rest of the field will come through, but all change outside the top 3. Toby Biggs, who span on the opening lap and dropped all the way down to 24th place, comes back to finish in P4 as the rain starts to come down here at Whilton Mill. Results then in our Coma C50 Bambino class sees Henry Algar taking the victory from Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert. Toby Biggs and Ronnie Kempson complete your top 5 in front of Logan Hodgetts, Henry Hales, Sebastian McCarthy, Oscar Churches and Freddie Blackshaw, Brady Atkin and Jax Wong with Ethan Pearson and William Wainwright in P14. Then it's Elliot Payne, Noah Wicklow classified in 16th in front of Calmon Simon, Reggie Chandler and Darcy Durnford, Louis Wilson, Arlo Atkinson, Ollie West and Ernie Wade with Riley Aston Wilkins not classified in 24th place. Trying to give a massive shout out to 3 drivers in that one. First of all, to Noah Wicklow in the 53. A superb drive. He looked set for P4, was comfortable until the final lap, and then the kart cruelly stopping as well. Problems for him. He'd done a lap that was a lot slower the previous one, so it looks like we've had kart problems. Big shout as well to Sebastian McCarthy. He looked like he was going to be on for a podium. Calmon Simon as well
who's classified in 17th. He's been a great addition to the BKC this weekend. Performed at the front of the pack from the get-go. And unfortunately, he'll be classified down in 17th, but hopefully he can take a lot of heart away from this weekend here at Whilton Mill. We move on to Junior Rotax. Grids are ready and waiting for us then for our Junior Rotax final. Hamish Forrest will go off P1 with Ollie Naylor alongside. Harry Hurst-Grover and James Waring on row 2. Jason Duckis and Callum Foster on row number 3. Then it's going to be Melissa Adrian and Emily Cooper. Martin Wright and Archie Dyson with Marcel Popical and Anthony Witowski on row number 6. Then we have Ethan Bath and Joshua Jarvis, Sam Stoner and Rhys Owen in front of Jack Dimbleby and Miles Roby on row 9. The top 20 completed by Christian Stefanoff and James Kell with Ollie Poole and Ellis Garrett on row 11. Harrison Purnell and Maya Simpson, row number 12. Row 13 sees Amalie Ackett and Frankie Smedley, Jacob Anslow and Archie Carter just behind Molly Pugh and Harrison Bishop off row 15 in front of Archie Doherty and Kieran Thompson, with Ewan Stevenson rounding out your 33 kart. Stevenson unfortunately had the mechanical flag in the previous race, which means he goes off the back, having not picked up any points in that one. We may well have a 1 or 2 minute delay, because I think we could be having a few tyre changes down there. Most of the juniors, I'd imagine, would have presented to the grid in the holding area with slick tyres on, but then would have been waiting outside just changing tyres. So not sure if we can get a camera shot from our final bend, but there we go, just seeing our runners down in the holding area. We may well have everybody on slicks because the gate may well have closed for some. We'll keep an eye out. We've definitely got slicks on both of those karts as we go further down the grid as well. It may well have been a case. We've got a wet runner further forwards. On the left-hand side there. So we're going to have a bit of a mix here of wet and dry runners for this Junior Rotax final. Wrapped up, of course, by Kasper Tomilewski at round number 5, but Clay Pigeon taking the victory for Kato Motorsport. But there's still plenty to play for. The battle for second place between Harry Hurst-Grover, Callum Foster and Sam Stoner raging on all weekend. Very little between them, although Stoner had a very, very difficult weekend, a very difficult day yesterday. He was forced out onto the grass and lost a fair few points to his nearest championship rivals. Still waiting for us to get the go-ahead then, as we could be having a bit of a switch around here, because there could be a bit of an issue. If that, I'd be quite interested to see if we can pan that camera left and see whether the gate is closed, because there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of karts on the grid at the moment. So at the moment we've got a lot of Junior Rotax karts outside the gate at the moment. Looks like we've got Emily Cooper's kart outside. Callum Foster's kart is outside of the gate. We've got the 14 of Harry Hurst-Grover outside the gate at the moment in juniors. And we're just waiting for the confirmation here as to what is happening. We've got a number of karts in the holding area. So the rain started to come down. I imagine people were changing tyres. And we'll see what happens. It looks like there's a fair few people going towards the front, asking some questions. So we await Junior Rotax here then.
I'll go and have a look.
See some drops coming off the camera there, just in front. So, Junior Rotax, we are still waiting, having a quick look in the live chat comments to see if there's anybody keeping me entertained. Jack Tinkler saying, come on, Emily Cooper. Sunbather saying, good luck to Callum Foster as well. Well, at the moment, they appeared to be outside of what appeared to be a fairly closed gate, and it doesn't look like we've got many more people in there, although the crowd appears to be getting larger, that's for sure, in there anyway. Can't see, definitely not all the carts that we need. We've got a capacity grid in Junior Rotax. And this could throw some championship positions wide open, of course. Definitely Harry Hurstgrover's car outside the gate. Callum Foster's car outside the gate. They are currently second and third in the championship as it stands. Don't know whether Sam Stoner's 38 car is in there, but this could as well open up second place to a few other drivers as well. If drivers don't take part in this race, we could see drivers like Ollie Naylor jumping right up into second place in the standings. We'll find out at the end of it. Obviously, we know Marcel Poppercull wrapped the championship up at the previous round. But at the moment, we've got pretty much half of the right-hand side of the grid missing here. As we anxiously wait for Junior Rotax to get underway. Doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. There's still got a few drivers down there. The left-hand side with the yellow helmet in hand. That's Ewan Stevenson. His cart's in the holding area. So, still none the wiser as to whether we're going to get going here anytime soon. Doesn't appear to be a lot of carts in there, though. 33 on the grid in our Junior Rotax class, and at the moment we've got around about 20. Gainer Spiller on, saying good luck to Harry. Sandro's granddad and grandma go smash it. Elliot Thompson as well. Elliot Thomas as well, saying good luck to Ollie Naylor, bring it home. Well, at the moment, we can't even bring you a Junior Rotax race, unfortunately. Still waiting for them to get themselves into position and out on track for our juniors. This is the view from Christmas Corner. You can see the rain in the background. If you look just to the right of the restaurant building here at Whilton Mill, there's a gap in the trees. You can see how hazy it is to the trees behind. So it's clearly wet, and got water dripping off just off the front of the camera, off the peak. At times we've got another camera up down there on the right hand side of the outside of
of Crook Corner. You can just about make them out in their orange high-vis. Up on the raised platform, we have another that's bringing you the wonderful pictures of the holding area a few moments ago from the outside of the pit bend. And we've got a marshal there running, and to be fair, if they keep running for the 12 minutes, they might end. That's one of our cameras. I was thinking if they keep running at that sort of pace as we're going at the minute in Junior Rotax, could well end up on the podium here this weekend at Whilton Mill. So hopefully we'll be able to come back to the holding area in a few moments' time. We've just got cameras on rotation. I mean, obviously with it raining, we're just going to make sure that the cameras are safe. We don't want them getting too wet, and hopefully then we can see whether we can get this race going. So I'm not sure whether they've just moved the carts around and those that are out, but we'll see. Hopefully we can cut back in a little while and we'll find out. More support coming in from Ethan Johnson Racing, saying good luck to Harry. Support as well coming in from Hayley Leslie, wishing good luck to all the ex-kart drivers. Oh, we'll see who, what and when in a moment for Junior Rotax. Still looking very, very busy down there. Just having a quick look in the group. Junior Gate was due to close at 15:27 with a race start of 15:30. We're now at 15:41. So juniors should be well underway by now. We should almost be heading towards the checkered flag in Junior Rotax, but unfortunately we've not quite got there just yet. Field is making their way round, and we'll see whether we've got a full complement. We'll run through the grid as it is, and then we'll find out in a few moments' time. Leaving the holding area, 24 karts. So it looks like we are missing a few. The grid, though, we've already been through. Should have had Hamish Forrest, but it doesn't look like he's there. Got a spin there on the way out. That looks like we've got Ewan Stevenson. We're missing Harry Hurst Grover, at least. Hamish Forrest, Callum Foster we are missing. Sam Stoner is on track. So Ollie Naylor led them out of the holding area. Jason Duckis, Melissa Adrian and Martin Wright, Marcel Popical and Archie Dyson are in this one. Sam Stoner, Anthony Witowski, Joshua Jarvis is on track. Jack Dimbleby, Rhys Owen, Ollie Poole, Miles Roby and Maya Simpson. We've got Harrison Purnell and Amalie Akic, Jacob Anslow and James Kell, Molly Pugh and Frankie Smedley, Archie Doherty, Harrison Bishop, Ewan Stevenson and Kieran Thompson. 24 runners of 23. So it looks like those that were out of the gate previously are not with us now. So dummy grid will be empty. Holding area to the left-hand side. That is where we've got all of our drivers not taking part. Harry Hurst Grover, bottom right-hand corner. We've got people remonstrating with officials down there, not happy, but there was a message sent out that said gate closed at 15:27. So it's not going at all well. Back to the on-track action then, as they're going to roll round. We've got Amalie Akic rolling to a halt. We are down to 23 runners, unfortunately. Kart being dragged away. Amalie making her way back into pit lane.
So, drama before we've even started in junior Rotax. And a much, much smaller field than anticipated. So, Ollie Naylor and Jason Duckis then will, by the looks of things, be on the front row. Little bit of nudging as they make their way round. They're just in single file. We know Naylor likes a slow start. He likes to back them up when he is the pole sitter, but then that means that he's very, very unlikely to be picked up for a jump start or anything like that. We've got drivers tippy-toeing round in the background, of course. Some of these drivers were on the grid on slick tyres. We've still got some in the background. The lights are out. We've got driver off on the outside of Oblivion. Marcel Popocourt does not get away in the 34 machine. We've got drivers making their way through. We've got some drivers still on slick tyres because they were on the grid on slicks before the gate closed. Got some on wets as well. Those on wets will be the ones at the front, I am sure of it, unless we've got an absolute demon on slick tyres, Senna or Schumacher-esque. But down the inside, we've got a kart going through. We've got a couple going backwards. Ollie Naylor is off as well onto the grass on the outside. That's Rhys Owen, who's got his kart beached in the grass. He's going to try and pick it up and drag it round. He's just got to get it away from those tyres. Rhys Owen trying his hardest to get his kart back on track here in this slippy 12-minute final. There he is in the background, just dragging his machine, trying to get it back onto the tarmac. Ewan Stevenson off as well, and that's Martin Wright stopping as well. In the 41, he's off. Stevenson's off on the outside of Oblivion. I think Stevenson, though, was on slick tyres, so can't really lay much blame at the driver for that one. And I think if it was me, I think I'd be parking it as well in these conditions. Very, very wet now here at Whilton Mill. Jason Duckis leads, though, from Maya Simpson, Miles Roby and Anthony Witowski, with Jack Dimbleby, Joshua Jarvis, Frankie Smedley, and then Ollie Naylor, although Naylor has found a way past Smedley. And then we've got a spin and contact Smedley into the side of the 22 of Joshua Jarvis. Up and round they go. And Frankie Smedley, with nowhere to go really, just got the power down into the side and up and around he goes. Doesn't look like he's done any lasting damage though, just gives it a quick weaving down the hill. And given where everybody else is on track, hasn't particularly lost many places either. So it won't be too long, given that we've got some of our runners on slicks, before our race leaders start catching up with some of our lap traffic that may well be on slick tyres. Rhys Owen, of course, in 18th place. As it looks like we've got another kart round there. Is that the 73 of Smedley once again? And this time, I think he has got a problem. I think the side pod's gone on the right-hand side. We'll keep an eye out to see whether he comes round or heads off into the pit lane, hopefully from this camera. See if we can pick him up in a few moments' time. That's the 25 making their way round. That's Kieran Thompson. Keep an eye out for Smedley, currently dropping down the order, but I don't know if he's pulled off in the pits. There is a 73 going through, but looked like they were missing a side pod. Indeed, missing a side pod for Frankie Smedley. And 73, not sure whether he'll be called in under a mechanical flag for that, for missing that side pod on the side. Don't know whether that was caused when he had the incident with Duckis. There's Ewan Stevenson, who's rejoined. Having a quick look over the shoulder. I think he's up and out of his kart, though. This one is over now, I think, for Ewan Stevenson. But 73 of Frankie Smedley. We could well see a mechanical flag shortly for that lack of side pod. At the front, though, Maya Simpson, fastest lap after fastest lap, is starting to reel in Jason Duckis at the front. And Maya Simpson in the number 96 machine. The 11-year-old from Dundee, and now they're slowing, and we've got a red flag. Red flag here at Whilton Mill. Not sure if there's been an incident on track. No. I don't know whether the race director has deemed it too dangerous to race, but 90% of our field are on wet tyres, so I don't think it'll be that. I know one or two of them were on slicks, but you just drive to the conditions. And at the front, Maya Simpson, who was closing in on Jason Duckis. Is now they'll come round to the start line here surely for Jason Duckis. And are they being indicated to go back to pit lane? Rhys Owen with a little bit of a handbrake turn. He's heading back. I think the race director was telling him to go back to the pits, but I'm not sure he was telling him to go back that way. We'll see. I'm not sure if there's been a issue though on track. No. So, field coming down, Maya Simpson quite clearly feeling aggrieved as she was closing in on a fair rate of knots at Jason Duckis. Only 3 laps complete, and with just over 1/4 of the race, 25% of the race there, I'm really not sure whether that one they'll declare that or whether they'll go back out again. The track conditions not looking particularly treacherous, although for those on slicks it probably would have been. But those on wets at the front, Jason Duckis, Maya Simpson, Miles Roby, all appeared to be handling the conditions fairly well. So that's Marcel Popicle's kart being recovered. Ewan Stevenson's as well being recovered back into pit lane. So we're currently, if you're joining us very, very late here in this race weekend, we've got a red flag at the moment. So that was why Amelie Ackett's didn't take part, because there's only 3 wheels on the wagon, the kart being recovered back into pit lane. The wheel, along with the 4 others from the slick, when she had slicks on, are underneath the bottom, and that will be pushed back into pit lane. So kart's being pushed back in. Not sure if we're going back out with Junior Max or whether we'll go to Minimax next, although Minimax will already be in the holding area, so I don't know whether Junior Max is going to come back on later on. We've only had a 3-lap race, albeit 3.5 minutes of a 12-lap final. So just over 25% in terms of time. We will see what's going to happen with this one. Minimax will be next. I think they'll all have wets on for sure. They'll have had more time. But red flag out after 3 laps here in our junior Rotax final. So there are minis all waiting to go as expected, all on wet tyres. You can tell just because the wet tyres have got that white rectangle on the
the side. They're also a little bit bigger in terms of actual height profile because they go onto a slightly narrower rim. So discussions ongoing at the moment. Mini will be next out for sure because I think they're down there in the holding area. But with only 3 minutes gone of our junior Rotax final, I don't know whether that will be declared at just over 25% of the final run. So juniors in the background. I'm just see whether we can see. Are they still? Looks like they're still queued up in the chicken run at the moment for our juniors to the right hand side of this camera position. Looks like they were still queued up in the pit lane, but no doubt now that the rain is coming down. Can't see a huge amount of carts to the right hand side, but then again there are some barriers in the way as well. So. On the right hand side, some advertising boardings which do hide the carts on that right hand side. So earlier on when I was saying there didn't look to be many carts down the right hand side, it's I've just remembered there's some advertising boardings down there that obscure the view from our camera position. But track should be clear now, so Minimax should be heading out very shortly. So we're going to throw caution to the wind and make the assumption that Minimax are going out next rather than junior Rotax. So we will run you through a grid. So your final grid then for Minimax in 2023. We'll see a front row. I'm going to make a guess right now of Andrew Dixon and Harris Roberts, although I can't remember quite in which order. We'll find out in a few moments' time. It's Andrew Dixon first with Harris Roberts alongside him P2, Braith Murdoch and Ben Adrian on row 2, Tyler Davis and Leighton Kelly on row number 3. Then it's Amy Peacock and Max Gray-Trex, Alfie McBain and Tom Drake with Aston Brown and Zach Kane on row number 6. Row 7 will see Charlie Lomas and Daniel Hartley, Alex Lynn and Ellis Dealey with James Winstanley in 17th. Oliver Brish's name there as a token gesture for our 2023 champion. He takes no further part after yesterday's result was enough to crown him the Minimax 2023 JKC champion. So we'll have 17 Minimax runners. So Minis making their way round onto track. Well, we'll start, of course, for our Minimax drivers. So Andrew Dixon and Harris Roberts, who've gone toe-to-toe this weekend in the slick conditions. Who's going to have the edge in the wet, or will there be a surprise package? Braith Murdoch, Ben Adrian off row 2 maybe. Have we got some wet weather masters further down the field that's going to come through? And we'll see how they go. I remember earlier in the season we've had a wet heat where Alex Lim performed particularly well. He's going to have to come through from row number 7. So field not quite bunched up enough here, I'm not sure, for them to get this one going. Rest of the field coming round in the background, and as expected we'll go to a false start. So drivers now just using this as an opportunity to find where the grip is on this run round. So now we've got some rooster tails coming up in the spray. We didn't have this in the juniors. Those drivers on wet tyres, the track a little bit wetter than what it was now, but we weren't getting the same level of rooster tails, particularly when we were watching the front runners go round with Maya Simpson closing in on Jason Duckis. Looks like we've got 90% of the field in position. We should get this one going, all being well, into the tram lines. Eyes on the red lights. They extinguish and we are away and racing with Andrew Dixon coming across to cover off Harris Roberts. So we've got a spin. That's Max Gray Trex off on the outside and he's going to be stuck. It looks like he's stuck in the mud on the outside there for Max Gray Trex. It's the field making their way up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Daniel Hartley and Amy Peacock with a little bit of a nose together, but then that's cost Hartley more as he's gone slightly further backwards. Down the inside, that looks like Tom Drake on Alfie McBain. Drake is through there in the 99, McBain in the 7. Slightly different colours to what we've seen him in throughout the rest of this season, previously running the Tony colours. Down the inside he goes there on trying to move on Tom Drake. Andrew Dixon with Harris Roberts following behind, Braith Murdoch and Ben Adrian, your top 4. Then it looks like it's going to be Tyler Davis just behind, up into P5. As Dixon has pulled out a huge gap in the final few corners here on Harris Roberts. Found some grip that Roberts clearly hasn't, because they were a lot closer than that on the way into the boot. So certainly around that final corner, Andrew Dixon has found something, and all the way around the outside goes Ben Adrian. He's found some grip on the outside of Christmas Corner, and Ben Adrian sweeps round the outside of Braith Murdoch, runs down the hill into the right-hander at Ashby's, and Ben Adrian is up into 3rd place. In front of Murdoch, then it's Tyler Davies, Amy Peacock, that's James Winstanley round. He's got a problem and also doesn't appear to be overly happy. He was up into 14th place in front of Leighton Kelly. Ellis Dealey and Max Gray Trex having issues on the first lap, and there is a wheel off a machine. That's a rear, because there's a massive hub on it, a 50mm rear axle for our juniors, and that could well be off James Winstanley's car. It is initially, we couldn't see the wheel off on the outside in the same picture, but that's why Aston Brown is off as well onto the grass, and he's just wheels are spinning for Aston Brown. He's going to have to get out and push that cart back on the halfway round the corner of the boot. Ben Adrian trying to push on, but not close enough to Harris Roberts. Andrew Dixon with the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, leading and opening up a gap there. So it looks like we've had Tom Drake now up into 6th place. Daniel Hartley, Leighton Kelly, Alfie McBain, Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock, who did a 118 on the previous lap, and there she is just behind Alex Lynn on the run down the hill into the right-hander of Ashby. Leighton Kelly just in front of Alfie McBain, both of them taking a similar line. Here we've got Alex Lynn, Amy Peacock and the 41 of Charlie Lomas. McBain trying a little move down the inside of Leighton Kelly for 8th place. And Peacock and Lomas have come together on entry to the boot by the look of it, and they're both going to be beached in this long grass, are they? Peacock's managing to drive her way out of it. Lomas as well, albeit very, very slowly. Davis, that's Hartley down the inside of Tom Drake. Drake on the power, running all the way around the outside and then running onto the slippier part. And then Davis goes round at his own volition. and will now have to rejoin the circuit, and does so, albeit it will now be down in 7th place in front of Leighton Kelly. He had a comfortable gap back, but Daniel Hartley now up into P5 with Tom Drake behind in P6. So Drake briefly down into 7th, back up into P6. Leaders will be catching lap traffic before half race distance, I think, at this rate. James Winstanley, unfortunately, already out of the race in P17, as we've got the 16 of Ellis Dealey round and beached. Can't quite make out which part of the track that's at for Ellis Dealey, but we've got a yellow flag. I think it's on the outside then of Oblivion and Crook. Oblivion that first corner, Crook the second as they come through. The driver off, wave yellows, and that's Andrew Dixon, your race leader, has gone off at Christmas corner. Ellis Dealey was off on the outside of Christmas. That's where the kart was. We saw it on the way back through, but Andrew Dixon, your race leader, as the camera cuts to it, but Dixon will now fall behind Harris Roberts, Ben Adrian, and potentially not Braith Murdoch, back on track in P3. Harris Roberts is off as well. Roberts spins on entry to the boot. All going on here in Minimax. Harris Roberts is going to try and drag that kart back on. Marshall's going to give him a bit of a push as well, but Roberts working frantically to get that kart back on track. Ben Adrian now with the fastest lap of the race. Your race leader, 103.9. Andrew Dixon on the previous lap of 108, but that's because he had a spin and lost some time. Braith Murdoch with a track limits warning. Ben Adrian now leading with a gap of nearly 2 seconds from Andrew Dixon, who angrily attacks the curbs on entry into the right-hander. Can Ben Adrian hold on to this gap? Still half race distance, still half of this race to go, still 6 minutes on the clock. For Andrew Dixon to try and close in on the back of Ben Adrian. Gap is pretty much equidistant. Adrian sets a 103.55. Dixon with the fastest lap, although it is only a 103.54. So not really much difference between the two of them. Both of them are opening up the gap to Braith Murdoch, Daniel Hartley and Tom Drake. That's your top 5 at the moment. Andrew Dixon trying everything he can to close in, having led this race and looking comfortable at the front. Ellis Dealey in the 16 back running after being beached up on the grass at Christmas corner. Leighton Kelly's coming down the inside into the right-hander, and then Leighton Kelly tags the curb as well. Kelly spins himself, Ellis Dealey spins in sympathy, and Tyler Davis goes straight through the middle of them and up into 6th place. So it's still Adrian from Dixon, Murdoch, Hartley, Drake, Roberts, Kelly, Tyler Davis and Alfie McBain, Charlie Lomas and Amy Peacock, Aston Brown and Alex Lynn. Then it's Max Gray-Trex, Ellis Dealey, Zach Kane and James Winstanley. Your 17 runners, albeit Kane and Winstanley are out of this race. 15 runners remaining. Ellis Dealey a lap down after issues earlier on the grass. Andrew Davis, another fastest lap, takes 0.2 of a second out of Ben Adrian. Adrian's gap 1.7 seconds now at the front of this race. As Davis comes down the hill, you can see a bit of tape on his radiator there, flapping around. Ben Adrian leading the way at the moment, using a bit of curb there just to help him redirect the kart in the direction that he wants. Same on the inside as well. You can just see him just throwing it up and over, using the curbs to help steer the kart round this Whilton Mill circuit. The gap, though, closing in lap on lap from Andrew Dixon, who now sees Ben Adrian firmly in his sights. Another 10th off this time for Andrew Dixon. Another fastest lap, but he's going to need more than just 10ths to close in on Ben Adrian. The gap 1.6 seconds at the moment with 3 minutes to go. Currently lapping in the 103s. So we'll get round, I think, for 4 laps maybe. I think we could get this to a 12-lap final. You can see how much Dixon is pushing. He's out on the curb on the outside on the exit of Inkermans. And then using the curb as well. We saw that earlier, though. Catch a few drivers out. You don't want to take too much curb. As much as it helps turn the kart and rotate it, you can also rotate it too much, as we saw earlier on to Leighton Kelly when he tried to hook in. Yellow flag out at the boot. That looks like it's Alex Linoff on the outside. It is indeed. Driver in the 66. Then we've got a green flag at a post number 9. So Ben Adrian with a gap of 1.6. Now it's out to 2.3 with Andrew Dixon losing a bit of time, almost 0.6 of a second on that previous lap. Ben Adrian then with 2 minutes and 10 seconds or so on the clock. They will get round just, I believe, before the time elapses, doing 103. So unless we get a downpour from now until the end of the race that slows the pace dramatically, Charlie Lomas, Aston Brown and Amy Peacock currently battling it out for 10th place. Peacock was in P10 last time, but now dropped down, I think, into P12. So you can see on the screen as Ellis Dealey goes wide and out onto the grass. Charlie Lomas trying to tiptoe round the outside. Aston Brown and Amy Peacock doing the same as well. Peacock then will cut back to the inside and run up towards Christmas Corner. And Aston Brown goes in a little bit hot. It's going to allow Peacock an opportunity down the hill into Ashby. So she does get a bit of a slide job on in through the right-hander at Inkermans. Behind you can see Max Gray-Trex there in the red, currently running in 13th place. Gap at the front has gone out even further. Ben Adrian now out to 2.6. And looking comfortable at the front of this Minimax final grid. Lomas starting to pull away from Aston Brown and Amy Peacock as they make their way through. 30 seconds on the clock for them. Ben Adrian, though, is the one to watch. He's going to come into shot now, and I think he will get round, will he? He's got some lap traffic in front that he's going to need to be careful of. As they run up towards Christmas Corner. Max Gray-Trex there in the 77. Andrew Dixon now with the fastest lap. Gaps back down to 1.9, so he's taken 0.7 of a second out on the previous lap. Time is down to 0. Ben Adrian, though, and Andrew Dixon have already started laps. There's Ben Adrian, 1.5 laps to go for Ben Adrian. Can he hold on from Andrew Dixon, who's charging? See him bouncing up and over the curbs, rigging the neck out of the 25 machine. Gap was 2.6. Now it's down to 1.9. Yellow flag out. We've got Aston Brown off the track on the outside as Ben Adrian cuts back in. Driver's been told to go to the inside, but the grip is on the outside, so that's where they want to be, where Aston Brown is. He was in that battle with Amy Peacock and Charlie Lomas over P10. He's going to drop behind Max Gray-Trex at least, as Ben Adrian chops at the steering wheel, sees the last lap board. Is Andrew Dixon closing in? Andrew Dixon's not closing in. 2.4 seconds now. The gap's back out again for Dixon. Ben Adrian pushing on at the head of the field here with Andrew Dixon in second place. It seesawed a little bit. He managed to close in. Then he's fell a little bit further back. The gap back out to 2.4 now. And Ben Adrian half a lap away from his first JKC victory in Minimax of 2023. Championship wrapped up yesterday, of course, with Oliver Fabricius. So we now watch Ben Adrian feathering the throttle through Ozias up towards the boot. Through the left, 2 right-handers to go. And then the final bend at pit bend for Ben Adrian. He's worked his way to the front in wet weather conditions. And Ben Adrian
will take victory in Minimax at the final round of 2023 here at Whilton Mill from Andrew Dixon. And in third place, we await, it's probably going to be Braith Murdoch. There he is in the background. Murdoch will come through for third place and second, I believe, in the championship. That should give him enough. Third place, P2 in the championship, I believe, for Braith Murdoch. Daniel Hartley in P4. Then it's going to be Tom Drake. Is it coming through? He's in a great battle with Harris Roberts. Roberts takes it at the line for P5 from Tom Drake. Then it's going to be Tyler Davis coming through there in the 82 in P number 7 in front, or just behind, sorry, in front of Leighton Kelly and Charlie Lomas, with Amy Peacock, Alfie McBain and Max Gray-Trex, the remaining runners still on the lead lap. So our Minimax results then for the final race of 2023 in Mini see Ben Adrian taking the victory from Andrew Dixon and Braith Murdoch, Daniel Hartley and Harris Roberts, with Tom Drake and Tyler Davis 6th and 7th. Leighton Kelly and Charlie Lomas in front of Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain, with Max Gray-Trex, Alex Lynn and Aston Brown in P14. Then P15 is Ellis Dealey, Zach Kane and James Winstanley, although both Kane and Winstanley not taking the checkered flag. Issues in race for them. So we are looking then quickly to move on, as we've got a big full grid of Micromaxes. Your grid for your Micromax final here at Whilton Mill sees Max Gilman with a 100% record so far this weekend, going off pole position with Jensen Sale alongside Alfie Mayer and James Fabricius, the champion-elect, off row number 2 with Grayson Wortley and George Schweier on row number 3. Then it's Sebastian Clark and Buddy Hugo, Arthur Farrer and Leo Livings with Jack Holmes and Marley Fisher on row number 6. Row 7, we'll see Logan Rolfe and Soreen Gallagher, Max Brascoff and Larry Price are on row number 8 with Cameron Zipping and Ben Masikos on row number 9. Row 10 then, we'll see Lewis Herbertson and Toby Cannon with Stanley Stafford and Fabian Gandhock on row 11, Jos Huschke and Kane Langley on row number 8. Then it's going to be Logan Jones and Elliot Bourke with Guido Ebegeni and Morgan Weston on row 14, Alice Fairclough and Rio Wardali on row 15. Then it's Layla Bell and Ocean Brett completing your 32 Micromax runners here at Whilton Mill. There they are, ready to go. Wet tyres on. Just having a quick look in the live chat, saying any update on the junior Rotax situation? Not yet in the commentary box. I will try and get something for you in terms of an update as to what's happening with the junior Rotax final. Obviously, we've got Mini and Micro just getting ready to go out. Then we should have C50 Bambino. So unless somebody comes back to me with an update on what's happening in junior Rotax, we'll find out as soon as we possibly can, if we can. So, grid all in position. There's James Winstanley's kart being pushed away on the outside, helmet off. But unfortunately, the wheel departing on the run up towards Christmas corner for James Winstanley. Should mean the track will be clear in a few moments' time, though. He'll go through the exit gate on the little straight in between Inkermans on the run down towards Ashby. And then we'll get the green flag and the go-ahead here at Whilton. So track appears to be clear, so we will welcome our micros out onto track very, very briefly. Good number of spectators here this weekend at Whilton Mill supporting their drivers. And out of the holding area they go. Out onto track go our Micromax runners. And for the first time this weekend, they sample wet weather conditions. And Cameron Tipping is going to sample the grass on the outside. We've got spinners on the outlap already as some of our drivers test the limits of the adhesion of their tyres. Look at the inside though, it's already beginning to dry up a little bit. I think the rain has actually stopped. The track is still damp, but we're going to have dry patches on the inside off the line. So who's going to be able to find them first? So we've got a couple of drivers going slightly wide there by the look of things on the run out of Ashby. So whether they're just, oh no, yeah, see there we've got 1-2 rounds. So I think we're going to get 2 rolling up laps here. I think they've been told that they're getting 2 anyway because they don't look like they're getting themselves into a grid formation. In fact, they are, albeit fairly late now. Gilman's just going to have to slow them up. They're pretty much down to a walking pace, but we are gridding up. We've still got 1 or 2 further down that have had problems on the outlap, and drivers trying to get themselves into position still. Into the tram lines they go. And we're going to have a false start. Unsurprisingly, if I'm honest, we still had a few drivers after the first lap incident on the way out here around the crook that were still trying to catch up. So, going to wait and have another go at that one. So we should be able to get ourselves gridded up once again here then in our Micromax. Max Gilman just indicating, looking over his shoulder, that we need to slow things down. We've got drivers almost at a standstill, just arriving late because they're trying to catch back up, and the field is down to a walking pace, which is where they should be for the start of this race. Sale looking across at Gilman. So into the lines they go, and we're going to have another rolling up lap here for our junior Rotax, for our Micromax runners. Just had an update as well on junior Rotax. Due to the amount of 4 laps being completed before the red flags came out in junior Rotax, as per rules and regulations, the full final will be rerun as the final race of the day for all competitors. So I'm going to repeat that. Due to the amount of laps being completed before the red flags came out in the Junior Max final, as per rules and regulations, the full final will be rerun as the last final race of the day for all competitors. So that's the update we were looking for in junior Rotax. That's been sent out in the WhatsApp groups as well for our junior runners. So we will go then here. It's going to be Micromax, Mighty, and then junior Rotax for the final race of the season here in the Kart Championship. Field rolling round. Sale and Gilman off the front route. Alfie Mayer and James Fabricius just behind. Into the tram lines they go. Lights go out. We are away and racing to 12 minutes of Micromax final. And Gilman leads them through right the way round the outside. That's George Schweier going out wide onto the rumble strip as the field make their way up the hill towards Christmas Corner. As we've got the 36 going off on the outside, that's Jack Holmes. 73 is off as well. That one's Logan Jones off on the grass on the outside. It's just locking up under braking as the field make their way through. Logan Jones rejoining the track. The marshal for a bit of assistance. Alfie Mayer appears to be leading the way now then from Max Gilman. At the front of this one, we've got driver off at the bottom of the hill near Ashby. We'll update on whom that may be in a few moments' time because it's George Schweier and then the 50 at the moment of Sebastian Clark battling it out on camera for third and fourth place. That's Jensen Sale off on the outside. That was the driver that was off on the outside then. Jensen Sale, we'll see whether we get anything come up in the commentary box regarding that. So we've got drivers going really, really wide out onto the rumble strips. Alfie Mayer then leads from Max Gilman and George Schweier. Sebastian Clark, Leo Livings, Logan Rolfe, Max Braskoff with Cameron Tipping, Sorry and Gallagher and Lewis Herbertson. Your top 10 is Fabricius, is down the inside in P number 12 with Toby Cannon. Run down that hill now towards Ashby. Mayer and Gilman with a gap of 1.3 seconds at the end of the first lap. And now it's raining again. Driver off on the outside there. Pick a number out. That's George Schweier in the 82. Off from third place. The Kart stuck on the outside. His head rolling back in disappointment. But and we've got Logan Jones off as well, stuck on the outside. So Logan Jones off on the outside. Alfie Mayer continuing to lead from Max Gilman and George Schweier. The gap half a second at the front. Sebastian Clark, Leo Livings and Logan Rolfe. Max Braskoff, Cameron Tipping, Sorry Gallagher, Lewis Herbertson and James Fabricius. Toby Cannon then in 11th place at the moment. James Fabricius leading the championship with just really got to get this one to the end. Leo Livings, his nearest rival, is in 4th place at the moment on the timing, but it should be enough as it stands for Fabricius to take this championship. At the moment, we'll just keep plugging the numbers into the spreadsheet in the commentary box as it stands at the moment. Fabricius in 10th place. That should be enough for him to take it by a margin of 17 points from Leo Livings, who is currently in 4th place. Fabricius up into 9th. Apologies once again, lost the pictures in the commentary box, so we're just doing this one off the timing screen at the moment, but it's Alfie Mayer with a gap of 0.8 of a second from Max Gilman and Sebastian Clark, Leo Livings and Logan Rolfe, with Max Braskoff, Cameron Tipping, Lewis Herbertson, James Fabricius and Toby Cannon. Your top 4, your top 10 at the moment. We Behind that, you've got Fabian Gant, Arthur Farrer, Jos Huschke, Marley Fisher, Larry Price, Grayson Wortley and Elliot Bork. Down in 17th. Then we've got Masia Cass, Fairclough, Wardally, Langley, Weston, Holmes, Bell, Brett, Gallagher, Hugo, Swire, Jones, Stafford, Ebegeni and Jensen Sale, who set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, although this time sets a 1:37, so another problem by the look of it from Jensen Sale, unfortunately. Alfie Mayer, though, continuing to lead. Opens the gap up by 0.2 of a second to Max Gilman. On that previous lap, Leo Livings is up into 3rd place. Still not going to be enough, unfortunately, for Leo Livings. James Fabricius currently in ninth place. So Livings needs really to win this race, with Fabricius well outside the top 20. So at the moment, Fabricius has just got to bring this one round and bring it home. Alfie Mayer and Max Gilman at the front with 6.5 minutes remaining. Hopefully we'll be back in a few moments' time with the pictures in the commentary box, which means we can give you a bit of a more detailed update of what is happening. And as if by magic, they have reappeared. So we've got Alfie Mayer and Max Gilman with Leo Livings and Sebastian Clark all in the same camera shot, split by less than 2 seconds. Alfie Mayer on that run up the hill towards Christmas Corner, with Gilman taking the wider line. Livings trying to move down the inside. The inside seems to be the quicker line at the moment, because Livings has come out of that corner right on the back of Max Gilman, then sliding wide out onto the curb on the outside goes Leo Livings. Yellow flag at Wilkins. We've got driver off on the outside there as they make their way round. Mechanical flag for Guido Ebegeni, unfortunately, as that's the 82 of George Swire off again. Saw him off at Ozier's earlier on. Now he's off at Wilkins, the corner preceding that one. Leo Livings trying to get him to run down the inside of Max Gilman. Can't get there, but certainly looks like he's got the pace here, as the two of them close in on Alfie Mayer in front as well. 1/4 of a second each they take out of Alfie Mayer as Leo Livings sets the fastest lap of the race. Contacting between Fabian Gantar, because that's Jos Huschke as well. 3 and 4 wide on exit of the final corner. They all slot back into single file. So they make their way through. George Swire, he's going to be a lap down, having been off on the grass a few times. 24 behind Arthur Farrer, all trying to find a way through. That's Grayson Wortley in the blue and green helmet. And then Jos Huschke and Fabian Gandhock side by side. So exiting, looks like Huschke is through. So make their way down the hill towards Ashby. George Swire still in the mix here, but should well be a lap down. I think now he's seen to allow everybody else through on the inside. And will he go wide again and allow the field through? I think it was just his line. He's slotted back in there behind the 24 of Farrer. Alfie Mayer now, seeing that he's got Leo Livings behind him rather than Max Gilman. Livings, though, looks like he'd popped out of the slipstream at the top of the hill up towards Christmas Corner. And having a quick look there, that looks like he's at Leo Livings through. It is Leo Livings through on Alfie Mayer. Just caught it in the back of the camera, and Alfie Mayer, who was asking Leo Livings to push him on. And Leo Livings is now at the front, doing everything he can to try and keep his championship alive. Fabricius is in 10th place. It's still going to be enough for Fabricius as it stands at the moment. Blue flags being waved. Alfie Mayer closing back in on Leo Livings. That's Logan Jones going wide. Mayer's back down the inside of Leo Livings. Gilman's going to try and negotiate the traffic of Logan Jones as well. He's got Sebastian Clark just behind him in 4th place as they head up towards Oblivion and Crook. Alfie Mayer leading once again. Leo Livings, though, had a good run on the previous lap up the hill. Gilman's dropping a little bit further back. Sebastian Clark's there as well, with Logan Rolfe rounding out the top 5. Gilman with that tighter line this time, trying to find a way through, but this time it's the wider line that's quicker as Logan Jones goes off track and then rejoins right in the way of Gilman. Gilman chops across, not happy at being balked there and handing over 3rd place to Sebastian Clark. Alfie Mayer and Leo Livings, though, continuing to head towards the end of this race. Alfie Mayer, Leo Livings and Max Gilman currently your top 3. Sebastian Clark, Logan Rolfe, Cameron Tipping with the drive of his life up into 6th place in front of Max Braskoff, Lewitt Herbertson, Marley Fisher and the champion-elect James Fabricius in 10th place, just doing what he needs to do, keeping himself out of trouble, making his way round, because all he really needs to do is bring this kart home inside the top 20 really for James Fabricius, and that will be enough to crown him the Micromax champion of 2023. Alfie Mayer and Leo Livings have opened a gap up of 1.5 seconds back to Sebastian Clark, although Clark appears to have gone missing because that's Gilman coming through in 3rd place. Where is Clark? There is Clark rejoining the track. He had a 1 second gap to Gilman, and Sebastian Clark will come through behind Logan Rolfe, behind Cameron Tipping as well. That will see them up into 4th and 5th respectively. Down the hill they go. The 81 of Marley Fisher in 9th place. Behind him there, Fabricius, in front of Grayson Wortley. 40 seconds plus 1 lap, so we're going to have 3 laps, I think, away from the championship here for James Fabricius. Heading up towards the boot. Still Mayer and Livings leading, with now Gilman in 2nd, Rolfe 3rd, Tipping, Braskoff. Clark is down into 7th place with Lewis Herbertson, Marley Fisher, and this man on screen, James Fabricius. 2 laps away now from the 2023 championship. We'll come back to that in a few moments' time as he's making his way through, currently under a little bit of pressure from Grayson Wortley at the moment, but we've still got that battle for the lead where on the previous lap Alfie Mayer opened up as Grayson Wortley goes wide out onto the grass. That's going to drop him behind Toby Cannon, I think. There's only 1.1 between Wortley and Cannon, and not much back between Gandhock, Larry Price and Josh Hushker as well. So Grayson Wortley's going to fall back ever so slightly. Just out wide there onto the grass. We've got one of the drivers making their way through, another one of the gear-up drivers. So run through. That's Larry Price in the middle of the sandwich here. Fabian Gandhock in front, Price behind, and Josh Hushker as well. Price with a tighter line at the front, though, as they commence the final lap of 2023 Micromax. Alfie Mayer and Leo Livings. Livings in 2nd place at the moment will be enough for P2 in the championship for Leo Livings. But there's nothing he can do. He started heat number 3 from the back of the grid pretty much, having picked up penalties in heat number 2. Has to come all the way through the field as Leo Livings to challenge Alfie Mayer at the front of this pack. 0.3 of a second between them as they come through Oziers for the final time and head up towards the boot. Alfie Mayer in the MP coaching colours will make his way round the boot for the final time, bouncing over the curbs, directing the kart where he needs it to be. Came under pressure mid-race from Leo Livings, but Alfie Mayer takes victory at the final round of 2023 from Leo Livings and Max Gilman. Then we'll look back. We need to look back for 9th place for the 91 of James Fabricius. There he is, under pressure from George Swire, although Swire's a lap down. Fabricius just needs to let him go. Round the boot, we've got Gilman in third, Rolf tipping, great drive in P5, Sebastian Clark, Braskoff, Herbertson, and then this man, your 2023 Micromax champion for BSR, James Fabricius, makes it 2 family championships in the weekend. Oliver wins in Minimax, James wins in Micromax, 2 championships go back to Barnsley in South Yorkshire for the Fabricius family. There on screen, your 2023 champion. And somewhat fittingly, because it's raining, the clear visor showing the delight in the eyes of your champion of 2023 in Micromax, James Fabricius. All of your field then have come through, so we can run through your classified results on track in our Micromax classes. In the background, we will watch James Fabricius make his way off track and into Parc Ferme in the number 91 machine. So your results then from Micromax. Alfie Mayer with a superb victory from Leo Livings, who pushed hard to try and keep the championship alive. He'll take the second place trophy with Max Gilman in third. Logan Rolfe P4, a superb first weekend in Micromax for Cameron Tipping. In the wet, he came to the fore in P5 in front of Sebastian Clark and Max Braskoff, with Lewis Herbertson and James Fabricius. Then it's Jos Huschker and Fabian Gandhock, Larry Price and Grayson Wortley with Toby Cannon in P14. Then it's Ben Maseakos with Arthur Farris, and then Elliot Bork with Kane Langley and Sorry Gallagher with Marley Fisher and Jack Holmes. Then it's Morgan Weston and Layla Bell, Alice Fairclough and Ocean Brett, in front of Buddy Hugo and Rio Wardali, with Logan Jones, George Schweier, Stanley Stafford, Guido Ebegeni and Jensen Sale in 32nd place. We'll move on then quickly to Mighty Bambino. Mighty Bambino, then we go into this final race of the season with less than 10 points, splitting Ralph Martin, Alfie Garrett and Ansel Murray in the championship. And once again, fittingly, it is those three that head the grid in Mighty Bambino. Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin go off the front row, Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs on row number 2, with Ethan Lloyd and Daniel Stangarian on row number 3. Then it's Junior Wright and Jensen James Williams, with Heath Smith and Elijah Sang on row 5, Harley Bradbury Stretton and Ava Garrett on row number 6. Row 7 will see Jude Taylor and Etienne Gardner, with Oscar Maskell and Seth State Mackey on row number 8, Arthur Bath and Hadley Jarvis on row 9, in front of Nicholas Anser and Jack Morrell. Hopefully we'll see him out for this final. Weather conditions now with a big part to play in our Mighty Bambino championship battle. Ralph Martin, second place enough if Ansel Murray wins. Third place though, not enough if Ansel Murray wins. Alfie Garrett needs to take victory in this and needs Ralph Martin to finish no higher than 4th place. 4th will take it to a tie break in that one. And we could end up with a situation where we have 3 karts all split by 1 point at the end of this championship battle. Should they finish, well, it'll be 2 points. If Alfie Garrett wins with Ansel Murray second and Ralph Martin behind, there'll be 2 points between 1st and 3rd in what has been an enthralling battle in our Mighty Bambino Championship. What was going to be the final race of the season, the final race of the day here at Whilton, will now become the penultimate race of the day, as we have our Junior Rotax rerun final in a few moments' time after this one. Final few runners slotting themselves into position. And we will then be in a position to go racing for the final time in Mighty Bambino in 2023. Just waiting for the final runner to make his way round. Jack Morrell rolls the 35 into place. The outside of the grid, and the green is up. 5-second board, 12 minutes on the clock once again. Red lights extinguish and Mighty Bambino is away and racing this time. It's a good start from everybody as they make their way up towards the first corner. Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin then the first two, and we've got spinners in the pack. That's Harley Bradbury, Stretton round, as is the 45 of JJ Williams. And one further runner as well. Looks like it could have been the number 12 machine going round, although not sure we've got one. I think we'll pick it up in a few moments' time as they come up towards Christmas Corner. So 17 this time. It was Jude Taylor, in fact, going round rather than a 12. So field making their way up towards Wilkins and Oziers for the first time. Ansel Murray leading the way with Alfie Garrett in second place and Ralph Martin in P3. Spin for Junior Wright at Oziers. As this field makes their way round. Just bouncing off the track there was the 66 of Ethan Lloyd. Managing to keep himself going. Ansel Murray at the front though, pulling out a gap of 2.2 seconds, almost unheard of in Mighty Bambino, such as the parity of these karts. But Ansel Murray gapping the field on the opening couple of laps here from Alfie Garrett and Ralph Martin in second and third respectively. Spin for the 22 of Sestate Mackey. Very, very difficult to control these karts in the wet weather conditions, as we see right there, the 42 of Alfie Garrett going round, and the championship order has changed there, because as it stood before, Ansel Murray would have taken it by a point, and now with Ralph Martin up into second place, then he's going to take it by 2 points, or by 1 point. It's going to swing in the other direction between Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray as it stands. Now with Ralph Martin up into second place. It was going to be Ansel Murray's championship. He looks over his shoulder. He'll see Ralph Martin coming through. Ansel Murray with a warning. Think that's for track limits potentially, because he's not caught up with anybody. And he's been leading the way ever since this race started. Oakley Riggs is up into third place. Alfie Garrett then in P4 with Ethan Lloyd, Heath Smith and Elijah Sang. Then it's Ava Garrett, Daniel Stangarian and Oscar Maskell, or Stangarian now up into sixth place as the field has a bit of a change round. But Ava Garrett and Oscar Maskell both dropping down the order on this lap. We've got Maskell down into 16th place. We've got the 24 off on the outside, and looks like there's no power, unfortunately, for Arthur Bath on the outside of Pit Bend. Was trying to put the power down. Looks like that kart stopped. So we'll need some marshal assistance to get that one cleared, I think. Still got 8 minutes plus 30 seconds and one lap on the clock. So not even yet at 1/3 race distance. Ansel Murray, a gap of 4 seconds to Ralph Martin in P2. Yellow flag being waved at the final corner for that kart being stationary and just being dragged away by the marshal. Great job being done there by the staff here at Whilton Mill to get that kart and driver out of the way into safety. Ansel Murray with another stellar lap opens the gap up by another 1.1 seconds. He's off into the distance. Ralph Martin, though, in second place is, as it stands, off to the end of year award show to pick up the championship trophy. Oakley Riggs in third place. Alfie Garrett and Ethan Lloyd. This battle on your screen for third place, with Oakley Riggs leading. Looks like we've had another yellow flag at some point. They're back to green now, because down the inside goes the 42 of Alfie Garrett. Oakley Riggs having none of that, straight back through and back up into third place. They've got a gap there with some 3 seconds or so to Ralph Martin in front that they need to close in. See in a few moments whether Martin's still continuing to pull gaps out. Ansel Murray, a 1:12.6, fastest lap of the race, and another 1.1 seconds quicker than Ralph Martin, with Oakley Riggs in third place. Alfie Garrett closing in, and then Garrett now sweeping all the way around the outside, and Alfie Garrett with a great move on Oakley Riggs. He's up into third place. Is Alfie Garrett, and they've got the 66 of Ethan Lloyd behind. Harley Bradbury Stretton in the number 6. He's going very, very well, up into his highest position so far this race weekend in P6. Heath Smith, Elijah Sang, Etienne Gardner. Yellow flag at Marshall Post 5 as our field negotiates some lap traffic. I'm not sure how that one will be seen via race control, as Alfie Garrett picks up a track limits warning. Field making their way through, so they find their way past the 35 of Jack Morrell. So they head up towards the boot. So they sweep round the outside. Looks like Ethan Lloyd there got a little bit of oversteer, but did well to hold on. Ansel Murray opening the gap up 5.6 seconds. This time though, Ralph Martin closed in a little bit on this lap. Yellow flag being waved at Marshall Post 1. So they head up towards the Crook corner, round the little kink at Fine Lady, and up Manuel's Bank towards the right-hander of Christmas Corner. Garrett using all of the track up to the white line and no more this time on the exit of Christmas Corner. Ansel Murray with a track limits warning at the front. The gap is 5.6 seconds, so Murray doesn't quite need to be using all of the track, as this time it's Ethan Lloyd using every bit of painted concrete he can on the outside of Ashby. Track limit warning for Alfie Garrett again this time. Not sure whether that's for the outside of the first corner, but that's second time now that Alfie Garrett has picked up a track limits warning. Yellow flag stationary at the final corner there. You could see it at Marshall Post 9. So no overtaking, although when they come through over start finish, there is no continued yellow flag, so we are clear. Down the inside of Oakley Riggs goes Ethan Lloyd. Good move by Lloyd. He's up into fourth place as they come over start finish. As the field run up once again towards Christmas. 4 minutes to go, with Ansel Murray leading at the front of this pack so far this weekend. Unbeaten so far this weekend as well, with 3 race victories and another one on the way as it stands at the moment. Ralph Martin third in heat number 1 on Saturday, second in heats 2 and 3, and on his way to second place here today. By my understanding, that's a 1-point swing for the championship in Ralph Martin's favour, and he will take it 6-1-6 to 6-1-5, and even that will see Alfie Garrett only on 6-0-8, so all of them split by 8 points in an enthralling championship as it stands. Back down the inside of Ethan Lloyd goes Oakley Riggs for fourth place. And then Lloyd will try and draw alongside over the start-finish line, and Lloyd will try and sweep all the way around the outside, but it's a long way round there. He's going to then try for the little switch back, and does indeed succeed in doing so. Ethan Lloyd up into fourth place. That demotes Oakley Riggs back down into P number 5. The rest of the field, we catch them running down the hill towards Ashby. Leaders starting to make their way through the lap traffic now.
And that's adding a little bit of time to their lap times. You can see now as into the back, Oakley Riggs tags the back of Ethan Lloyd and spins round at Ashby. And the battle for third place is now going to be a two-kart affair between Alfie Garrett and Ethan Lloyd. There they are, Oakley Riggs falling away. Track limit warning for Ansel Murray for the third time in this race. There's a good little battle going on here. The 21 of Daniel Stangarian battling it out as well as Ralph Martin in the 32 is trying to find his way through on some lap traffic and does so. So the leaders now have lapped up to 12th place. Jude Taylor, the remaining runner, the last of the remaining runners on the lead lap. Gap for the lead though, Ansel Murray out to 8.7 seconds at the moment as Ralph Martin sweeps round the outside. He's opened up his own gap of 7 seconds back to Alfie Garrett, second and third place respectively. Minute and a half for our champion-elect in the 32 from High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire, Ralphie Martin. He's picked himself up a track limits warning as well. Doesn't need to push too much. He's got a big gap back to Garrett and Ethan Lloyd. So looks like there's a bit of contact there from into the back of the 44 of Ava Garrett from the 21 of Daniel Stangarian. They're battling it out over 13th place. And looks like Garrett's made some moves on this lap. Keep an eye on that bottom left-hand corner of the screen because it looks like we've had a few changes. And indeed, Oscar Maskell and Ava Garrett go 13th and 14th respectively. Daniel Stangarian and Hadley Jarvis drop a position or 2 positions each down to 15th and 16th respectively. But they continue to battle it out. In behind as well, Ethan Lloyd trying to find a way through, as is the 42 of Alfie Garrett as they sweep through the lap traffic, making the race interesting as they head down the hill towards the right-hander as Ava Garrett and Alfie Garrett go side by side on exit of Ashby's. 3 seconds remaining, we're down to 0. So Ansel Murray will see the as we got that looked like Harley Bradbury Stretton. Was it potentially off on the inside of the final few corners? Final lap for Ansel Murray as he crosses under the overhead gantry. The gap out to 10 seconds. It's been a commanding drive for Ansel Murray at the front of Mighty Bambino, with Ralph Martin in second place. Ansel Murray down the inside up into Christmas Corner. Is that Hadley Jarvis, is it? Oh, no, it's the 11 of Junior Wright, I think, having a little bit of a spin backwards down the hill in 9th place. But Ansel Murray driving superbly in these slippy conditions in karts that really have a power on, power off sort of throttle application, with them being electric karts here in Mighty Bambino. Very, very difficult to drive. Comes up onto the back of Jensen James Williams in the 45. He's going to lap up to 9th place, I think, here, with potentially it could even be 8th. I think Junior Wright was round earlier on. Ansel Murray will come through to take victory by nearly 10 seconds. It was 8 seconds on the previous lap, but he's come through nicely. Ansel Murray takes victory at the final round of the season, but we await Ralph Martin in the 32. He's 10 seconds back, but he's coming round the final complex of corners. Ralph Martin crosses the line and is the 2023 Mighty Bambino BKC champion by a single point. Ralph Martin 616 to 615. Ralph Martin in the 32 knew all he had to do was bring that kart home in second place, follow Ansel Murray, and Ralph Martin is the 2023 BKC Mighty Bambino champion. Final few runners crossing the line in a few moments' time. That's Heath Smith in 6th place. We await Harley Bradbury Stretton
and Elijah Sang, and then we'll bring you the results. There's Harley Bradbury Stretton, which means Elijah Sang will be in 8th place. Ansel Murray lapping up to P8 with Ansel Murray and Elijah Sang there taking the checkered flag. The final of our classified runners then here in Mighty Bambino. Results from the Mighty Bambino final. Ansel Murray with a commanding victory, but Ralph Martin P2, enough to crown him the champion of 2023. Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett are 3rd and 4th. Oakley, Riggs and Heath Smith in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton and Elijah Sang. Jensen James Williams and Junior Wright in 9th and 10th in front of Jude Taylor, Etienne Gardner, Daniel Stangarian and Ava Garrett in 14th. Then it's Hadley Jarvis, Oscar Maskell, Seth State Mackey, Nicholas Anser and Jack Morrell round out the 19 on-track finishers in front of Arthur Bath, whose kart was pulled away after only 3 laps. Mighty Bambino rolling off. That would have been the end of our day had Junior Rotax not been red flagged earlier on. There are your Junior Rotax runners. So we're going to go back a few minutes to when we should have had our Junior Rotax final, and we'll run you through our full Junior Rotax grid. Here we go then for the final time in 2023. Junior Rotax, the rerun of their final that was red flagged after only 3 laps earlier on today. And we will have a complete rerun of Junior Rotax. Thank you to everyone that's got in touch in the live chat comments. Nigel Fabricius saying what a fab day for the 90 and 91 for the Fabricius family. Sydney as well saying good luck to all the Mighty drivers. Martin Lloyd saying good luck to Ethan. That'd be Ethan Lloyd as well. And Forbes Nichols saying go on Ralphie. And support coming as well from Nicholas Anser. So we have our grid then for Junior Rotax. Ollie Naylor and James Waring go off the front row. Hamish Forrest and Jason Duckis on row number 2. Harry Hurst Grover and Melissa Adrian on row number 3. Then it's Martin Wright and Callum Foster, Archie Dyson and Emily Cooper in front of Marcel Popical and Anthony Witowski on row number 6. Then it's Joshua Jarvis and Ethan Bath with Sam Stoner and Reese Owen on row number 8. Jack Dimbleby and Miles Roby on row 9. Row 10 sees Christian Stephanos and James Kell round out the top 20 in front of Ollie Poole and Ellis Garrett, with Harrison Purnell and Maya Simpson on row number 12. Row 13, Amalie Ackitts and Frankie Smedley, Jacob Anslow and Archie Carter behind. Molly Pugh and Harrison Bishop take up position on row 15 in front of Archie Doherty, Kieran Thompson and Ewan Stevenson on row number 17. Juniors already out and heading towards the boot. Getting themselves into position. Trying to figure out where some of our runners are. That's not quite the grid order that we've just run through, because that's Hamish Forrest and Ollie Naylor at the front, with Jason Duckis further back. So not sure whether we've had a bit of a technical, but and we've got Emily Cooper on the 3rd row alongside Callum Foster. Nonetheless, we will won't make any difference by the time they go round the first corner anyway, because they'll all be in a different order. Red lights on the overhead, red lights out on the overhead, and Hamish Forrest steals the march on the field. He's down the inside of Ollie Naylor into the first corner, as those on the outside finding it a little bit difficult. We've got 1 or 2 spinners already on the outside. Pick out the number in a few moments' time as they run up towards Christmas corner. It looks a lot drier up the top end here, up at Christmas, though the uphill helps as well in terms of braking as they head down towards Ashby. This is where the drivers found it very difficult last time, and round goes the 31 of Archie Dyson. Few other drivers collecting as well. That's the 15 involved of Harrison Bishop. The 64 is Jack Dimbleby. Dimbleby's out and trying to push the kart, and wide goes Jason Duckis, but I don't think that was all by himself. Arm off the wheel, gesticulating to another driver, but Jason Duckis clearly not happy, being forced wide at Ozier's. At the front, though, we've had a big change for the lead. Crossing the line is going to be Harry Hurst-Grover leading from Hamish Forrest and James Waring, with Ollie Naylor in 4th place, Callum Foster P5. Then it's going to be Emily Cooper P5, not picking up, I don't think, on timing, with Callum Foster, Marcel Poppercull, Melissa Adrian and Martin Wright. In P9, Anthony Witowski in front of Joshua Jarvis and Christian Stefanovs. Was running out wide onto the outside there, the 95 of Hamish Forrest. Harry Hurst-Grover looking over his shoulder, having a look at the back at the rest of the field. Leading then from Forrest, Waring, Naylor and Callum Foster. Was 0.5 of a second quicker on the previous lap than Hamish Forrest. Callum Foster is off wide, and his chances of second place in the championship appear to be dwindling. He's been swamped up by the field, and it's going to be outside the top 10. He was in P number 6 on the previous lap. I think we're going to find him well down the order now. Poppercull up into P5. Right then, Adrian Witowski, Rhys Owen and Emily Cooper dropping heavily as well. On that previous lap, Cooper dropping a handful of places. 7 for Cooper, 8 for Callum Foster, and they were running fairly close to each other as well. So may well be that those two have come together. Harry Hurst-Grover at the front with a gap of 1.4 seconds from Hamish Forrest and James Waring. Ollie Naylor and Marcel Poppercull round out your top 5. 4 seconds splitting them as the top 3 move away, and Poppercull challenging Ollie Naylor for 4th place. So they head into the boot. Behind them as well, that's Martin Wright in the 41, not too far back in the green and white Tony Kart colours. Warning for Jason Douglas as he comes back through the field. He's currently in 13th place, or at least he was on the previous lap. We've got 2 or 3 off there. The 25 is off. That's Kieran Thompson on the outside. Another driver off as well. I think that could have been, well, we'll pick it out in a few moments because they'll be dropping down the order and we'll be able to pick them up. But I think it could have been Archie Doherty. At the front now, Harry Hurst-Grover had a 1 second gap, but Hamish Forrest seems to be a little bit closer now to Harry Hurst-Grover than what he was on the previous lap, where the Hurst-Grover's gone high on tyre pressures to try and get the front early, and then his job then will be to hold on. We'll see whether he can do. But Hamish Forrest is starting to come towards the front here. Gap was a second, it's down to 3/10, and Forrest sets the fastest lap, the first driver to go sub 1 minute, 59.983. But then he goes wide into the first corner, carries too much speed, and James Kell is through and up, James Waring, is through up into second place. And then Hamish Forrest and Kell almost come together at the top of the hill. That's not what teammates want to be doing. So they run down the hill, having a quick look. It was Callum Foster drops 4 places, 12th down to 16th on that previous lap. It was Archie Doherty who was off with Kieran Thompson on the outside of Oziers earlier on, their 30th and 31st respectively at present. Hurst-Grover will have the gap of around about a second back at the end of this lap, I think. Warning for Emily Cooper in the 30. James Waring up into second place now. Harry Hurst-Grover, the gap 6/10. Hamish Forrest, having made that mistake on the previous lap, having previously set the fastest lap of the race only a few moments before, has now found himself down in 3rd place behind James Kell. Kell on the previous lap, 2/10 quicker than Harry Hurst-Grover. Marcel Poppercull in 5th place, sets the fastest lap. Now Joshua Jarvis gets a warning, unspecified as to what for. If it was track limits, we'd normally see track limits, so I think that might be for a little bit of contact. Harry Hurst-Grover to the inside, taking a differing line to James Waring. Waring closing in 0.6 of a second on the previous lap. Now it's about 6 inches off the back of Harry Hurst-Grover as they
got onto the brakes, differing lines. Yellow flag out at the final corner. As Naylor seems to have managed to pull away from Marcel Poppercull. James Waring with the fastest lap. Now there's some lap traffic in front for the leaders to negotiate. That's Archie Dyson in the 51, and Dyson sensibly moves out of the way and allows the leading trio of karts to come through down the inside. Ollie Naylor now with the fastest lap with a 59.1. Time starting to tumble as the track dries here at Whilton Mill. And this could well just be coming back towards Ollie Naylor. 6/10 quicker than your race leader, Harry Hurst-Grover. James Waring and Hamish Forrest. Warning for Callum Foster in the 69 machine, currently running in 18th place. His nearest championship rival for P2. This one already wrapped up by Kasper Tomilewski at Clay Pigeon. It was Harry Hurst-Grover, and Harry Hurst-Grover is currently leading this race at the moment. Jason Duckis battling it out with Sam Stoner in front of him, and just behind in the 42 is Ellis Garrett. Making their way up towards the left hand. Mechanical flag for Archie Doherty. He'll be called into pit lane. You'll see it on the overhead gantry. But Archie Doherty's race and season over with a few laps to go. Wide goes Ellis Garrett. Martin Wright now with the fastest lap of the race in 5th place. He's found a way past Marcel Poppercull for P number 5, right up into 5th. Leaders pulling away now from Hamish Forrest, with Harry Hurst-Grover leading from James Waring. More lap traffic coming up in front of them as they approach the 57 of Ewan Stevenson. Kieran Thompson just in front as well. He's had an excursion off earlier on. So Hurst-Grover looking over the shoulder. James Waring riding shotgun at the moment, but still 4 minutes to go. We've still got a third of this race as we're 3 wide up towards Osiers. Sam Stoner looks like his rear bumper's detached, unfortunately for Stoner. We'll get confirmation in a few moments if we can get more camera time on the back of that 38, but Sam Stoner's rear bumper detached from the back, and he's going to be another one whose race and season is going to be over before the checkered flag. Martin Wright now with the fastest lap of the race as the leaders make their way through. There's Sam Stoner's rear bumper dragging. You can actually see the plug that goes in to the back of the chassis hanging out onto the floor, and Sam Stoner will have seen that mechanical flag, currently still racing on towards the checker, but knows that his race, whether he wants to or not, is going to be over, and now he's going to be able to feel it. That rear bumper just dragging and hanging off the back of the kart, looks down, and you can just see there, gives up the ghost, takes his foot off the throttle, arm up in the air. He's going to let the rest of the field come through. Sam Stoner then peels off and parks the kart sensibly out of the way, stops it rolling as well. And the rear bumper detached from the back of Sam Stoner. Disappointment for him. 3 minutes to go in this race. Season over. At the front though, Harry Hurst-Grover, James Waring, Hamish Forrest was in 3rd, still is, but look at that Ollie Naylor. That kart clearly set up for the end of this race. Looked like we had a driver off there on entry to Christmas, which was why Ollie Naylor didn't pull out and make the overtaking opportunity. Jason Duckis, fastest lap of the race, P8 at the moment as he starts coming back through the field. Yellow flag out at Marshall post 6. Not sure if that's for Stoner's kart, although that is safely out of the way. Nope, we've got a kart on the inside, spun off the racing line, but nonetheless, still yellow flag conditions. 2 minutes and 15, we're back to full green racing once again then. As that's Marcel Poppercull, a tough weekend for him. He's had some good pace, not quite the look that it's deserved, and he is out and classified well outside the top 20. We've had Poppercull, Stoner, Anslow, Thompson, all at the moment. We'll wait for a few more to come through because I think that Anslow will go up to 26th. He does. Then we're going to have Thompson and Stevenson up as well into 28th. That's the 28 runners that we've got remaining. The top 4 now, still nose to tail at the moment. Hurst-Grover, Waring, Forrest and Naylor. Down the hill they go. Naylor, the only one of these 3 that's won a final in this championship. Hurst-Grover, not won one. Waring, not won one. Don't think either of them two have won a heat, let alone a final, and they're battling right at the front. James Waring goes wide and onto the curb. Hamish Forrest is back through then into 2nd place. There's Ewan Stevenson's kart parked up
on the outside. Marshall pushing that one, or will be pulling it to safety in a few moments' time. Forrest goes slightly wide, sliding. 1 minute to go, and they're lapping in the 58, so they should get round for 2 more laps after this one, because they'll have that and then the last lap. Here comes Ollie Naylor down the inside into Christmas corner, hard on the brakes, gets it stopped, through up into 3rd place. Another fastest lap for Duckis, a race of what could have been had he not been on the grass earlier on. Naylor down the inside of Hamish Forrest, they're sliding side by side. Naylor's going to be on the outside, don't think he's going to get the drive, cuts back to the inside, Ollie Naylor through, stationary yellow though on the post, don't know why, because I'm not sure what we've got coming up here, no yellow flag out at post 8 though, don't know what there, it was a stationary yellow but no yellow flag out at post 8, Naylor though, down the inside of Hamish Forrest, sure I'd seen a yellow at that post, we'll leave that one for people far higher up than me to figure out after the race anyway. Down to 0, but they've already crossed over the line. At the moment, Harry Hurst-Grover leading by 0.4 of a second. More lap traffic in front. Ollie Naylor up into 2nd place. Hamish Forrest in P3. James Waring P4. Martin Wright, Melissa Adrian, Jason Duckis and Maya Simpson. Ellis Garrett waved yellow at Marshall post 5. No overtaking there then. So we've got a kart going slowly on exit. I think that's the 29 of Jacob Anslow. Right up on the back of Harry Hurst-Grover now, though, is Ollie Naylor. Hurst-Grover to the inside. Naylor taking a wider line round the outside. They'll slot back in as they make their way through the lap traffic. Jacob Anslow pointing through to the field. They'll see the last lap board in a few moments' time. Down the inside they go. Harry Hurst-Grover parking the kart on the apex. For one final lap here then of 2023. Junior Rotax entertainers. Harry Hurst-Grover, Ollie Naylor, Hamish Forrest, James Waring battling it out for the victory. Run up towards Christmas corner. Hurst-Grover should have enough to hold off at least for this corner, but he's slow on exit. Ollie Naylor, track limit warning for Harry Hurst-Grover. Caution to the window being thrown. Defending off to the inside. Naylor's going to try and get the cutback. Naylor's through on the final lap. Ollie Naylor, Harry Hurst-Grover's back down the inside into Wilkins. Who's going to win out on this one? Waring's down the inside of both Naylor and Hamish Forrest as well. Running up towards the boot. Naylor's back up into 3rd. Forrest in 4th. Waring runs wide up into 2nd only briefly. Hard on the brakes they go. Harry Hurst-Grover holding off the pack behind. Can Naylor get the run out of the final corner? Oversteer, drag race to the line. Hurst-Grover takes victory by less than a tenth for the first time in the Junior Kart Championship from Ollie Naylor, Hamish Forrest, James Waring and Martin Wright, your top 5. What a show from Junior Rotax, the top 4, split by 0.7 of a second. Duckis once again with the fastest lap on the final lap in P7 in front of Cooper, Simpson and Ellis Garrett. We'll wait for the rest of the field to come through here then in Junior Rotax. There is Harry Hurst-Grover. He must have a heart rate like a drum and bass record after that final few laps, having to hold on from Ollie Naylor, Hamish Forrest and James Waring. Every single one of them putting the stamp down, wanting to take the victory at the end of the race. All of the field through now, so we'll go to our results. We're just going to wait. We'll have a quick look down the chicken run, make sure we've got no infringements for our front runners. And just checking some rear widths, because with the wets they've got to be outside the line of the side pod. Looks like we're clear for the top 2. Hamish Forrest, they've had a look down there, clear as well, and pointed through into scrutineering, so it looks like the top 3 are clear and no drop downs as well. So we'll go to our results. Harry Hurst-Grover, for the first time in the JKC, takes the race victory in the final from Ollie Naylor and Hamish Forrest, with James Waring and Martin Wright, your top 5. Melissa Adrian's in 6th in front of Jason Duckis and Emily Cooper, with Maya Simpson and Ellis Garrett rounding out your top 10. 11th, it's Anthony Witowski in front of Christian Stefanovs and Reese Owen. Callum Foster in 14th in front of James Kell. Then it's going to be Miles Roby, Archie Dyson and Amelie Ackett with Ethan Bath and Jack Dimbleby. Then it's Harrison Bishop in 21st, Joshua Jarvis and Harrison Purnell with Molly Pugh and Kieran Thompson in 25th. Jacob Anslow is your final runner on track that sees the checkered flag with Frankie Smedley, Ewan Stevenson, Marcel Poppercull, Sam Stoner, Archie Dyson and Ollie Poole not seeing the checkered flag. A few retirees at the end of that one. So it took around about an hour to get Junior Rotax complete after the first red flag, but it didn't half live up to the expectations at the end. We've got front fairing penalty, unfortunately, there for Maya Simpson, but a great race nonetheless for Simpson, getting herself up into the top 10. Junior Rotax then with a great end to the season in our Junior Rotax class. And as the field rolls their way down, it's been a wonderful season here in the Junior Kart Championship, Cadet and Bambinos as well. Congratulations to all of our champions throughout 2023. In Mighty Bambino to Ralph Martin, in Honda Cadet Max Taddy, Micromax James Fabricius, Minimax Oliver Fabricius, in Iami Bambino to Chester Forks, and the two championships that were wrapped up at Clay Pigeon, Rex Pooley in Coma C50 Bambino and Kasper Tomilewski in Junior Rotax. We look forward to seeing all of our drivers once again the weekend of the 25th of November for our annual awards show at Whittlebury Hall, just outside Silverstone, on the same weekend as Kartmania, where we will celebrate many, many achievements from 2023. I'll be there. I hope all of our drivers will be as well. And if not, we will see you just before Christmas for our annual BKC, CKC and JKC Winter Cup round here from Whilton Mill once again. Keep an eye on the social media pages as well for the announcements about the 2024 season. The calendar will be coming up very, very shortly, as well as the potential for a small winter series as well. So keep your eyes on the social media platforms in the upcoming weeks for those announcements. I have been David Sullivan, taking you through not only today but all of 2023. Thank you very much for joining myself and Alpha Live throughout the race day. Thank you to everybody here at Whilton Mill, the marshals, the medical team, everybody behind the scenes at the Kart Championship as well. We really, really appreciate your support from watching all of our racing, and for everybody out there. Until I meet you again on commentary, I've been David Sullivan. What a wonderful day here at Whilton Mill. Thank you very much and good night.